Volume 2. Chapter 151, The First Brocade Sachet. Xiao Zhan's words shocked the 5 people present. They were only great fishing masters, and one was not yet a great fishing master. How could they win against a dangling fisher? But Luo Xiaobai said without hesitation, "Okay." Xia Xiaochen's eyes lit up. "Great, I happen to want to try." Han Fei was also looking forward to it. He wanted to know what the strength of a dangling fisher was like. Only Lu Renqueng muttered, "I am just an armorist. It's up to you to fight." Wenren Yu looked at Old Bai. "After reaching a certain level of strength, the number won't make any difference, right?" Old Bai replied, "You haven't experienced the battles we used to experience. The level gap is not a big deal. Having the whole set of the 5 major professions, they should be able to kill a dangling fisher, not to mention hold on for 10 minutes under his attack." Wenren Yu frowned. "No, I haven't, but I have never seen any junior great fishing master defeating a dangling fisher." In the field, the 5 of them were ready for the fight. Luo Xiaobai announced the beginning of the battle. "Start!" As Luo Xiaobai shouted, the battle began. Everyone yelled in unison, "Fuse!" Han Fei muttered, "Attach!" Although Han Fei now had some control over his fusion with the twin yin-yang spirit-swallowing fish, it was not enough, so he didn't fuse with them from the very beginning. Luo Xiaobai began the attack. Bind! Countless flower vines shot out from all directions, binding Xiao Zhan's limbs, waist, and neck. Luo Xiaobai added, "Spirit devouring." Xia Xiaochen was next, Shadow Kill, then Lu Renqueng, Blade Storm. Zhang Xuniu said at the same time, 7 layered waves in Furious Sea. Han Fei made the final move. 7-star chain. In an instant, the 5 of them attacked Xiao Zhan at the same time. Luo Xiaobai's vines, Han Fei's chains, and the swords and knives shot out of Lu Renqueng's weapon box all darted at Xiao Zhan. Xia Xiaochen had appeared behind Xiao Zhan and thrust 2 daggers at Xiao Zhan's neck. Zhang Xuniu also attacked him head-on. In the blink of an eye, Xiao Zhan was surrounded by different combat skills. Humph! Bam! Xiao Zhan suddenly burst out a wave of strong spiritual energy, which suddenly exploded with him at the center. Zhang Xuniu and Xia Xiaochen were immediately sent flying. Lu Renqueng's swords and knives kept clanking, but none of them could break through Xiao Zhan's spiritual energy protective cover. Han Fei and Lu Ren exchanged a glance. Bump! This was a combined combat skill created by Han Fei and Lu Renqueng. Both of them were of the power type, and when they bumped someone with all their strength, it was like a mountain falling down on him. Bam! Xiao Zhan's fists were wrapped with spiritual energy, and he punched at the 2 of them. Lu Renqueng flew backward 7 or 8 meters before being caught by a vine. But Han Fei protected his own body with a spiritual energy protective cover in an instant. At the moment when he was about to be hit flying, the purple bamboo rod hit Xiao Zhan's knee. Xiao Zhan slightly bent his left leg and crushed his protective cover. Han Fei took the chance to draw the double knives at his waist and thrust them at his chest, shouting, "Spiral strike." Xia Xiaochen took advantage of the moment when Xiao Zhan's protective cover disappeared, detoured to the left side of Xiao Zhan like a shadow, and stabbed Xiao Zhan's armpit. Zhang Xuniu chanted, "Blood and chi burn." Luo Xiaobai said at the same time, "Spectral lash." As soon as they were repelled for the first time, they immediately began the second round of bombardment. Xiao Zhan roared, "Armor." A shadow armor wrapped his body, and then he punched Xia Xiaochen's dagger away and waved his fist horizontally to block Han Fei's 2 daggers. But Han Fei had arrived, and his spiral strike hit right in the middle of Xiao Zhan's ribs. At the same time, a huge vine slammed on Xiao Zhan's left leg, and they shouted, "Fatty, give him a fatal blow." As Lu Renqueng patted his box, a strange knife shot out and punctured Xiao Zhan's abdomen. Crack, the shadow armor was broken, and his protective cover was also crushed. Xiao Zhan stumbled, but his hands didn't stop. He grabbed Han Fei's rod in one hand and Xia Xiaochen's hand in the other, and threw the 2 away at the same time. The only thing that Xiao Zhan found hard to resist was Zhang Xuniu's mental attack. He could cope with attacks from all directions but not soul attacks. After 6 or 7 minutes, Lu Renqueng was the first to quit. His combat skills consumed too much spiritual energy. Although Han Fei provided him with enough spiritual energy, He had turned ghastly pale. Xiao Zhan took a chance to slap Zhang Xuanyu away, and the latter simply lay on the ground motionless. Han Fei mocked them. "You two are cowards." Xia Xiaochen blade storm. With double knives in hand, Han Fei and Xia Xiaochen pounced at Xiao Zhan at the same time. The sky was full of glints of knives and clanking sounds were ceaseless. As a hunter, Xia Xiaochen attacks were more violent, leaving a lot of white marks on Xiao Zhan's body and even cutting his skin. Han Fei assisted her on the side. Although he also hacked Xiao Zhan many times, he failed to cut his skin. Xiao Zhan grew impatient. "Have you finished? It's my turn." Xiao Zhan suddenly roared, and not far away, his own armor box opened. Swords and knives were immediately all over the sky. No one could resist his attacks. Luo Xiaobai's vines were smashed, and she couldn't even get close to him. This state lasted for nearly 3 minutes, and Han Fei found helplessly that his clothes were torn. Xia Xiaochen vomited blood and retreated. She didn't have Han Fei's abnormal defense power. Luo Xiaobai begged, "Han Fei, it's time." Not paying attention, Han Fei shouted, "Fuse!" When he activated the yin-yang divine eyes, Han Fei immediately turned fierce and grinned ferociously. Han Fei and Xiao Zhan were slashing at each other head-on, and they both attacked very quickly. But then, to their shock, Xiao Zhan's knife could not reach Han Fei at all, who dodged it at a strange angle every time. In the distance, Old Bai narrowed his eyes. "Forbid him to use yin-yang divine eyes in the future." Wenren Yu nodded. "It's too powerful. Someone may covet it." "Yes, keep it a secret for now." "He is still too weak." Wenren Yu nodded. "They've passed the test, haven't they?" Old Bai wasn't impressed. "They scraped through the test. They cooperated well in combat. However, their wielding of their spiritual beasts and contractual spiritual beasts is extremely poor." "Hey, Han Fei, time is up," Le Renqueng shouted. Xia Xiaochen smoothed her hair back and said, "It's useless to stop him now. You have to wait for him to have enough fun." Zhang Xuanyu got up from the ground and exclaimed, "The yin-yang divine eyes are awesome. Mr. Han seems unable to resist his attack. Leave it to me." Then dozens of vines shot at Han Fei. However, he just twisted his body a little, and with a few cold flashes, the vines all dropped to the ground. Zhang Xuanyu shouted, "Just like I said, you won't be able to touch him." Xia Xiaochen put away her daggers and stopped paying attention. "All right, what shall we eat today? How about hot pot?" Le Renqueng nodded. "I agree, and barbecue." Zhang Xuanyu chuckled. "Don't you eat this every day?" Xia Xiaochen had had enough. "I'm going to the plantation to pick some spiritual fruits." Le Renqueng quickly followed her up. "I'm going too." Half an hour later, Xia Xiaochen and Le Renqueng came back carrying a large package and found Han Fei lying on the ground looking at them. "You brutes, I'm still fighting here, but you two went to pick vegetables." Xia Xiaochen said indifferently, "No one asked you to continue fighting. Look, you can't even control your own spiritual beast. How can you blame us, Han Fei?" "Where is the brocade sachet?" Luo Xiaobai raised her hand. Xia Xiaochen quickly ran over to grab the brocade sachet, and it read, 100-game winning streak in the Blue Sea Arena. Luo Xiaobai said, "I heard that since the Blue Sea Arena has existed, only 2 teams have had a 100-game winning streak. The last time was 30 years ago, and the winner was our Thug Academy." Zhang Xuanyu, sitting on the trunk, sighed. "The teacher said that this is the simplest of the 6 brocade sachets. If we want to go to the fisheries, we shall complete this first." Chapter 152, Mysterious Library. As soon as the hot pot was made, Xiao Zhan, Old Bai, and Wenren Yu popped out. Smelling the fragrance of hot pot, they started to eat. Le Renqueng asked, "President, when are we going to the arena?" Old Bai took a sip of liquor and said, "Anytime. Go to the library and find a spare combat skill to learn." "Spare combat skill?" Xiao Zhan picked up a large piece of meat with his chopsticks and put it in his mouth. "Everyone should have a trump card. Han Fei, don't use your yin-yang divine eyes from now on. Go pick a trump card combat skill." Xia Xiaochen was surprised. "In our library, are there any trump card combat skills over there?" "I've searched through the library." Old Bai asked, "Have you searched under the floor?" Everyone, "Unknown." Everyone was speechless. "Isn't it a library? Who do you hide good books under the floor? Who the FCK will check under the floor?" Xia Xiaochen got up. "I'm full." Luo Xiaobai got up too. "Me too." Even the foodie, Li Renqiang, grabbed a few prawns in his hand and stood up. I'm on a diet. Zhang Xuniu wiped his mouth and got up. President, teachers, take your time. Shoo! Han Fei was still eating the drunk shrimp casually and then picked up some mushrooms from the hot pot. Old Bai looked at him. Why don't you go yet? The books won't run away anyway. Is there any difference to go now or later? Hey, Mr. Zhao, what are you doing? Zhao Zhan picked Han Fei up by the back collar and threw him out while giving a snort. You should lose weight. Han Fei was helpless. I have lost a little weight recently. Han Fei walked slowly towards the library, muttering, I haven't eaten 2 bites yet. Zhao Zhan smiled. I wonder how they will react when they see it. Wenren Yu thought for a while. Anyway, I was shocked. Old Man Bai pointed to the table of food. Come on, eat. We won't be able to eat this in the next few days. When Han Fei arrived at the library, he saw no one. Then he found an underground entrance behind a bookshelf. No wonder Old Bai insisted on constructing a new building on the old site of the library. It turned out there were secrets here. When Han Fei walked in, he saw that the 4 others were standing there in a daze. When he walked further in, he was dazed too. There were countless memorial tablets hanging on the wall, and there was a small hole beside each of them. Li Renqiang gasped, How many dead people are here? Zhang Xuanyu swallowed. It's too many to count. Luo Xiaobai took a deep breath. So, did they leave their combat skills behind? Zia Xiaochen narrowed her eyes. I just wanted to know what happened that year. Why did so many people die? Han Fei stepped forward and took a fish skin map from a small hole, reading. Wang Yue, a peak-level dangling fisher, whose spiritual beast is an exotic king crab, had 382 battles in his life, 381 wins and a draw, and leaves behind a spirit-level, ultra-quality combat skill, King Cuts. Hiss! Guru, Han Fei swallowed. A peak-level dangling fisher. Wasn't he even stronger than Fang Zi? He was never defeated in his entire life, but he still died. Zia Xiaochen also picked a fish skin map and read it aloud. Chen Yuer, a junior law enforcer, whose spiritual beast was an exotic red flame seahorse, once killed an advanced explorer with double knives, and leaves behind a demon-level, mid-quality combat skill, blood drinking knife. At this moment, the 5 of them were deeply shocked. They didn't yet know what a law enforcer was, but she must be stronger than a dangling fisher. And she could even kill a person of a higher level than her. The combat skills they cultivated were also special. Han Fei only knew mortal level and mystic level, but there were spirit level and demon level. Luo Xiaobai said, There must be a big secret down here. Zhang Xuanyu said with difficulty, I know, but I suddenly feel that we are so weak. Perhaps it's useless even if we know the secret. Let's find a combat skill, do what we can afford, don't be greedy. The others nodded. This was a spiritual shrine as well as a treasure house. If this treasure trove was known to the outside world, the whole world would be crazy about it. Not wasting any time, they checked one hole after another. Han Fei used a process of elimination. Physical cultivation techniques and girls' cultivation techniques were excluded, and he mainly focused on combat skills with knives and hidden weapons. Spirit explosion technique explodes chi, blood, and spiritual energy to double one's combat power for about 15 minutes. Demon-level high-quality combat skill 1000 stars slash, a combat skill for spirit gatherers, draws spiritual energy from between the earth and sky to inject into a knife. Once you master this combat skill, you can split mountains and wipe out a whole city. Heaven-level combat skill Deicide Fist. The team had read through dozens of books when Zia Xiaochen shouted, Wait! Li Renqiang immediately stepped back. Oh my gosh, I want to choose all of them, every book is so great. Zhang Xunyu echoed, Me too, Han Fei nodded. Yes, I don't know which one to pick either. Luo Xiaobai suggested, Choose carefully. Every combat skill is very attractive, but we are choosing our trump card, combat skill, so we must choose the most suitable one for ourselves. The others nodded and continued to check the books. 1, 2, 10. Every book was attractive to Han Fei, but he suppressed his desire to choose them all. Heaven-level combat skill War God Bow is an 8-bow combat skill. Once all the 8 arrows were shot out, the enemy would die. It's said that it also has a 9th arrow, which can destroy the enemy's soul. Han Fei's eyes were immediately glued to this combat skill. He always wanted to cultivate a bow technique, but hadn't had the chance. What attracted him most was that this war god bow can crush the soul of the enemy. This was special. Zhang Xuanyu stood out from countless geniuses because of his soul attack. Good. Han Fei began to read it. A string of data appeared in front of his eyes. War god bow, heaven level, mid-quality note. The first bow combat skill in the 1,000-star city 3,000 years ago. Once its 9th arrow is shot out, no one can resist it. This combat skill is infinitely close to high quality. Deduced art, war soul art degree of completion. 0/100,000. Han Fei was relieved to see this number, which was unexpectedly low. However, unlike before, the deduced result was directly shown. Xia Ziochen tilted her head. Han Fei, have you chosen yours? Oh, not yet. With that said, Han Fei put down the war god bow and continued to search. Suddenly, Li Renqing shouted, I found mine, armor art, it's so powerful. Zhang Xuanyu chimed in, I also found mine. Mystic Fatal Rod is very suitable for me. The remaining 3 were still rummaging, and after a while, Xia Ziochen suddenly said, I found one, but it's not enough. I need to find another one. Don't be greedy. Xia Ziochen looked down. I know. Han Fei checked all the books and in the end, stopped at a knife combat skill. The demon-level combat skill Million Knife Art. This was a knife control technique. In theory, you could control as many knives as you had. Perhaps for others, it was difficult. Who had the time to collect so many knives? Besides, different knives had different qualities. In the face of powerful enemies, this combat skill might not work. For example, someone like Han Fei who had a strong defense power. But Han Fei was different. He had the skill of refining. All he needed was spiritual energy and materials. Although neither the war god bow nor Million Knife Art could be considered a trump card, combat skill, he had the demon purification pot. Who could kill him if he hid in the demon purification pot? I've found mine too. Million Knife Art is suitable for me. Xia Ziochen was surprised. I have read it, but the demand is too high. It needs lots of knives that must be of magic weapon quality at least. Otherwise, it'll be useless to dangling fishers. Han Fei retorted, but I'm rich, everyone. Oh, I forgot this guy was rich. Xia Ziochen pouted. Is it a big deal to be rich? But it seems a big deal indeed. Han Fei was about to leave when suddenly he caught a glimpse of a spirit-level combat skill called War Body Technique beside Million Knife Art. Han Fei shouldn't have noticed this book that was only of spirit level. The others paid the most attention to heaven-level combat skills, but Han Fei thought of Mystic Body Technique. He vaguely remembered that Mystic Body Technique was just a mortal-level, high-quality cultivation art. But it turned into incomplete monograph on 108 ways of body polishing after being deduced. What a coincidence! Han Fei took the War Body Technique and opened it. As soon as he looked at it, his eyes lit up. War Body Technique, a technique of body tempering, tempers all the acupoints in one's body with pure spiritual energy and can gather spiritual energy from the void in combat. Great, this is what I'm looking for. Chapter 153, The Fish Dragons Have Come. Han Fei was excited. Just like Indestructible Body, the incomplete monograph on 108 ways of body polishing was not only a body tempering technique, but also a combat skillone. After all, the benefits the 108 postures brought to Han Fei far exceeded the body tempering itself. Han Fei read the War Body Technique quickly. After a while, the data showed. War Body Technique, incomplete, spirit level, and LT remarks. A technique of body tempering tempers the acupoints all over the body with pure spiritual energy to cast a spirit-absorbing war body and can continuously gather spiritual energy from the void in combat. And LT disadvantage. It cannot last without the support of physical combat skills and LT deduced art. Spirit-absorbing war body and LT degree of completion. 0/50,000. Han Fei smiled and said, Okay, I have chosen mine. How about you? Luo Xiaobai raised a combat skill in her hand. Spiritual wedding dress. It can give me spiritual energy armor. Han Fei said mockingly, Luo Xiaobai, we are looking for a trump card combat skill. Luo Xiaobai raised another one, death replacement art. With it, you can exchange your body with your spiritual plant and let it die for you. Zhang Xuanyu was startled. What kind of magical skills are these? A sacrifice for me. Can I practice it? No, Zia Ziochen was still rummaging. After a while, she came out with 2 books and waved them in the air. Supreme Stab and Hidden Kill, 2 assassination skills. When everyone came out of the library, Luo Xiaobai blocked the place with a bookshelf. This was a wise move. The combat skills in it were all priceless treasures. If others knew their existence, they might have rushed over and dismantled the Thug Academy. Outside, Xiao Zhan, standing at the door, looked at Han Fei strangely. Han Fei, someone wants to see you. Han Fei, unknown. The others followed him to the gate of the Thug Academy curiously. Le Renqueng suddenly shouted happily, "Another fatty, there are so many fat people in this world." It was Li Gan and Li Gang who came to see him. Li Gang shouted excitedly as soon as he saw Han Fei, young master, young master." Li Gan followed. Leader Han Fei was surprised. "Why are you here?" Li Gang smiled fawningly. "Young master, I was worried that you didn't have enough money to spend in the town, so I came to bring you some money." With Li Gan staring at the 3 large boxes, Zia Ziochen was stunned. "Wow," Zhang Shunyi's rod fell to the ground with a click. "Wow." Han Feibai glanced at the 2 of them, then asked Li Gang, "How much?" Li Gang capped his hands, and then some people carried 3 large boxes in from outside the school gate. Li Gang smiled fawningly. "Young master, our business is doing well. This is 30,000 mid-quality pearls. Do you think it is enough?" Hiss! Le Renqueng sat on the ground with a jerk. At the moment, Han Fei was like a big shining pearl in his eyes, and there seemed to be something falling off the big tree not far away. Xiao Zhan, who was about to shoulder the basket and go out to sell the bull conch, stood with him, mouth open. "How much?" Zia Ziochen said shyly and sweetly. "Hottie, can I make you a deal?" Zhang Shunyu said earnestly, Fei, you know we are very short on money now." Seeing this, Li Gang couldn't help but despise them in his heart. Do these higher-ups want to swindle young master out of his money? Han Fei shivered and kicked Zhang Shunyu. "TLL treat you to a big meal as soon as you become a great fishing master." Zhang Shunyu patted his chest. "It won't take me long. How can I fall behind you for all the time?" Li Gang was shocked. "What do they mean? Do they mean that these people are all great fishing masters except this one?" Han Fei patted Li Gang's shoulder. "Can you just bring me high-quality pearls next time? These pearls are too much for me. It's not convenient for me to carry." The others immediately said, "We can carry them for you." Han Fei didn't care. It was troublesome to carry the pearls. Li Gang took Han Fei aside and said, "Young master, we've discussed. It seems that the consumption power of our village has reached its limit. Shall we come to the Blue Sea town to develop further?" Han Fei raised his eyebrows. "Phew, you finally agreed to come out?" Li Gang chuckled. "Of course, as long as we can earn more money. When I came here just now, I saw a huge plantation outside, dozens of times larger than that in our village. Young master, can you make some use of it?" Han Fei chuckled. "You're ambitious. Okay, let me check it out." Before Han Fei turned around, Old Bai had strode up to him holding his head high. He looked at Han Fei seriously. "Can the plantation make money for us?" Han Fei scratched his belly. "Yes. I made my fortune from the plantation at Old Jiang's." Smack! Old Man Bai slapped Han Fei on the shoulder, almost patting his body numb. "Then why didn't you tell me that earlier? This plantation has been laid to waste. Hurry up, let your people come over and deal with it quickly. You can keep 20% of the money earned." Han Fei frowned. "President, that's really unfair. I need to contribute manpower and investments and rent shops and recruit workers. And you'll only give me 20%? Old Bai seemed to realize that was a bit steep, so he asked tentatively, 30%? 60/40. I keep 60% and you get 40%. Old Bai widened his eyes. "What?" Old Bai said indignantly, "This is my plantation." Hearing this, the others were stunned. "Didn't you just say it had been laid to waste?" Han Fei said slyly, "How about this? I will give 10% to the 4 of them." Zhang Shunyu raised his hand. "I agree." Old Bai gave Zhang Shunyu a stare. "It's none of your business." Zia Ziochen also said slyly, "Grandpa President, it's our salary. How can Han Fei's men who have just come to the town from the village defend their business in the town? They need security guards. If anyone comes to make trouble, you can't drive them away personally, right? With us serving as security guards, you just need to wait and collect the money." Han Fei gave Zia Ziochen an approving look. "Smart girl," he added, 40% will be a lot of money. It's about 70 or 80,000 mid-quality pearls a month. It's enough for you to splurge on anything you want. Old Bai was dumbfounded. The number scared him. 7 or 80,000 mid-quality pearls a month? Wow, that's a lot. Old Bai thought for a moment. Okay, but the school won't take care of the plantation. You take care of it yourself. Han Fei cursed secretly. This old man is really cunning. He'll take 40% of the benefits without doing anything. Fortunately, there were Zia Zioachin and the others. Otherwise, who will drive away troublemakers? He certainly couldn't count on Old Bai. Okay, trust me, the Thug Academy will become the richest of the 4 academies. Old Bai turned around and left. When he passed by Zio Zhan asked, Old Bai, I don't need to peddle bull conches anymore, right? Old Bai sneered. Of course, why do you, a teacher of the Great Thug Academy, need to peddle bull conches? Wenren Yu added, Old Bai, I don't need to work at Linglong Tower either, right? Of course. I'll give you 2 baskets of mid-grade pearls to have a shopping spree at Linglong Tower. Wenren Yu said with a smile, You're so vain. Old Bai sighed. I have been poor for 30 years. Now I've finally recruited a rich student. In the past, even 70 or 80,000 mid-quality pearls was a piece of cake to me, let alone 70 or 80,000 high-quality pearls. Wenren Yu rolled her eyes. Yeah, keep bragging. One still remember how we busked to relieve hunger when we had no money to buy food. Han Fei turned to Li Gang. You see, the Fish Dragon's headquarters will be located in the Blue Sea Town. If anyone comes to make trouble, you can turn to anyone in our Thug Academy for help. Le Renqueng nodded hard. Yes, if anyone dares to do that, come to me. Zhang Xunyu stomped. Yes, you can come to me too. Luo Xiaobai thought for a while. Count me in. Li Gang looked at them with a stunned look and then looked at Han Fei. Han Fei kept winking at him. You fool, the 4 of them are future strong masters. We just need to pay them 10% of the benefits and they will be our security guards. That's a good deal. Han Fei said casually, Gang, they're our shareholders from now on. You can bring them something to eat and play from time to time, understood? Gulp. Yes, yes. Li Gang was a bit confused. Didn't the village leader say that the school Han Fei entered was so poor that they didn't even have a door? Now it seems that although they are poor indeed, they are very strong. Li Gang took a deep breath. Young master, you can rest assured, I'll do this job well. Chapter 154, Take the Stage. In the forest, Le Renqueng and Zhang Xunyu helped Han Fei drag the box of Zhongpin pearls. Unbearable to Han Fei, however, Zhang Xunyu grabbed a handful of pearls from the box and put them in his pocket from time to time. Soon his pocket was full. Han Fei looked at him helplessly, but Zhang Xunyu grinned. Fei, this box is so heavy, this labor cost is not much. Le Renqueng was speechless. Why didn't I find Zhang Xunyu so shameless before? He used to steal the president's vegetables in front of the president's face, and now he was stealing Han Fei's pearls under Han Fei's eyes without even blushing. Han Fei said, Everyone can get 100 pearls, and I need to buy knives with the remaining pearls. Le Renqueng pointed to Zhang Xunyu. Look, his pocket is so full of pearls that they are falling out. Zia Zioachin scoffed. You're stupid, we are shareholders. Do we still need to put the pearls in our pockets? Zhang Xunyu was stunned for a while. Yes, Zia Zioachin was right, so he took out all the pearls in his pocket. Anyway, he would have a lot of pearls in the coming future. In the end, they couldn't find a proper place to put these mid-quality pearls, so Han Fei just threw them under the treehouse. And he went to the mountain to cultivate. Han Fei avoided the crowd and could not wait to find a place to sit down. Deduce! 50,000 points of spiritual energy disappeared in a blink of an eye. Soon, new data came out. Existing art. Spirit-absorbing war body, incomplete. Spirit level, divine quality, remarks. A technique of body tempering tempers the acupoints all over your body with pure spiritual energy to cast a spirit-absorbing war body and can continuously gather spiritual energy from the void in combat. Fuse with the incomplete monograph on 108 ways of body polishing or not. Is that okay? Fuse. Suddenly, the incomplete monograph on 108 ways of body polishing disappeared, and so did spirit-absorbing war body. Instead, a new body tempering technique called 108 spirit-absorbing war bodies appeared. 108 spirit-absorbing war bodies, demon level, divine quality, remarks. The human body is like a funnel, having 108 branch acupoints and 36 main acupoints, all of which are fatal. Once one tempers all these acupoints with pure spiritual energy using this art, a spirit-absorbing war body can be created, which can continuously gather spiritual energy from the void in combat. Deduced art, unknown degree of completion. 0/1 million Han Fei was not surprised. Demon level? Shouldn't it be at the venerable level? Fang Zi once said that the combat skill was used by venerable level strong masters. However, it was still higher than spirit level. Unfortunately, it was not a heaven-level divine quality art. Otherwise, it would be an ideal technique for him. Seeing that it required 1 million points of spiritual energy to deduce it again, Han Fei immediately gave up. I don't have that much spiritual energy now. The ultra-quality spiritual stones should be used to upgrade my void fishing to the 3rd level. However, he needed to wait for a thunderstorm. Otherwise, it would be too loud. Except for the ultra-quality spiritual stones, he only had less than 100 pieces of low-quality spiritual stones left. All the spiritual energy, he had totaled less than 1 million points. Han Fei did not stop as he continued to deduce War God Bow. He didn't even blink his eyes to spend the 100,000 points of spiritual energy required. War Soul Bow, Heaven Level, High Quality, remarks. The fully developed 9-bow combat skill deduced from the War God Bow shot 2 arrows each time, one of which attacks the enemy's body and the other the enemy's soul. The 9 arrows can fuse together. Deduced art. Unknown degree of completion. 0/100,000 shoot and helip. Han Fei was speechless. 100,000 points of spiritual energy? Seriously? Then will it be 10 million points required for the next deduction? Are you robbing me? Han Fei was stunned. He had thought that he could get a heaven-level, divine-quality art and helip. Shit, 100,000 points of spiritual energy were wasted. Suddenly, a large number of war bow techniques appeared in his mind. This was a real trump card combat skill. Once he mastered it, who could stop him? Although it was not of divine quality, it was the 2nd strongest combat skill after indestructible body. As for the million knife art, Han Fei temporarily gave up. He didn't have so many knives. He needed at least 1 million points of spiritual energy to refine 1 million mortal-level knives. Even if he would only refine 1,000 knives, he had no place to store them. The secret of the demon purification pot couldn't be exposed anyway. 3 days later, Han Fei was panting on the ground, his body covered with a layer of dirt. The 108 spirit-absorbing war bodies was much more powerful than the incomplete monograph on 108 ways of body polishing. It took him 3 days to practice it, but the effect was great. With its help, he broke his upper limit of spiritual energy. He didn't continue to practice the art. Body tempering was the most time-consuming. These days, Han Fei felt more than once that someone was sneaking up on him. Needless to say, it was definitely Xia Zairochen. Han Fei wanted to refine a longbow, but he had no material. There was only 1 purple bone left of the stuff that he got from the hexagon starfish. He couldn't make a bow only with it. A bow should at least have a string. Huh! Suddenly, Han Fei pulled out his double knives, and the next moment, Xia Zairochen rushed up. Clang and helip, Han Fei did not make the effort to dodge the attack, and he was stabbed in the shoulder by Xia Zairochen. Xia Zairochen came up and stared at his shoulder. Xia Zairochen was curious. How is it? Has it bled? Han Fei tore the clothes a little, only to see red blood. He was slightly shocked. You broke my defense? Xia Zairochen immediately laughed happily. Ha. I made it and helip. Han Fei was a little speechless. So you just took me as a human shield? It turned out that the indestructible body was not sturdy enough. He still had to cultivate harder. Han Fei was frustrated. What's your combat skill called? Xia Zairochen said proudly. Supreme Stab. It is said that with this combat skill, one once successfully stabbed one of the Venerable and Helip. Unfortunately, it is not clear what level the Venerable was at, but he was probably very strong. Han Fei was very upset. Why did he become the new human shield in the place of Lorengquang? He didn't want it. Where are the others? Xia Zairochen put away her daggers. Quangquang's armor art is a weapon control technique. It can both attack and defend. Now he has almost finished practicing it, so he is eating hot pot under the mountain. Xiaobai has mastered her death replacement art in one day. As for Zhang Xuanyu, well, his mystic fatal rod is a bit weird. With this art, his rod will have a shadow that can directly attack the enemy's soul. Its attack power is not strong, but can make people lose their minds for a while, but it doesn't work on me. Are you showing off to me? Han Fei questioned. Xia Xiaochen looked at Han Fei up and down. Yes, what about you? Didn't you take the million knife art? Why have you been tempering your body these past few days? Han Fei pointed his finger at her. I knew it was you, but I don't have enough knives yet. Xia Xiaochen sneered. Aren't you rich? Buy them, you can buy at least 100 knives in Linglong Tower. Han Fei raised his hand to smell himself and said a bit disgustedly, the million knife art is my trump card combat skill. I don't think I need to use it in the Blue Sea arena, so I can practice it later. I'm going to take a shower. Would you like to do it together with me? A cold light instantly shot at him and Han Fei ran away, muttering, Okay, I'm sorry. Mind your manners. Xia Xiaochen was very angry. She liked teasing others but had never been teased by others before meeting Han Fei. How dare him? When she becomes stronger, she would teach this guy a good lesson. Half an hour later, Han Fei appeared at the dinner table. He picked a piece of mushroom up and threw it in his mouth. Le Renqueng pointed at him angrily. Why are you thinner again? Han Fei was elated. I told you that my being fat was only temporary. I was actually thin and handsome. Zhang Xuanyu stuck his head over. Were you as handsome as me? Get lost. Luo Xiaobai shushed them. Okay, everyone is here. Let's go to the Blue Sea arena after the meal. Han Fei was surprised. Why the rush? Luo Xiaobai said flatly. The 100-game winning streak in the Blue Sea arena is just the first step. Don't doubt that the second brocade sachet must be about the sea or even the level 3 fishery. That's where we should go. Le Renqueng ate a piece of meat. Level 3 fishery. I haven't even been to the level 2 fishery. Zhang Xuanyu said lazily, then go to the level 2 fishery to have a look. If you can handle it, then go to the level 3 fishery. After the meal, the 5 of them marched out of the school energetically. This was the first time they had gone out of school and gone to the stage. What they represent was not themselves, but the school behind them. Behind them. Xiao Zhan looked at their receding figures. Old Bai, guess how long it will take them to win 100 games? Old Bai mumbled, 3 months. I don't think so. Although they are not yet proficient in wielding their spiritual beasts, it will take them at most 2 months. Chapter 155 Linglong Tower. The Blue Sea Town Arena, less than a kilometer away from the Linglong Tower, occupied an area of nearly 3 football fields. Xia Xiaochen asked, Shall we buy uniforms? Han Fei glanced at the fish skin-like tights on his body, and he was used to its ugliness. They happened to pass by the Linglong Tower, and Han Fei scratched his belly. Yes, Zhang Xuanyu's eyes lit up. I want sea silk, it's super nice. As soon as they stepped up the stairs, someone had come up to greet them. May I help you? Choosing Linglong Tower, you've chosen an attitude and help. Zhang Xuanyu said impatiently, We want to buy clothes, sea silk specifically. We are not short of money, so show us your best. Han Fei was speechless. You are not short of money. Your mid-quality pearls were given to you by me. The shop assistant was full of smiles. Yes, do you want uniforms or different styles? Han Fei asked. What is the uniform like? The shop assistant led the crowd into the door and smiled. You are quite similar in behavior and so young, and there are 5 of you, so I guess you must have come to participate in the games in the Blue Sea arena. Am I right? The Linglong Tower is known for its expertise in designing uniforms for different teams. Xia Xiaochen asked, Are there uniforms suitable for girls? Sure. Linglong Tower sells everything you need. When they stepped into the door of the Linglong Tower, the 4 others gasped in shock. Han Fei blushed. Cough, you guys are so embarrassing. Watch how I act and follow me, okay? Xia Xiaochen scoffed. Blah, and hellip. Han Fei looked at the so-called Linglong Tower, which was indeed extraordinary. Its single layer was more than 10 meters high, and the ceiling was inlaid with gold and diamonds. The ground was laid with some kind of white jade, and the octagonal columns were carved with seaweed reliefs. The whole house looked like a magnificent palace. Han Fei glanced at the counters. The first floor was just some stones, fishing rods, weapons, pills, and clothing, but the prices shocked him. A mortal level, high-quality rod cost 588 mid-quality pearls. Han Fei looked at his purple bamboo rod and thought maybe he should change rods. And the clothes were made of sea hemp, which was only a bit better than fish skin and no different from linen, but they charged 188 mid-quality pearls. After a while, a row of clothes was pushed out by the shop assistant. There were more than 10 pieces on it, and they were blue and white with a silk-like texture. Xia Xiaochen took Luo Xiaobai's hand, ran over, picked a set of girls' clothes, and laid it on her body. The shop assistant smiled and said, "Miss, this dress may be a bit big, but it's no problem. Our tailor can alter it for you. Only 200 mid-quality pearls are needed, and it can be done immediately." But Xia Xiaochen muttered, "This one is beautiful. This one is nice too. Wow, this is the best in Helip." Le Renqueng nodded. "This is good, not too tight." The others were also excited. They finally experienced the life of rich people. Only Han Fei covered his face, pretending not to know them. Seeing this, the shop assistant immediately ran to Han Fei. "Sir, you don't like our clothes? You can rest assured that our clothes can be enlarged at random. I'm sure you can wear them." Han Fei snorted. "What do you mean? Are you implying I am fat? They're so-so. Do other teams also wear these? It'll be embarrassing if we wear the same as the others in the arena." The shop assistant still smiled. "It won't happen. Our Linglong Tower's clothes only have one set. I can assure you that you won't find anyone wearing the same as you in the entire arena." Han Fei nodded quietly. "Okay." However, the shop assistant still smiled. "But sir, this is a new series, so if you want to buy it, you may have to buy the whole dozen." Han Fei raised his eyebrows. "Huh." The shop assistant said apologetically, "If you don't buy them all, we will have to destroy them. This cost will be great. Please understand us." Han Fei frowned. "How much are they?" The shop assistant smiled. "It's not expensive, only 5,000 mid-quality pearls." Pu and Helip. Le Renqueng was so scared that he threw the clothes in his hand away and almost hit the shop assistant's head with his weapon box. "These clothes cost 5,000 mid-quality pearls. Are you robbing people?" Han Fei was also stunned. "Are you kidding me?" However, Han Fei did not panic at all but instead asked, "Is the design and the quality worth 5,000? The shop assistant still smiled. "Whether the design or the quality, it is worth the price. Any piece of clothing here can resist the attack of mortal-level low-quality weapons without being damaged." Xia Xiaochen looked earnestly at Han Fei. Although she felt these clothes were expensive, they looked so beautiful. Han Fei scratched his belly helplessly and said to the shop assistant, "Tell your tailor, I have a set of design drafts that are 10 times the worth of these clothes. If she wants, she can come out and take a look. If she doesn't, it's okay. 5,000 mid-quality pearls is not much. I'll buy them." The shop assistant finally lost his smile and looked at Han Fei in amazement. Is this fatty bragging? Xia Xiaochen found that Han Fei could do anything. She couldn't help asking, "Han Fei, can you design clothes?" Han Fei smiled. "One of the attributes of a genius is his omnipotence." Bah, narcissistic fatty. The shop assistant immediately entered the inner level of Linglong Tower. He was thinking that if Han Fei had 5,000 mid-quality pearls, it was not strange that he had such a design. Soon, a graceful, charming woman walked out. She glanced at Han Fei and the others and said lazily, "Who said he had a design worth 10 times my clothes?" Han Fei smiled. "Me?" The beautiful woman looked at Han Fei and said, "Sir, you can't just say anything you like. If you can't come up with such a design, you'll have to buy all these clothes." Han Fei raised his head with a smile. 5,000 mid-quality pearls is nothing in my eyes. Bring me a pen and paper." The beautiful woman was surprised and nodded to the shop assistant, who left quickly. The beautiful woman smiled and said sweetly, "Phew, it seems that you're very rich. 5,000 mid-quality pearls is nothing in my eyes." Han Fei patted his belly. "This is just a small sum of money. As long as I want, I'm able to compete with your Linglong Tower, but I am too lazy to do business." The corner of the beautiful woman's mouth twitched. She just wanted to slap this brat to the ground. How arrogant he is. Compete with the Linglong Tower? Who does he think he is? Soon, the pen and paper came out. Luo Xiaobai whispered to Han Fei, "Okay? Sure." Luo Xiaobai suddenly glimpsed Zhang Xunyu slobbering at the beautiful woman and kicked him before shouting, "Manners." Han Fei took the pen and drew without hesitation. Soon, the graceful postures of several women appeared on the paper. Han Fei drew 8 women who were walking, sitting, or standing still. They wore different styles of clothes, including short skirts, ancient-style clothing, cheongsams, and so on, and the beautiful woman's eyes were glued to the paper. Half an hour later, Han Fei put down the pen and said proudly, "How much do you think it's worth?" The beautiful woman took a deep look at Han Fei and said solemnly, "Good design. It outlines the woman's body so perfectly." "Sir, do you know the girl's body well?" Han Fei immediately blushed. "No, this is just my aesthetics. It is my appreciation of the perfect creatures created by heaven and earth. I am just appreciating it and help. Well, just answer my question." Titter and help. Zhang Xuanyu looked up at the sky. Luo Xiaobai looked down at the ground. Xia Xiaochen snorted. Han Fei is a lecher indeed. The beautiful woman blinked at Han Fei. "It is dozens of times better than my crude works. I wonder if you can sell your design to Linglong Tower. Of course, I'll offer you a fair price. You can choose a commodity worth 50,000 mid-quality pearls in our store." "Wow!" The eyes of the others almost popped out and help. Is it so easy to make money? Within half an hour, Han Fei got clothes for free and earned 50,000 mid-quality pearls. Zhang Xuanyu hugged Han Fei's neck. "Fei Fei, say yes and help," Han Fei said crossly. "Shut up, you're putting me down." Zhang Xuanyu. "And help." Xia Xiaochen tugged at the hem of Han Fei's shirt and whispered, "Can you not sell it? I think the clothes you painted look better. We can buy some cloth and make them ourselves." Luo Xiaobai added, "I agree." Han Fei just ignored them. These shallow women didn't know he had better designs. Han Fei waved his hand. "Sell it, I have a better design." Xia Xiaochen's eyes lit up. "Really? Then and help, let's buy some cloth and make the clothes ourselves." Luo Xiaobai frowned and stared at the drawing. "I still think this is good. Roar and help." Suddenly, storm-like cheers came from a short distance and everyone turned to look. The beautiful woman said, "Some team must have won and the audience is cheering. Sir, there are many good things in our shop which can increase your probability of winning." Chapter 156 Blue Sea Arena. The beautiful woman frowned as Han Fei's words were a big shock. This boy still had a better design. The beautiful woman immediately said, "Sir, can you sell me your other design?" Han Fei shook his head. "Not for sale. I said money was not the problem. I want to give it away as a gift." The beautiful woman really wanted to kick this prodigal boy out of the Linglong Tower. However, there was still a smile on her face. "What do you want to buy, sir?" Han Fei said with a smile. "What do you recommend, beauty?" The beautiful woman narrowed her eyes. 50,000 mid-quality pearls was a lot of money, but Han Fei didn't seem to want to exchange it for money, but instead asked her to recommend a commodity. This was interesting. The beautiful woman asked, "Have you heard of spiritual weapons? Since we're friends, I can give you a low-quality spiritual weapon." Han Fei thought to himself, "I can refine weapons myself. Besides, I don't need a spiritual weapon now." Although Xia Xiaochen secretly poked his waist, he still shook his head. "No need." The beautiful woman smiled. "Our Linglong Tower also has a lot of high-quality spiritual fruits, which contain a lot of spiritual energy and are suitable for you to eat." Zhang Xuanyu said quickly, "Fei Fei, say yes." Han Fei shook his head again. "It's just spiritual fruit. There are tons of spiritual fruits in the sea. I can pick them myself, so no, I don't want those." Le Renqueng tugged at his sleeve and whispered, "How troublesome are they to pick yourself?" "Say yes." Han Fei shook his head. "It's just something I can get by moving my fingers. I want something that we can't get by ourselves for now." The beautiful woman thought about it for a moment, and she seemed to be struggling a bit. Finally, she said, "You need neither weapons nor spiritual fruits. There is something suitable for you. Have you ever heard of sea-swallowing seashells?" Luo Xiaobai was surprised. "But a sea-swallowing seashell is worth much more than 50,000 mid-quality pearls." The beautiful woman smiled. "Yes, but Linglong Tower wants to make a deal with Mr. Han Fei. If you don't develop a clothing business in the Blue Sea town in the future, I can give you the sea-swallowing seashell." Han Fei rolled his eyes. "Okay," the shop assistant exclaimed. "Miss Yuling, the sea-swallowing seashell is worth." The beautiful woman gave the shop assistant a cold glance, and the latter immediately shut up and went upstairs. Han Fei shrugged. "Relax, I am not interested in the apparel business. and this drawing can make you 10 times the money you paid today." The beautiful woman just smiled and said nothing. Han Fei beckoned, "Let's go. Change your clothes quickly. We are here for the games, don't waste time here." When they entered the locker room, the beautiful woman frowned and said to a waiter behind her, "Find out about this boy's background." 5 minutes later, Han Fei said, holding a small seashell in his hand, "Bye." After leaving the Linglong Tower, Xia Ziochen hurriedly said, "Let me see how big it is." It is said that the internal space of a sea-swallowing seashell is as large as tens of square meters. Le Renqueng drew near curiously. "Oh, I was too shy to ask just now. Is there such a treasure in this world?" Zhang Xuniu shook his head. "I hadn't heard of it either." Luo Xiaobai said flatly, "The internal space can be big or small. This is only known at the moment when a sea-swallowing seashell is opened, but it is generally not too big." Han Fei scratched his belly. He didn't ask either. He had been pretending to be a know-it-all. How could he say he didn't know? Luo Xiaobai was excited. "Try it, see how big the space is." Han Fei blinked. "How do I try it?" Everyone, and Le Renqueng was helpless. "So you don't know either?" Han Fei chuckled. "I just guessed this thing was very valuable from their expressions." Everyone, Luo Xiaobai scoffed. "There are 2 ways to check its internal space. Inject spiritual energy, and this seashell will detect your spiritual energy. Then you can open it with your thoughts and store things in it." Han Fei's hand flashed with spiritual energy, and then he said, "Smaller than 5 square meters. Not bad, they are generally only about 3 or 4 square meters. Of course there are big ones, but they are hard to get." Han Fei was surprised. Why did Luo Xiaobai know so much about these? Han Fei immediately asked, "Pardon me, but why are you all so poor?" The 4 others all fell silent. Zhang Xuanyu said leisurely, "You may not believe it that only after I met you did I first touch a mid-quality pearl." Han Fei, Le Renqueng sighed. "When I was in the village, after paying the fish tax, what I earned was not even enough for me to buy food." Han Fei. Luo Xiaobai added, I didn't buy anything with money." Han Fei, unknown. Xia Ziochen didn't speak but passed him the bag in her hand. "Throw the clothes in." Han Fei was shocked. What kind of torture did these people once suffer? Why were they all so miserable? With a thought from Han Fei, the bag in his hand disappeared and then appeared in his hand again in the next second. Under Le Renqueng's and Zhang Xuanyu's envious gaze, Han Fei put away the seashell and smiled. "It's interesting. Now I have a place to put my money." Everyone, Luo Xiaobai suggested, "Didn't you choose the million knife art? You can also put your knives in it." Lost in thought, Han Fei nodded casually. "Yes, when I have enough knives." Han Fei was in a good mood. "Besides this Cheongsam, I also have a Tang suit, Han suit, Mori girl style, and Well style." At this moment, they had put on the sea silk uniforms, which looked very classy. In these clothes, their rate of second glances had increased. Of course, the passerby were mainly attracted by their clothes. The Blue Sea arena, the crowd of people kept flooding in and out of the arena. In the hall, the ticket office was overcrowded. Luo Xiaobai went straight to the consultation desk and said, "We wish to sign up for a team competition." The staff member was stunned. "A student team?" he said with a frown. "Kids, we use real weapons here. The 3 academies have warned us more than once. If you are injured, we'll be in serious trouble." Luo Xiaobai said with a cold face, "We are not from the 3 academies. We are from Thug Academy." "Thug Academy?" Xia Ziochen added, "the 4th academy." The staff member was confused. When did the 4th academy have students? Never heard of it. "Kid, when did your school start?" "It's always open. It's just that nobody's paying attention." The staff smiled helplessly. "Fine, since you insist, please tell me your strength so that we can arrange opponents for you." Luo Xiaobai continued, "I'm a junior great fishing master and manipulator." "Huh?" The staff member was shocked and his look changed dramatically. Was there a student who was a great fishing master in the 4th academy? Xia Ziochen went next. "I'm a junior great fishing master and hunter." Then Le Renqueng. "I'm a junior great fishing master and armorist." Han Fei was up. "I'm a junior great fishing master and spirit gatherer." And finally, Zhang Xunyu said, "I'm a peak-level fishing master and soul warrior." Click. The pen in the staff's hand fell to the ground, but he shivered and ran away like crazy. Zhang Xunyu shrugged. "You must have scared him. I should report it first." "Is there any difference? You'll be a junior great fishing master soon." After a while, a middle-aged man came from inside the arena. As he walked, he asked the staff, "Where are they? Did you keep them?" "Sir, they are in the hall." The middle-aged man glanced quickly and immediately went to them wearing a big smile. "Hello, I'm Bao Jin, the person in charge of the Blue Sea Arena. Please come inside. Sorry for making you wait. Please follow me." A moment later, in a private room, Bao Jin said with a smile, "It's an honor that you can come to participate in the competition. In particular, the collocation of your professions is perfect, so please allow us to make a test for you." Luo Xiaobai asked indifferently, "How will you test us?" Bao Jin smiled. "Since you've come to the arena, how about having a fight in the arena?" "Of course, because you are mostly great fishing masters, the opponent team we arrange for you won't be weak, which also consists of peak-level fishing masters and junior great fishing masters." Luo Xiaobai nodded. "Okay, how soon?" Bao Jin thought to himself, "Why are you in such a hurry?" However, this was the fourth academy. They hadn't appeared in the Blue Sea Arena for 30 years. Why did they suddenly come here today? Bao Jin patted his chest. "It'll be quick, at most half an hour." "Okay, let's wait here." Chapter 157, Thug Legend. In the VIP room where Han Fei and the others stayed, they could directly see the arena. The room was quaintly decorated. The decorative patterns were of seagrass glyphs and fish grass sculptures, and the seats were made of polished corals. There were even springs in the corners of the room. The wall facing the arena had no windows, but fences and large cutouts so that the people in the room could watch the games clearly. At this moment, there were two fishing master-level teams fighting in the arena. The fight was quite intense. Someone had been pierced by a spear, but no one had died. There were people engaged in 5 major professions in both teams. One was a manipulator, and the other was a soul warrior. Han Fei was surprised. "What if people are injured in the arena?" Zhang Xunyu answered, "There are spirit gatherers treating them. By the way, since spirit gatherers can heal injuries, can you?" Han Fei raised his eyebrows. "Really? Why haven't I heard of this?" Luo Xiaobai said. "It depends on the direction you chose. Didn't you choose the water control technique? Don't bite off more than you can chew. Healing technique also takes time to learn." Han Fei complained in his heart. "Old Jiang was too much. He didn't even teach me any healing techniques. What if I'm injured?" Zia Xiaochen added, "Don't be afraid. You're so shameless that your skin must be very thick and can't be pierced through." "Thank you, but if I master healing techniques, you can benefit from it too." "No, I must go back and learn the healing techniques." Le Renqueng said, "You speak as if you can learn them immediately. Doesn't it take a lot of time?" Han Fei snorted. "If I told you I became a spirit gatherer in 6 days, your eyes would pop out in shock." Soon, one of the teams took the upper hand. Although the manipulator was strong, his teammates couldn't resist the soul warrior of the other team, so the manipulator had to retreat one step after another. Zhang Xuanyu sighed. "Stupid. Kill the soul warrior first." Zia Xiaochen scoffed. "Do you think they don't want to?" When they were discussing intensively, someone knocked on the door. Bao Jin came and smiled. "Kids, are you ready?" "Yes." Bao Jin continued. "Okay, your opponent has arrived and is preparing. Please come with me. Oh, by the way, does your team have a name? Our host can give you a promotion when introducing you." Han Fei looked up at him. "Thug Legend." Bao Jin, "Unknown." Zhang Xuanyu explained, "It means the legend of several thugs." The corner of Bao Jin's mouth twitched. "Legend. You mean you kids win the game first?" On the backstage, Luo Xiaobai naturally played the role of captain. She looked at the team members and said, "Xiaochen, solve the other party's manipulator as soon as possible. Zhang Xunyu, get rid of their spirit gatherer. Le Renqueng, their soul warrior is yours. Han Fei, if I've guessed right, our opponent's hunter will mainly attack you and me. So stay by my side and find a chance to solve their hunter." Han Fei said casually, "We don't know anything about the other party. Will they have 2 soul warriors or 2 hunters?" Luo Xiaobai thought for a while. "Then let's fight free and choose our target respectively, but we must defeat them quickly to display the power of the Thug Academy." Zia Xiaochen smiled happily. "No problem. As long as their manipulator and spirit gatherer are not abnormally strong like Han Fei, it'll be easy to defeat them." Le Renqueng patted his armor box. "Okay, I only need to block their soul warrior. That's simple." After a moment, in the arena, someone was shouting loudly, My dear friends, your tickets today are simply worth the money. You have no idea what miracle you have encountered. The legendary 4th Academy sent 5 students to participate in this tournament. What? 4th Academy, aren't they farmers? Yes, there is only a plantation over there. Do they still have students? Where did they get the students? Have they recruited students? The host continued. Like everyone, when I heard this news, I was shocked too. But the fact is so. I have to tell you that this time, the 4th Academy sent a perfect team, and its 5-person team is a perfect combination, including a soul warrior, an armorist, a manipulator, a spirit gatherer, and a hunter. Where is the applause? Where are cheers? Clap, clap. The sparse applause sounded, and there were no cheers at all, although Han Fei and his teammates were a so-called perfect combination. The host was a little embarrassed, but he still continued. It is even more incredible that only one of the 5 teenagers is a peak-level fishing master, and the other 4 are all junior great fishing masters. Surprised? Shocked. What you are about to see is a showdown between great fishing masters. Let's welcome our 4th Academy team with a warm applause. They are the Thug Legend. The 5 of them entered the arena, and their faces beamed with confidence and pride. Zhang Xuanyu said to Han Fei, "The host is quite energetic, but his introduction is too casual. Why didn't he introduce our spiritual beasts?" Le Renqueng whispered, "Something like a spiritual beast is better to display on the spot. If he introduced them in advance, there won't be a sense of anticipation." Zia Ziochen was very excited. "I'll kill the manipulator first." The host suddenly shouted excitedly, "Now, welcome our other team. They are already our old acquaintances. They used to be the champion of fishing master-level fights. They are 3 Swordsmanship League. Can they who have double soul warriors continue to maintain their legacy? Let's welcome the 3 Swordsmanship League. Hooray!" Han Fei glanced at the host and said, "This host really has the gift of gab." When Han Fei looked at Zia Ziochen, he found that the girl was waving at the stands. Han Fei was helpless. "Zia Ziochen, what are you doing? Who are you waving your hand at? Nobody pays you any attention." Zia Ziochen tilted her head. "I'm saying hello to them and telling them I'm going to kill everyone." Unknown, in the stands, someone was puzzled. "Are the students of this 4th Academy strong? Is such a pretty little girl a great fishing master?" Someone added, "They haven't experienced any actual combat, so their combat power must not be reliable." "I bet they'll lose," someone nodded. "Perhaps the 4th Academy gave them excessive resources to make them great fishing masters in order to gain fame, but they came to the wrong place. In the arena, people fight for real. On the field, the other team had 1 woman and 4 men. The woman was a manipulator. In front of her was a burly man, covered in heavy armor, who was an armorist. At the forefront, there were 2 soul warriors. And there was also a skinny man holding a dagger who was a hunter. Han Fei pouted his lips. "Look, I guessed right, but they don't have a spirit gatherer." Zia Ziochen smiled. "This kind of quick battle doesn't need a spirit gatherer." Han Fei froze for a while. "So, I'd better act as a soul warrior?" With that, Han Fei stomped, and then a spirit gathering circle appeared. Zhang Xuanyu glared at Han Fei. "Shameless," the host shouted. "Wow, the spirit gatherer of the Thug Legend has been ready. Okay, I announce that the game has officially started." In the stands, someone wondered, "Is this spirit gatherer a fool? Why did he expose himself from the very beginning? Doesn't he know the other team has a hunter?" "Forget it, I think it will be a wonderful battle. I didn't expect this group of students to be the kind of green hands with no actual combat experience." In the field, Zia Ziochen and the other team's hunter disappeared at the same time. Zhang Xuanyu and Le Renqueng exchanged a glance. They would solve 1 soul warrior each. In the blink of an eye, there were only Han Fei and Luo Xiaobai left on this side. In front of the manipulator of the other team was the armorist. In the stands, the audience was bursting out with curses. "Thug my ass, they're going to lose." Yes, their armorist doesn't protect their spirit gatherer and manipulator. Are they stupid? Boring, I thought this would be interesting. Even the host was speechless. How should I comment on this battle? Are they a group of idiots? In the cursing voices, Han Fei suddenly moved. In the audience's eyes, the spirit gatherer took out double knives and hacked at his opponent. He moved so fast that an arc was drawn in the air. Rotating blade? For a time, sparks flew in the air. Han Fei grinned ferociously and pulled the purple bamboo rod in his hand like using a slingshot, and a figure was struck out by Han Fei from the invisible state. The next second, dozens of vines bound the hunter in a blink of an eye. Han Fei stepped through the wind. Spiral strike. Bam! A huge cloud of dust rose and the other party's hunter fell to the ground without even touching Han Fei, vomiting blood, and unable to get up at all. In the stands, everyone was stunned. So was the host. Aren't you a F-seeking spirit gatherer? Were you teasing us by deliberately making a spirit gathering circle? It turns out that you're a F-seeking soul warrior. Chapter 158, Return of the Thug Academy. The host responded first and shouted at the sky. Dear friends, just as you see this player Han Fei, he turned out to be both a spirit gatherer and soul warrior. That's too strong. It only took him less than a minute to defeat the hunter of the 3 Swordsmanship League. The audience was amazed. Gosh, he is both a spirit gatherer and soul warrior. Is this kid a monster? How can he be so strong? I'm really messed up. I bet 100 mid-quality pearls on the 3 Swordsmanship League. Wow, the fatty beat his opponent so easily. The audience hadn't finished the discussion when the host exclaimed, Not good, the hunter of the 3 Swordsmanship League is defeated. Over there, several shadows bypassed the opponent's armorist. As Xia Xiaochen's shadow streaked across, the opponent's manipulator responded very quickly and wrapped himself with a large piece of seaweed. To the audience's shock, however, a big hole was instantly made in the middle of the seaweed. Haunting shadow, shadow stab, the manipulator didn't even have any time to respond. As a cold light flashed through the seaweed, Xia Xiaochen suddenly appeared in front of the armorist who was almost scared silly. Die! Clang! 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 Shields popped up from all directions around the armorist and swords and knives flew out of the armor box, but he couldn't keep up with Xia Xiaochen. At this moment, the seaweed behind the armorist had all disappeared. The female manipulator was already kneeling on the ground, covering her belly. She raised her hand and seemed to try to help her teammates with seaweed. But the next moment, her body was entangled with vines. The host looked shocked and excited. Wow, what do we see? The beautiful hunter of the thug legend knocked down the opponent's manipulator within a minute. Now she is confronting the opponent's armorist head-on. The host couldn't believe what he saw. A hunter fought an armorist head-on. However, on the other side, Li Renqueng's armor box opened and weapons flew out one after another. They flew across the air and shuttled like shadows. Bam, bam, bam! The 2 soul warriors tried to block his attack with all their strength. However, Zhang Xuanyu suddenly roared, blood and chi burn. 7-layered waves in furious sea. Clang, clang, clang. Although Zhang Xuanyu was not yet a great fishing master, the visual effect of the 7-layered waves in furious sea was gorgeous, more shining than Han Fei's spiral strike. Before this, no one had ever thought that a soul warrior and an armorist could cooperate like this. The 2 soul warriors of the 3 Swordsmanship League were sent flying through the air in a blink of an eye. Xia Xiaochen and the armorist were still hacking each other. However, the armorist found that his weapons were getting less and less effective. To his shock, all his weapons were entangled in the air in vines. Shadow stab, Han Fei pulled his purple bamboo rod like using a slingshot again. Go! Clang! Crack! The armorist found himself in the air before he realized what happened. He was still thinking. Shit, I've just taken out my armor box. Why am I in the air? The host swallowed and didn't know what to say. The stands were silent. The audience was all stunned. Someone said blankly, I've just come in and haven't sat down yet and it's already over. Who? Thug legend. Thug legend, thug legend. The audience went crazy. At first, many people were still laughing at the thug legend, but in the next minute they had one. The host finally found his voice. Our thug legend won. It's so exciting. It only took them 1 minute to end the battle. Everyone in the thug legend has excellent combat powers and skills. Let's cheer for them. Where's the applause? Where are the cheers? Clap, clap, clap. Oh, thug, the host swallowed. Shit, how should I announce this? Even I didn't see clearly what combat skills the thug legend had used. In a private room, Bao Jin was dumbfounded. He rubbed his eyes and took a deep breath. 4th Academy? Are they going to come back? At the moment, Xia Xiaochen and the others were waving at the audience. Unlike the waving in the beginning, they waved quite casually this time. Li Renqueng was shouting, We are the thug legend from the 4th Academy of the Blue Sea Town. 4th Academy. 4th Academy? The audience shouted in excitement. Many of the audience members were students from the other 3 academies. Now they were stunned. What? 4th Academy? When did these students pop up? How are they so strong? Some people almost burst into tears. Damn, if I had known that the 4th Academy was so strong, I would have bet on them winning. And Han Fei and the others had returned to the backcourt lounge. Bao Jin was already waiting here. Bao Jin looked incredulous. Kids, are you really great fishing masters? Zia Zioachin said blankly. Of course. Although our academy only has 5 students, we can compete with the other 3 academies. Bao Jin gasped. He recalled the legend of the Blue Sea Arena, a legend about the 4th Academy. The Thug Academy once swept across the Blue Sea Arena, so now they… Gulp. Zhang Xunyu said lazily, when can we meet our next opponents? Bao Jin said with a wry smile, well, because your strength is beyond our expectations, we need to rearrange the fighting teams. Would you please come back tomorrow? Han Fei scratched his belly. No more fighting today? Bao Jin was helpless. I only arranged weak teams for you guys, and they wouldn't be able to hold out for 1 minute under your attacks. Besides, no team would be willing to fight you today. At this moment, he glimpsed behind the passage. A group of people were packing up and about to leave the arena. As soon as they saw Bao Jin, they complained, Old Bao, you should have chosen an opponent of a similar level for us. Did you mean to put us on the spot? Han Fei and his teammates had to go back to the academy. It was useless to wait there anyway. At the same time, the other 3 academies in Blue Sea Town were in an uproar. So were the people in the entire Blue Sea Town. Many people's first reaction was asking incredulously, are there still students in the 4th Academy? The 3rd Academy? Yi Nanfei smiled bitterly when he heard the news. Sure enough, when he heard Han Fei said that he was going to the 4th Academy, he knew that the 4th Academy was about to come back. The students who fought Han Fei that time all ran over and wanted to hear Yi Nanfei's opinion on this matter. Yi Nanfei instructed, go to the arena to watch their fight tomorrow. Maybe after watching it, you will know what kind of academy the 4th Academy is. It was the same for the other 2 academies. At the moment, the presidents of the 1st and 2nd academies were meeting. Bai Kanjai has finally found the heirs to the Thug Academy. Alas, the thugs are coming back. I don't know if it's a good thing or a bad thing. I still remember the tragedy that year. I don't know whether these little guys can go further or not. Well, if they have this strength, I am afraid that the top 100 list this year will be changed a lot. Alas, Chapter 159, the thugs deserve their reputations indeed. The next day, when Han Fei and his teammates arrived at the Bihai Arena, they found that it was already overcrowded. Countless people held tickets as they rushed inside. Han Fei scratched his belly. Wow, running an arena must be damn profitable. Zia Zioachin was helpless. We can't afford opening one. Le Renqueng clicked his tongue. Isn't the hot pot restaurant of the Fish Dragons going to open soon? It will also make a lot of money. Everyone despised him in their hearts. Are you thinking of making money? You just want to eat for free? Han Fei, Han Fei. Han Fei suddenly heard a familiar voice. Looking around, he saw He Zioyu, Wang Beiyu, Zia Washuang, and the others. Han Fei was surprised. Huh, why are you guys here? He Zioyu ran over and looked at Han Fei up and down. Did you really enter the 4th Academy? When Xiang Nan told me that, I didn't believe it. Wow, you are famous now. Famous? He Zioyu said excitedly. Yes. Do you know that these people all came to watch your team fight? Huh, Wang Beiyu smiled and said, I heard that you are all great fishing masters. Wang Beiyu's eyes flickered. As he expected, Han Fei did have secrets. He had been suspecting why Han Fei's strength improved so fast. Now, he was still an intermediate fishing master, but Han Fei was already a great fishing master. Han Fei smiled awkwardly and scratched his belly. Well, by a fluke. At this time, Zia Zioachin popped up from behind Han Fei and asked curiously, Is this your friend? Zhang Xuanyu smiled. Girl, I have something for you. He Zioyu gave Zhang Xuanyu a stunned look, her face slightly reddish. This man is so handsome. Huh, what is it? Zhang Xuanyu said with a smile, Open your hand. He Zioyu opened her hand foolishly, but Zhang Xuanyu held her hand. Me, do you want me? He Zioyu's little face immediately flushed. She was stunned for a while until Zhang Xuanyu was kicked away by Han Fei. Zhang Xuanyu said angrily. Fei Fei, you're too much. Han Fei smiled. Zhang Xuanyu, is your skin itchy? Zhang Xuanyu hid behind Lorengquang. You don't understand, there is a feeling called love at first sight. Zia Ziochen looked at Han Fei suspiciously. Ha. Han Fei, is this your little girlfriend? He Zioyu stared angrily. What kind of classmates do you have? Han Fei sighed. My fault, I shouldn't have made these friends. Are you guys coming in with us? He Zioyu's eyes flickered. Can we? Han Fei smiled. Sure. The thug legend had a VIP room in the arena. Through the window, they watched the arena where all seats were occupied and everyone was a bit shocked. Did all these people come to watch the thug legend team fight? Soon, Bao Jin came into the VIP room and said to Han Fei with a smile, Kids, according to your requirements, we have arranged the games you'll attend in the next 10 days. Today, we've invited 2 teams composed of great fishing masters. You will fight them respectively in the morning and afternoon. Of course, if you feel it's too much, I can move the game in the afternoon to tomorrow. Luo Xiaobai said coldly. Too few. Bao Jin. Unknown. Bao Jin was stunned. Too few? Le Renquing said. 2 games are too few, just invite as many teams as you can, we are in a hurry. Bao Jin. Unknown. Everyone. Unknown? Zia Ziochen continued. We mean at least 10 games a day. 2 games are too few, it's a waste of our time. Bao Jin gasped. These kids are really arrogant. 10 games a day. As the head of the arena, what he wanted was to make the best of the resources. If the thug legend came here every day, the arena would have so many audiences every day. Luo Xiaobai said indifferently, We will not go until we win 100 games. So you can arrange as many games as you can. Bao Jin gaped. 100-game winning streak? Is this their goal? Yes, in the history of the Blue Sea town, only 2 teams won this glory, and one of them was from the 4th Academy. Do they want to make a comeback now? But why are they so confident? They are only junior great fishing masters, aren't they? He Zaya Oyu and the others were stunned. What the hell? 100-game winning streak. But this place was full of strong masters. How could it be possible? Bao Jin said seriously, No problem, you can count on me. If you won't leave until you win 100 games, then I can guarantee that you can attend at least dozens of games every day. Bao Jin left excitedly. When he went out of the door, he clenched his fists excitedly. 100-game winning streak. The Blue Sea Arena rose to fame because of the 200-game winning streaks. If it appeared again, the Blue Sea Arena would come to a new height. Bao Jin said to one of his men, Come on, now, summon all the teams available. And inform the entire Blue Sea town that we invite all the great fishing master teams to participate in the games with a payment of 1,000 mid-quality pearls. If any team wins against the thug legend, they will win 10,000 mid-quality pearls. The waiter was stunned and Bao Jin growled, Go! In the VIP room, Xiang Nan exclaimed, Is your goal a 100-game winning streak? Wang Beiyu looked unconvinced. This has only happened twice in history, and the last one was more than 30 years ago. Luo Xiaobai calmly said, Records are bound to be broken. Let's go. The game is about to begin. Han Fei shrugged. She is the captain. She has the final say. Watching Han Fei and his teammates leave, he Zia Oyu and the others gaped. Zia Wushwang looked at Wang Beiyu. Do you think they can achieve their goal? Wang Beiyu frowned. In theory, it's almost impossible, but let's wait and see. Chen Qing asked He Zioyu, did you find that the little girl beside Han Fei is gorgeous? Xiang Nan nodded. Yes, Jia Tong looked at the others. Me too, Wang Beiyu smiled. Yes, He Zioyu, you have a competitor. He Zioyu scoffed. Gee, what are you talking about? Watch the game. With that, she turned her head away. That girl is really beautiful. Even I felt attracted to her. Is Han Fei in love with her? He Zioyu shook her head. No, Han Fei is so fat, no girl will fall in love with him. In the arena, the host was roaring. Today, from your cheers, I can see your enthusiasm for today's game. Yesterday, the Thug Legend team beat the 3 Swordsmanship League within a minute. Today, will the legend continue? Now let's welcome the first team today, Deep Sea Wild Wolves. It is worth mentioning that the captain of the Deep Sea Wild Wolves owns a powerful deep sea wolf fish. They used to dominate the level 2 fishery and they once won 7 battles in a row. Oh, come on, Deep Sea Wild Wolves. You must hold on for 1 minute. Brothers, if you don't want to die, play your trump card as soon as the game begins. The members of the deep-sea wild wolves were stunned. "What are you shouting? Is it certain that we'll be defeated? We are completely different from the kind of garbage teams like the Three Swordsmanship League." On the other side, Luo Xiaobai was analyzing the competition. Their captain Lin Lang is a hunter and has a deep-sea wolf fish. The team members are all hunters, all. Xia Xiaochen interrupted her. "Leave Lin Lang to me." "Okay, Lin Lang is yours. Han Fei, Le Renqueng, Zhang Xuanyu stay by my side. I'll tell you where they are. Let's defeat them in one blow." On the field, when the Thug Legend team walked out, the audience burst into a loud cheer. The host continued his announcements. "Thug Legend, let's look forward to their performance today. The game starts." In the spectator seats, at least hundreds of people from the three academies were watching. At the moment, they didn't speak. They needed to watch at least one game before they judged the strength of the Thug Legend. "Fuse!" Both sides shouted "Fuse," and only Han Fei shouted, "Attach!" However, his voice was drowned in the wave of cheers and no one heard it. All 5 members on the opposite side disappeared from the field. So did Xia Xiaochen. With Luo Xiaobai as the center, thousands of vines wriggled on the ground. In a minute, the 100-meter range was covered by dense vines. Clang, clang, clang. Somewhere on the field, Xia Xiaochen seemed to be fighting with Lin Lang. There were only glints of knives in the air and no figures could be seen. Suddenly, Luo Xiaobai said, 18 meters to the left. Le Renqueng immediately patted his armor box, and the flow of weapons poured out like a long dragon. 16 meters ahead left in the air. Zhang Xuanyu grinned. "Spirit strike, 7 layered waves in furious sea." Luo Xiaobai continued. Han Fei, 12 meters on the right and 8 meters behind. Chapter 160, a 10-game winning streak. As soon as Luo Xiaobai said so, 2 knives darted at Han Fei from behind. Then an astonishing scene appeared. Han Fei didn't move but pulled out his fishing rod. With a wave of his rod, the fishhook, like a wandering snake, shot out in an instant. Instant hook. At the moment Han Fei's fish hook shot out, hundreds of vines on the right of Luo Xiaobai suddenly jumped up. Spirit absorbing. Spiral strike. Han Fei jumped backwards. Everyone saw this fatty stepping through the air as his rod rotated like a spiral. Bam! A figure was sent flying, vomiting blood, and then he fell to the ground, tied tightly. On the other side, the vines were shattered, but the hunter was completely exposed to everyone's sight. Even though the vines were chopped madly, this person was still pulled to Han Fei. Slingshot. Go! The hunter was not given a chance to escape at all and was taken to his knees. On the other side, the hunter that Zhang Xuanyu faced was the most unlucky one. Before he realized what had happened, Zhang Xuanyu's rod had smashed at him. Being hit by the rod 7 times in a row, he passed out. Le Renqueng's opponent was slightly better. Hunters excelled in explosiveness and speed. Although he was cut all over his body, he managed to run away. But just after he ran away, the captain Lin Lang fell from the sky and laid on the ground groaning. The host was dumbfounded. How shall I commentate on the game? They are all invisible. The audience was silent. The students of the 3 academies who came to watch the game were shocked. Is this the 4th academy that they used to look down upon? Is this the strength of the perfect combination? In the VIP room, Xia Wushwang swallowed. Wow, they're strong, Xiangnan widened his eyes. They're not strong but super strong. The hunters have no power to fight back at all under their attacks. Chen Qing took a breath. That beautiful girl defeated the captain of the deep-sea wild wolves in half a minute. I haven't seen her appear. The moment she appeared, she had already won. He Xiaoyu patted her chest and took a deep breath. This battle had been beyond her understanding. In the stands, a student of the 1st Academy exclaimed, "Very strong, whether it's their cooperation or individual combat power." It was not that the deep-sea wild wolves were weak, but that their position was exposed as soon as they moved. The captain of the Thug Legend is a manipulator, and her perception ability is extremely strong. So they have nowhere to hide. A student of the 2nd Academy added, "No, we've got to tell this matter to the leaders of our school. We can't just sit by. Otherwise, the 4th Academy will become the #1 in the Blue Sea town in less than 3 days." Yi Nanfei from the 3rd Academy also came to watch the battle. He said calmly to the students around him, "Did you see that? This is the advantage of the perfect combination. Before the spirit gatherer shows up, the manipulator has already controlled the whole battlefield. Hearing his words, the students swallowed. Those who had fought Han Fei took a deep breath. The flexibility and power of this manipulator really opened their eyes. The 5 members of the 3 swordsmanship leagues were also watching. A big man touched his own head and said, "Haha, that's good. I thought this team would last longer, but they were defeated soon too. Their result is no better than ours." The female captain slapped him on the head. "What are you happy about? Is it something to be proud of to be crushed by a group of kids?" The host shouted. "They won again. The Thug Legend team continues to present us with a legendary battle. It only took them 1.5 minutes to win. My dear friends, what an amazing number it is. Let's cheer for the Thug Legend. Applaud. Thug Legend, Thug Legend." The arena accommodating more than 50,000 people was boiling. The deep-sea wild wolves were defeated in the blink of an eye, which proved the strength of the 4th Academy. They gathered around Luo Xiaobai but didn't go back to rest. Luo Xiaobai looked at the host. "Can we start the next game now?" The host was shocked. "Are you sure you don't need to rest?" "Yes." Someone in the stands shouted. "They don't need to rest. They crush their opponents so quickly that they aren't tired at all. Come on, get the next game started." The next game. With the surging hubbubs of the audience, the host stood up and stepped on the table with one foot. "Let's invite the second team. They once won 10 games in a row. Among them are a manipulator, a spirit gatherer, and 3 soul warriors. How will the Thug Legend win in the face of such a team? Let's wait and see. Now let's welcome the Armor Torrent team." Han Fei laughed. "Quang, let's solve them alone," Loren wondered. Now," Han Fei said indifferently, "our goal is a 100-game winning streak. Let's fight a quick battle." Loren sighed. "Okay. I feel that after achieving the goal, I can lose at least 50 pounds. Han Fei sighed. "Yes, we'll be more handsome than Zhang Xuanyu," the host shouted. "The game begins. Fuse." Then everyone saw Han Fei and Loren run to opposite sides like fools. What are they going to do? Do they want to fight 2-on-5? The eyes of the manipulator from the other team lit up. Do the 2 want to fight the 5 of us? The eyes of the 3 soul warriors also lit up. Are you serious? Do you guys think we are weaklings? Sprint! Han Fei and Loren suddenly rushed forward as fast as hunters. Scar of War Shadows. Violent War Body. These 2 fatties, like savage behemoths, pounced at their opponents head-on, but it was a pity that there was no armorist here. But even if there was one, so what? The duty of soul warriors was to stand on the front line and block all enemies. Bam! As dust rose, 2 figures shot out like arrows from a string. A soul warrior was startled and shouted, "Quick, control the 2 fatties." Zhang Xuanyu chuckled. "Hey, you should be careful of me, 7-layered waves in furious sea." Xia Xiaochen suddenly appeared beside the other party's spirit gatherer. "Who said I would fight the manipulator?" At the next moment, the 3 members of the other team lost their combat powers. As for the remaining 2, one was fighting Zhang Xuanyu hard, and the manipulator was dumbfounded. "I haven't used my combat skills, but the 3 of my teammates are already defeated. So I have to face the 2 fatties and a hunter alone?" In the end, the manipulator wrapped himself up. However, in less than a second, Xiaochen shattered his protective cover just like what she did to the 3 swordsmanship league. The remaining soul warrior surrendered. Okay, you won." The host, unknown. The host felt he was about to lose his job. The Thug Legend ended each game so quickly, he didn't even have the time to comment. Thug Legend. Thug Legend? The audience cheered one wave after another. Although the battle seemed simple, the Thug Legend had 2 landslide victories in a row. Their opponents had no power to fight back at all. Luo Xiaobai looked at the host. Next game, then, 1 game, 2 games, 5 games. In the ensuing battles, only a team with double armorists held up for 4 minutes. All other teams were defeated within 3 minutes. Outside the Blue Sea Arena, the staff had been shouting, "Betting has stopped for today. Betting has stopped for today." Someone said angrily, "Why stop? It said that the Thug Legend team has low odds." The staff thought to himself, "Shit, the odds are low, but we're still losing money. These thugs are so F-seeking strong. We've found them 10 opponents, none of which survived." In the 10th game, Han Fei made a spirit-gathering circle underfoot and infused spiritual energy directly into his 4 teammates' bodies. Soon, they were full of energy again. Luo Xiaobai shouted, "Next game." A member of the other party came out, however, said to the host, "We admit defeat." Then, he turned around and left. Li Renqueng cheered, "We've won 10 games." The others, "Unknown." Outside the arena, Bao Jin said helplessly to his men, "Change all their opponents to intermediate fishing master teams. Junior ones are no match for them at all." Chapter 161, Image Spokesperson. When they returned to the VIP room, He Xiaoyu and the others looked at them as if looking at a bunch of monsters, especially Xia Xiaochen and Luo Xiaobai. It could be said that Xia Xiaochen solved the captain of the other team, Luo Xiaobai controlled all the people who could be controlled, and Han Fei and the other 2 were just attacking. He Xiaoyu suddenly asked, "Are we going to eat hot pot?" Li Renqueng's eyes lit up. Yes, girl, you get me." Zhang Xunyu slapped Li Renqueng away. "Girl, how about going to our school to eat hot pot? There are mountains, rivers, and woods over there. Eating hot pot there will be a pleasure." He Xiaoyu took a step back. "Well, forget it," Han Fei said crossly. "That's enough. The fish dragons have already begun to purchase stores in the floating island. Now the hot pot restaurants are being renovated. Let's go there to eat." At this time, Bao Jin came to tell them, "Kids, you may have to wait for 3 days for the next game." Luo Xiaobai frowned. "Why so long?" Bao Jin said, wiping his sweat. "After all, it is not easy to find proper teams for you. In these 3 days, we'll try to find the best teams for you." Li Renqueng murmured, "Any team will do. We just want to finish the task as soon as possible so that we can get the second brocade sachet quickly." He Xiaoyu shot Li Renqueng a cold glare. "Shut up." Li Renqueng knew that he shouldn't say that and shut up quickly. But the other had heard him. Both Bao Jin and Wang Beiyu were wondering what the second brocade sachet meant. Bao Jin thought that they wanted a 100-game winning streak just to complete a task. Once the task was over, they wouldn't come again. And Wang Beiyu thought that Han Fei was doing what the first brocade sachet asked them to do. But this task was already so hard. What about the second one? Would there be a third one? Did the 4th Academy have any secrets? Outside the Blue Sea Arena, Han Fei and the others were surrounded as soon as they came out. "Thug legend! Thug legend!" The crowd was utterly excited. Many people raised their hands and cheered, and some swarmed around them. Of course, they didn't come for Han Fei and Li Renqueng. "Xia Xiaochen, I like you. Luo Xiaobai, I like you. Brother Yu, I like you so much. Brother Yu, want a girlfriend. I can stay with you. Brother Yu, I'd like to go to sea with you." Han Fei and Li Renqueng were dumbfounded beside them. What's wrong with these people? Are they only fans of the 3? Xia Xiaochen and Luo Xiaobai didn't have as many fans as Zhang Xunyu, especially Luo Xiaobai, who looked so cold. But Zhang Xunyu was different. There were so many girls shouting, "Brother Yu," fanatically, which was a bit hilarious. Zhang Xunyu seemed to be enjoying it, beckoning to the girls with a smile. "Han Fei, would you like to be my boyfriend?" Han Fei looked and his face turned green. It was a girl who was even chubbier than an ironhead fish. Han Fei immediately pushed Li Renqueng forward and shouted, "I'm already in love." "He isn't, he is looking for a girlfriend." Li Renqueng? Unknown. Li Renqueng was panicked. Although he was a fatty, it didn't mean that he liked fat girls. Xia Xiaochen's face turned green too. "I'm also in a relationship. I'm seeing Han Fei, get lost." Han Fei. Unknown. Xia Xiaochen glanced at Zhang Xunyu, who was beaming with smiles, and the terrified Li Renqueng, and explained to Han Fei in a low voice, "I can't say I'm in love with Xiaobai, right?" Gosh. Xiangnan almost fell to the ground. Xia Xiaochen, how could such a beautiful girl fall in love with Han Fei? Did she like fat people? Jia Tong murmured in disappointment, "Oh, I'm lovelorn. I seem to see a spirit swallowing fish dating an ironhead fish." "Oh, my eyes," Wang Beiyu. He Xiaoyu widened her eyes and pouted, stunned. Han Fei was stunned too. "Didn't you only want to make me a deal? When did I agree to be your boyfriend?" Many people began to howl and curse Han Fei. "Fatty, are you worthy of such a pretty girl? I'm gonna kill you. I challenge you to a duel." Only Zhang Xunyu was still smiling cheerfully. He even walked into the crowd, and many girls threw themselves at him, and he didn't reject it at all. Zhang Xunyu looked satisfied. Haha, please don't be excited. We're going to a fish dragon hot pot restaurant to eat hot pot. Does anyone go with me? Me. Let's go together. Brother you, I want to sit at the same table as you. Brother you, I can pick the dish for you. Brother you, I can pay the bill for you. Everyone. In the fish dragon hot pot restaurant, Li Gang was directing the workers to renovate the store. Hurry up, hang up the sign. We will start business tomorrow. Have you replenished the stock? Come on, put the fishes into water. Are the seasonings ready? From tomorrow on, we'll offer a 50% discount. We must have many customers. You guys go check the other shops. Have they been ready? All the 10 shops will be open at half price tomorrow. Suddenly, someone said, Brother Gang, you see? Li Gang shot up. See what? Just do your job. No, Brother Gang, it seems that someone has come to make trouble. Huh. Li Gang looked back and his face turned green. How many people are there? Thousands? Li Gang burst into a cold sweat. Come on, everybody run. No, it's too late. Remember to cover your heads when you are beaten by them. I'll turn to young master for help. But then, Li Gang saw Zhang Xuanyu. The guy was surrounded and pushed in by a group of little girl fans. Li Gang swallowed. Wait, it doesn't seem right. Zhang Xuanyu waved at Li Gang. Uncle Gang, prepare the hot pot. The customers are here. Li Gang, unknown, the members of the fish dragons, unknown, they were stunned. Our stores haven't opened yet. Are they already so famous? Li Gang shivered and shouted at the staff members, Move, open the doors to welcome the guests. Let's open in advance. Han Fei jumped from behind the crowd. Reserve the private room for me, my private room. Seeing Han Fei behind the crowd, Li Gang rushed upstairs immediately. After a moment, Li Gang failed to get Han Fei a private room. All the private rooms were occupied. He tried his best and could only get him a table in the hall. Li Gang almost cried. Young master, I'm so sorry. I failed to keep your room exclusive. Han Fei patted him on the shoulder. I know you have done your best. By the way, give each guest today 2 sets of fish dragon cards for free. Li Gang's eyes slit up. Yes, young master. Zia Xiaochen was curious. What are those? Han Fei smiled mysteriously. You will find out soon. The seats were all occupied. Some people who failed to get a seat left in disappointment, and some were still waiting for seats. Han Fei stood up and said, Please be quiet, everyone, listen to me. Someone muttered, Who wants to listen to you? Are you a beautiful girl? 2 sets of fish dragon cards appeared in Han Fei's hands and he said, The boss of the fish dragon hot pot restaurants is us, the thug legend. To thank you for your support, we offer all customers a 50% discount today. Wow, your shops. Isn't your 4th academy down and out? Are you trying to trick us into eating here? Han Fei shouted. Calm down. Be quiet, please listen to me. Today, you are not only offered a 50% discount, but we've also prepared a small gift for you. A gang, distribute the fish dragon cards. Dozens of members of the fish dragons served the fish dragon cards table by table. What are these? Isn't this the scale of green turtle? Huh, interesting. The scales have blade fish and tentacle lobster patterns, which are quite realistic. This carving technique is good. Han Fei, what are these used for? Yeah, what is this? Why are there numbers on the scales? Han Fei smiled. No hurry, let me show you, Gang. As Han Fei explained the rules, Li Gang and 3 others put a small table in the hall and they began to play fish dragon card. Soon, people learned how to play it. Someone muttered, Interesting, it seems fun. Someone shouted, Does anyone want to play cards with me? Let's make up a team of 4. Count me in. Chapter 162, Old Friends. The crowd immediately got addicted to playing with the cards. Soon, everyone was playing it in the hot pot restaurant. 3 and 2, 3 small white fish and 2 small white shrimp. 3 large yellow croakers and 2 small white shrimp. Crush you to death, 3 blade fish and 2 green turtles. A bomb, 4 tentacles lobsters. Hurry up. My tummy is making a noise. Han Fei was very satisfied with his commercial promotion. When he returned to his table, the others were already playing cards. Han Fei took a glance. Zia Xiaochen had lousy cards, the best one being a snake belt. Han Fei wondered, Where is Zhang Xuanyu? Zia Xiaochen pouted her lips as a signal. Above. Han Fei looked up, only to find that this bastard was sitting with a crowd of little girls on a table. Now he was surrounded by girls and some of them even tried to sit on his lap. Han Fei shivered. Shameless. How can a person be so shameless? Suddenly, Zia Zioachin said angrily to Han Fei, Han Fei, you are too much. Why didn't you introduce this to us earlier? Humph, Han Fei, unknown. Li Renquang echoed her, indeed, you should have shared these with us earlier. Han Fei said plainly, all play and no work is unproductive. We need focus. He Xiaoyu drew nearer. Han Fei, how did you train in the 4th Academy? Very hard, right? So your strength could improve so fast? As she spoke, she glanced at Zia Zioachin. Zia Zioachin played the card and said, we don't have regular training. We just practice, practice, and practice, and then we became great fishing masters. Zhang Xuanyu is too lazy to practice, so he is only a peak-level fishing master. He Xiaoyu. Unknown, Li Renquang smiled awkwardly. Zia Zioachin means to practice hard and slash as many people as possible. As long as you slash enough people, you will surely become a great fishing master. Zia Zioachin gnashed her teeth. Quang Quang, he Xiaoyu, Han Fei scoffed. Don't believe their bullshit, they practiced very hard. He Xiaoyu heaved a sigh of relief. That's right. Who can easily become a great fishing master? He Xiaoyu whispered to Han Fei, I'm already an intermediate fishing master. Han Fei was surprised. Then you are making rapid progress? He Xiaoyu complained. Who knows, you became a great fishing master so quickly. Wang Beiyu suddenly asked, will the Thug Academy enroll students this year? If you really accomplish a 100-game winning streak, there will be a lot of people desperate to enter your school. After Han Fei went to the 4th Academy, Wang Beiyu went to check the history of the 4th Academy. Then he was taken aback. If he could, he also wanted to be a student there. Zia Zioachin paused and looked at Luo Xiaobai. It seems not so easy to enter. Wang Beiyu raised his eyebrows. Why do you say that? Zia Zioachin pointed at Han Fei. You can ask Han Fei. How did he get admitted? The others all looked at Han Fei, and the latter scratched his belly and said, I was required to hold up for 3 minutes under the attacks of the 4 of them. Wow! Zia Wushuang, Xiang Nan, and Jia Tong couldn't help but tremble. Seriously, for 3 minutes? Wang Beiyu and He Xiaoyu were stunned. What? Are you talking about Zia Zioachin and the other 3? Are you kidding me? Of the 10 teams today, how many had held up for 3 minutes? And they were complete teams? Gulp, Zia Wushuang asked. Han Fei, how long did you last? Han Fei paused. Not long, I barely passed it. You know I have a sturdy body. Li Renquang interjected. Liar, you held up for nearly 15 minutes until you were stopped by the teacher in the end. Han Fei shot back. At that time, you didn't use your full strength. Gosh, Zia Wushuang was pouting. He hurt my confidence. Can I change the table? I want to learn how to pick up girls with Zhang Xuanyu. Jia Tong shook his head. First of all, you have to look as handsome as him. Xiang Nan. Zia Zioachin secretly glanced at Han Fei without a word. But she knew that if a person jumped from one circle to another, it was difficult for him to go back. At this time, someone over there exclaimed, Wow, what kind of food is this? How can it have such a magical taste? Oh, I haven't eaten yet and I'm already drooling smelling the fragrance. Someone shouted at Han Fei, Han Fei, what is this? Han Fei responded loudly, Hot pot, making the fish dragon's hot pot is a unique culinary skill of the fish dragons. Shit, it's damn delicious. Someone tasted it and almost bit his tongue off. Li Renquang swallowed hard. Haha, we eat it every day. These people came to see their idols. To their disappointment, Zia Zioachin claimed to be in love with Han Fei and Luo Xiaobai didn't even look at them. And the bastard Zhang Xuanyu turned out to be such a playboy. Fortunately, they didn't come in vain. This hot pot was really delicious. It could be said that it was the most delicious dish they had ever eaten in their lives, and it made up for their lovelorn sorrows. Having dined and wined to satiety, Han Fei said goodbye to He Xiaoyu and the others. He Xiaoyu asked, Han Fei, can I go to the 4th Academy to visit you? Before Han Fei responded, Luo Xiaobai said, No. He Xiaoyu frowned. Why? Luo Xiaobai said indifferently, If you can be admitted, you're welcome. But if you come to play, it will affect our cultivation. Besides, the Thug Academy is not a place that anyone can enter. Han Fei doesn't have the say. Han Fei scratched his belly, embarrassed. He Xiaoyu, I'll go find you later. Our school is really a special place. He Xiaoyu pouted. Okay. Watching Han Fei leave, He Xiaoyu stomped hard. Humph, yes, she is strong, but why did she look down upon others? Wang Beiyu said calmly. She didn't look down on anyone. This Luo Xiaobai is a very sensible person. There must be reasons for her refusing you. Maybe it's because of their way of cultivation or some other reasons. Xiangnan said with a sigh, Xiaoyu, in fact, I suddenly felt that the gap between us and Han Fei grew bigger. Of the 5 people, the weakest one was Zhang Xuanyu, right? But he could still beat a great fishing master, although he is only a peak-level fishing master. As for the others, Xia Xiaochen solved his opponents almost in an instant. That fatty, Wang Beiyu, you are an armorist. What do you think of him? Wang Beiyu sighed. I'm no match for him. I don't think any junior great fishing master can resist his torrents of knives and swords. Xia Wushuang also shook his head. Yes, needless to say, Luo Xiaobai is very strong. Not everyone can be the captain. There must be a reason for her to be the captain. Chen Qing reminded them, don't forget, how did Han Fei survive the claw of the purple-tailed scorpion king and kill it? Everyone was silent. He Xiaoyu anxiously said, but even if they are all geniuses, so what? Is it necessary for Han Fei to alienate his old friends? Wang Beiyu smiled. Han Fei did not alienate you, but his current circle, we can't jump in for the time being. If I've guessed correctly, the 5 of them are conducting an extremely important test or trial. A 100-game winning streak in the arena is only their first goal. I don't know what they are doing, but this test must be very difficult. So they need to cultivate. And if they need to cultivate, they can't waste much time on other things. Do you understand? He Xiaoyu's eyes dimmed. I'm going back to school. On this side, Luo Xiaobai said indifferently, not one of them can be admitted to our school. Han Fei said unhappily, don't treat everyone as a monster, okay? He Heiyu also has an exotic spiritual beast, a cardinal. Xia Xiaochen tilted her head. Han Fei, did you teach her something? Huh, Xia Xiaochen said slyly. I can see that her posture, strength of limbs, and points of balance when she is walking are a bit weird, kind of like your incomplete monograph on 108 ways of body polishing. Han Fei was surprised. You even noticed that? Xia Xiaochen chuckled. It seems that this little girl is special to you. Han Fei scratched his belly. When I was in the village, he Xiaoyu was one of the 2 who treated me nicely in the school. Zhang Xuanyu hugged Han Fei's neck. So just like me, you are also a friend of loneliness? Han Fei turned black. FCK off, I am not like you. Luo Xiaobai still said indifferently, even so, she is not qualified. I admit that the incomplete monograph on 108 ways of body polishing is very powerful, but it's relative, especially after we learned our trump card combat skills. Han Fei frowned. Don't judge a person merely on strength. Han Fei was a little unhappy, but he also sighed in his heart. Since he met Luo Xiaobai and the others, he knew that this world had a lot of geniuses. Would he still be like an ordinary person in the future? Chapter 163, Struck by Lightning. On the way back to school, the atmosphere was a little weird. There seemed to be some contradictions between Luo Xiaobai and Han Fei. Boom! Suddenly, thunder rumbled in the sky and people all rushed home, shouting, "Go home. It's about to rain." Le Renqueng hurriedly said, "Oh, hurry back to school. Don't get wet with the new clothes we just bought." Zhang Xunyu sneered, "Are you stupid? Han Fei is here. He is a spirit gatherer and has learned water control technique. With him here, the rain will not fall on you." However, Han Fei shouted, "It's thundering and going to rain. Go home to bring the laundry in." Everyone. Unknown. As soon as they ran to the plantation, heavy rain fell down. When returning to school, Han Fei suddenly said, "I'm going to the mountains to practice water control technique. This weather is very suitable for me to practice. Don't you disturb me?" Le Renqueng waved. Go, go, I'll stay in the treehouse." Zhang Xunyu said, "I'm going to make the breakthrough to be a great fishing master. Don't disturb me." Xia Xiaochen was surprised. "Are you going to make the breakthrough?" Zhang Xunyu chuckled. "Yes, I've been preparing for it. Now I'm ready." Luo Xiaobai nodded blandly. "Well, I'm going to the library to see if there are any combat skills for manipulators." Xia Xiaochen looked left and right. "Okay, then I'm going to the treehouse too." The crowd dispersed, and Han Fei went directly to the mountain. Instead of going to the cave halfway up the mountain, he rushed straight to the peak of the mountain and climbed to a height of more than 2,000 meters, where clouds and fog gathered. Then he found a big rock and sat down on it. For so long, he had been waiting for thunderstorm weather in order to cover up his breakthrough of void fishing. Han Fei took out the ultra-quality spiritual stone. Deduce. The ultra-quality spiritual stone held in Han Fei's hand suddenly burst into a large amount of spiritual energy, which poured into Han Fei's body frantically. Huh. Why did the little calabash just flash? Han Fei was slightly stunned. The demon purification pot had remained still for a long time, but it flashed just now. After about 3 minutes, thunder rumbled in the sky, and the rain was getting heavier. Within several minutes, it turned into a downpour and was getting even heavier. After about 10 minutes, lightning flashed across the sky, and the vast sky was rendered a bit scary by lightning. After 30 minutes, the void fishing had been deduced halfway. Crack! A bolt lightning went straight down. Before Han Fei realized what happened, he was struck by the lightning. Pooh! Han Fei spurted a mouthful of blood out. His whole body went numb and his hair all stood on end. Shit, why did the lightning strike me? Boom! Another lightning bolt hit him. Han Fei was stunned and smoke was coming from his mouth. Damn, I'm just cultivating. Why is this happening to me? Han Fei felt his body ache all over, especially his internal organs. He was horrified. Why would this lightning come for me? Come on. God, I didn't do anything bad. Why did you do this to me? At the moment, the demon purification pot flashed with a blue light and almost fused with the arc on its surface. In Han Fei's body, waves of spiritual energy were surging. After the third lightning struck him, Han Fei felt scorched. If it weren't for his special physique, he would have died by now. Not good, the lightning wants to kill me, but I can't move now. What should I do? What should I do? With a thought from Han Fei, dozens of low-quality spiritual stones appeared in his hands. Indestructible body. Han Fei could see arcs flashing on his body and making a crackling sound. Now he could do nothing but practice the indestructible body, which needed to constantly temper the body. Han Fei endured the skinning-like agony and concentrated on practicing the indestructible body. His flesh, blood, and viscera contained a lot of energy at the moment. Pooh! Han Fei vomited blood one mouthful after another. This was the result of the forced use of the indestructible body to temper his viscera. Han Fei skipped the step of flesh and blood tempering and went straight to temper his inner organs. He felt that if the lightning continued to strike him, his inner organs would be shattered. Boom! Zia Ziochen and Lerenqueng sat in their respective treehouses, opened the windows, and looked at each other. Lerenqueng exclaimed, "This rain is a bit too heavy, and the lightning is so fierce. They seem to have all fallen behind the mountain." Zia Ziochen supported her chin with a hand. "It's normal. It's not like we haven't seen this kind of weather before, but the lightning looks gorgeous." Lerenqueng clicked his tongue. I don't know why the two of them went to cultivate in such weather. What if they got struck by lightning? Imagining that scene, Lerenqueng shivered. The lightning fell behind the mountain, not at the foot of the mountain. But I think in such rainy weather, we should stay in the cave to eat barbecue. Lerenqueng nodded. Zia Ziochen, I find that you're such a glutton. How many times did you steal Mr. Zio Zhan's bull conches? Get lost. The two were chattering through the window of the treehouses. Little did they know that Han Fei was almost killed by the lightning. His internal organs were damaged, his muscles were filled with the power of thunder, and his bones were cracked. Now he could only lay flat on his back. Han Fei could only watch lightning come down on him one after another. God, you are too much. Damn, isn't this enough? Holla shit, I'm dying. Is anyone here? Help me. 1 hour later, the void fishing was finally successfully deduced. A string of data appeared. Existing art, void fishing, spirit level, divine quality, 3rd level, water vein technique, remarks. The first generic art in the ancient times, co-authored by the 9 king-level masters. On the day when the book was finished, the heavens and earth whined, and the seas were billowy. It's the origin of all cultivation techniques. Han Fei took a long breath. Finally, it was deduced. He used to deduce the art in a cave, so the lightning couldn't hit him. This time, he didn't stay in a cave, which was a big mistake. Boom. Another lightning bolt came down and Han Fei's chest was bleeding. Han Fei was stunned. The deduction has been finished. Why is the lightning still striking me? Under the mountain, in the treehouses, Lerenqueng and Zia Ziochen saw Zhang Xuanyu dashing back. Lerenqueng wondered, aren't you making the breakthrough? Are you finished? Zhang Xuanyu wiped the rain off his face. Yes, I plan to consolidate my base, but lightning keep coming down and my eyelids kept twitching, so I'm not in the mood to continue to cultivate. Zia Ziochen yawned in boredom. You deserve it. Zhang Xuanyu laughed. It's not me but Han Fei who deserves it. I saw him climb up to the mountain. Is he out of his mind to cultivate on the top of the mountain in such weather? Zia Ziochen was surprised. He climbed up to the mountain? Zhang Xuanyu was puzzled. Yeah, I went into the mountain with him. I climbed only a few hundred meters, but when I saw him the last time, he had climbed up thousands of kilometers. Zia Ziochen frowned. I'll check it out. Why do you guys cultivate in such weather? Let's play cards. Le Renqueng agreed. Good idea, I like it. It will be even better if we eat barbecue at the same time. Zhang Xuanyu nodded. Yes. It's great to eat barbecue while playing cards. Zia Ziochen swooshed out. They were not afraid of rain, but rainy weather was not suitable for cultivation. On the mountain, it had been 15 minutes since the third level of void fishing was deduced, and Han Fei was struck by lightning a dozen times more. Pooh! Han Fei felt that he was going to vomit all his blood out. His inner organs were damaged and repaired over and over again. The ultra-quality spiritual stone was already shattered. In addition to that, he had used nearly 40 pieces of low-quality spiritual stone. However, they weren't wasted. Han Fei felt his strength seemed to be growing at an incredible speed. He didn't know whether it was because of void fishing or indestructible body. Anyway, his body was bursting with energy now. To his amazement, the energy in his body was being spilt bit by bit and blending into his muscles and bones. Han Fei tried to move his finger and succeeded. Was it because he wasn't struck by lightning in the last few deductions of the void fishing that he was struck so many times today? After another 15 minutes, Han Fei used another 10 low-quality spiritual stones. However, he was struck by lightning nearly half as much as before. This was good news. Han Fei? When Zia Ziochen came over, she was shocked. Han Fei was literally a piece of human-shaped coal. She hurried up and tried to drag Han Fei away. Watch out! Chapter 164, Zia Ziochen went crazy again. Han Fei widened his eyes. Damn, why did Zia Ziochen come? Didn't I tell her not to disturb me? At that moment, Han Fei gathered all his strength and suddenly got Zia Ziochen under his body. Boom. A bolt of lightning struck, and Han Fei, who was hit by it, vomited a mouthful of blood on Zia Ziochen's face. Zia Ziochen was stunned. Although most of the power of the lightning was blocked by Han Fei, Zia Ziochen's entire body was also numb and blood oozed out of the corners of her mouth. Zia Ziochen was surprised, and she felt that when the power of lightning entered her body seemed to be strengthened a bit. After several minutes, Zia Ziochen finally could move her body and she immediately said, "Let's go." Hurry up, however, Han Fei didn't move. At this moment, he looked just like a piece of coal and his clothes, stained with his blood and the dirt out of his body, had condensed into a shell. Han Fei said with difficulty, "We can't escape." Zia Ziochen tried to get up. "Why can't we escape?" Boom, another lightning struck down. With a cough, Han Fei spurted blood again. Zia Ziochen's body went numb again. Han Fei stared at her. "I said we couldn't escape. Why didn't you listen to me and ran up here?" They stared at each other. Every minute or so, there was a bolt of lightning. Anyway, every time Zia Ziochen was about to move, the lightning came down. Zia Ziochen asked, "Did you do anything evil? Why does the lightning keep striking you?" "No idea. I just sat here and hadn't started to cultivate yet when it kept hitting me." Zia Ziochen said calmly, "Don't move." Han Fei was helpless. "I didn't move." Zia Ziochen blushed. Han Fei was almost naked and only covered with a black shell. And her clothes were also torn by the lightning and large pieces of her skin were exposed. "Don't look at me." Boom. Pooh. After 1 minute, Han Fei widened his eyes, looking at Zia Ziochen's almost naked body. "Don't glare at me. I didn't mean it. We're still kids anyway." Aha! Under the mountain. Le Renqueng and Zhang Xuanyu were dumbfounded. Le Renqueng wondered, "What took Zia Ziochen so long? It has been half an hour." Zhang Xuanyu shrugged. "Zia Ziochen must have sneak-attacked Han Fei. She likes it. Last time, when I was cultivating, she suddenly slashed me with a knife and almost cut my face." At this time, Luo Xiaobai came back from the library and climbed into her treehouse. When she saw the two of them, she asked, "Where is Ziochen?" Le Renqueng said helplessly, "Went to the mountain to have a fight with Han Fei." Luo Xiaobai frowned. I remember Han Fei told us not to disturb him. Zhang Xuanyu laughed. Haha, you don't know Xia Xiaochen at all. Can she listen to him? Among us, she likes to fight the most. Little did they know that on the top of the mountain at this moment, Xia Xiaochen almost went crazy. Her clothes were almost gone. Han Fei's eyelids jumped crazily. Don't panic, the lightning is getting less and less. I will. Boom. Ah, a minute later. Han Fei, you're shameless. Okay, I'm gonna kill you. Yes, I'll let you kill me after we go back down the mountain. Get up. I can't move. I'm gonna bite you to death. Yuck, Xia Xiaochen bit off a piece of the hard shell on Han Fei's shoulder. Han Fei reminded her. Be careful, don't break your teeth. Xia Xiaochen was furious and bit again. Ah, ouch. Han Fei was helpless. The shell is too tough for your teeth. Look, it's like my armor. Xia Xiaochen glared at him in rage. Shut up, damn you. You are dead meat. I swear I will kill you. I told you not to come to me. Xia Xiaochen kept cursing. Why won't the lightning strike you to death? Humph. Xia Xiaochen just wished a few more bolts of lightning would come down on Han Fei and destroy his brain. But the rain had gradually decreased, and lightning seemed to be much less. There was lightning every minute or two just now, but now for a long time, no lightning had fallen, and they finally could move their bodies. Bam! Han Fei was pushed away by Xia Xiaochen. Then she looked at herself and immediately hid behind the big rock in shame. Xia Xiaochen stuck out her head and said angrily, Clothes. Where? Fool, in the sea-swallowing seashell. We bought a lot of clothes. Han Fei had thrown the sea-swallowing seashell into Forge the Universe. He immediately took out a suit from the seashell and handed it to Xia Xiaochen behind the rock. Han Fei instructed, Xia Xiaochen, don't come out. Let me take a shower and get rid of the shell on me first. Xia Xiaochen said nothing. Han Fei's body gave a sudden jolt and large pieces of the black shell fell. Han Fei found that he lost weight again. Now he only weighed 300 pounds or so. Although he was still fat, he was completely different from before. Han Fei felt full of strength. His muscles didn't hurt, his internal organs were repaired, and his bones weren't sour. Suddenly, Han Fei felt a wind behind him. He looked back, only to see Xia Xiaochen stab at him with double daggers. She had activated Supreme Stab, and fire could be seen even in the void of her eyes. Han Fei turned around and ducked it. Xia Xiaochen covered her eyes in the midair and was about to fall down the cliff. Han Fei grabbed Xia Xiaochen with a jerk. Where are you going to jump? Xia Xiaochen turned into a shadow, flashed across the ground, and hid behind the rock. Han Fei, you are shameless, mean, nasty, gross. Hurry up, put your clothes on. Xia Xiaochen kept cursing behind the rock, while Han Fei stood in the rain and looked at the surrounding floating islands. Gradually, Xia Xiaochen's voice disappeared, but no one came out. Han Fei looked back. Xia! The next second, Han Fei's face changed drastically. Although Xia Xiaochen often slashed him before, Han Fei never took it seriously, but now he felt his heart almost stopped pounding. On the rock, Xia Xiaochen's body glowed an eerie red light, accompanied by electric current. Gosh! Han Fei immediately realized that Xia Xiaochen went crazy again without any warning. Xiaochen? Han Fei called softly. However, Xia Xiaochen disappeared from the rock in the blink of an eye. Almost instantaneously, she hacked at Han Fei's chest. Han Fei quickly moved back but was still cut by her, and his skin was torn. Han Fei immediately protected himself with a spiritual energy protective cover, and 2 knives appeared in his hands. In an instant, they had exchanged dozens of blows. Clang, 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 rip. In less than a minute, his spiritual energy protective cover was shattered. Soon Han Fei had 5 or 6 wounds on his body. Although they were not deep, he was still shocked. He had just upgraded his indestructible body and tempered his body with the thunderbolts, and the energy in his body had soared, but he still failed to block her attacks. Fuse! On the top of another mountain, Old Bai and the other 2 were watching the fight. Xiao Zhan's face changed slightly and he was about to stop them. Old Bai stopped Xiao Zhan. Don't move. You can't stay with them all the time. Let Han Fei solve it by himself. Xiao Zhan and Wenren Yu frowned and were ready to stop them at any time. And on this side, Han Fei's strength skyrocketed after the fusion. Xia Xiaochen's swift figure was finally captured by him, and the 2 started fighting frantically. Even the rocks were crushed by the power of their attacks. Han Fei jumped to the sky and shot water columns at Zia Ziochen. Their hands were undetectable, and only the glint and flash of cold steel could be seen. Han Fei used various kinds of combat skills. However, Zia Ziochen proficiently wielded her shadow and dagger techniques and was no weaker than him. What was worse, perhaps because Zia Ziochen's attacks were too fierce, or for some unknown reason, Han Fei found that his fusion could be forcibly terminated at any time. Attach! 7-star chain, bam, bam, bam. At the same speed, Han Fei finally managed to bind Zia Ziochen. She couldn't change into a shadow anytime, which required her to be in a free state. Half an hour passed until Zia Ziochen suddenly collapsed. Han Fei quickly supported her. Zia Ziochen, hello, can you hear me? Zia Ziochen, I am so tired. Han Fei was relieved and terminated the fusion and attachment. Then he sat on the ground, panting. After a moment, Zia Ziochen looked at Han Fei with red eyes and said in guilt, I. Han Fei waved his hand and smiled. Forget it, we're even now. Now I'm not shameless, mean, nasty, and gross, right? Pache. Zia Ziochen rolled her eyes at Han Fei. Hurry down the mountain, don't tell anyone you, and put on clothes. Han Fei looked down at the rags on his body and was speechless. Shit, I put on these clothes only 5 minutes ago and now they've become rags? Oh, my money. Chapter 165 Zia Ziochen, Red Ribbon. On top of the mountain, Wenren Yu looked at Old Bai. Old Bai, is Han Fei's spiritual heritage a thunder one? Old Bai shook his head slightly. I don't know. In the boundless universe, there are millions of kinds of spiritual heritage, but since he could block the thunderbolt, I am afraid that it's possible. Wenren Yu frowned. Okay, Han Fei is the disciple of Old Jiang. We can trust him, but Zia Ziochen, where did you find her? Will what happened just now happen again? Although our Thug Academy doesn't care about students' origins or backgrounds, don't forget how we declined. Old Bai sighed. She's the daughter of an old friend. Her father asked me to take care of her. Don't think too much about it. Wenren Yu asked, who is that old friend of yours? The other students' spiritual heritages and talents all have origins, but Zia Ziochen does not. Old Bai said blandly, just as I said, in the boundless universe, there are millions of kinds of spiritual heritage. How can you be sure that Han Fei has a thunder spiritual heritage? Can you be sure that this strange power of Zia Ziochen is not by chance? There are too many chances in the infinite ocean. Who knows? As soon as Han Fei and Zia Ziochen returned, Le Renqueng screamed. Le Renqueng widened his eyes. Hey, who are you? What did you do to Han Fei? Han Fei rolled his eyes. Queng, shut up. Le Renqueng was stunned. Damn, how did you lose so much weight all of a sudden? Tell me, what did you go through? It was only 2 hours and you became thin like this. Would you have become even thinner than me if there had been another 2 hours? Han Fei said angrily, I was thinner than you. If you want, you can go to the top of the mountain and try to be struck by lightning. Le Ren was stunned. Huh, you were struck by lightning? Han Fei stretched out his hand, and as he put his thumb and index finger together, a blue arc flashed between the 2 fingers. Shit, were you really struck by lightning? Zia Ziochen snorted. Yes, he was almost killed. Zhang Xuanyu was dumbfounded. Ah, is that true? Don't lie to me. I have never heard that lightning can help people lose weight, nor have I heard that anyone can survive lightning strikes. Luo Xiaobai said coldly, it must be true, he changed his clothes. Suddenly, everyone fell silent. They found that not only Han Fei, but Zia Ziochen also changed her clothes. Was Zia Ziochen struck by lightning too? Now, no one was concerned about why Han Fei lost weight, because Han Fei had said countless times that he would become thin soon. But the 2 stayed on the top of the mountain alone, and when they went down, their clothes were changed, which was suspicious. Le Renqueng swallowed. The 2 of them stayed alone for quite a while. Zhang Xunyu looked shocked, raising his hand and pointed at Han Fei tremblingly. You're simply shameless. Bam. Then, Zhang Xunyu flew out of the treehouse like lightning. At the next moment, the treehouse was split in half. Zhang Xuanyu escaped while shouting, Zia Ziochen, I will keep you secret, I will keep my mouth shut. No, don't slash me. Luo Xiaobai finally realized she made a mistake. I seem to have said something wrong. Le Renqueng patted his chest. It's horrible. I feel a chill down my spine. I don't know why, but I dare not ask. Zhang Xuanyu was chased and slashed for about an hour. Han Fei lay down in the treehouse, flustered and doubtful. Just now, Xia Zioachen's strength had increased a lot. Why did the red light on her body feel so much like a kind of energy? Just like candle dragon blood he absorbed. Then Han Fei stopped thinking about it. Neither Xia Zioachen nor Old Bai revealed anything about it. It must be a secret that they couldn't tell others. At this time, he found that his data had changed a lot. Owner, Han Fei level, 23 Junior Great Fishing Master, Spiritual Energy. 66,245, 2099, Spiritual Heritage. Level 4 Low Quality Upgradable, Spiritual Beast, Twin Yin-Yang Spirit Swallowing Fish, Weapon, Purple Bamboo Rod Main Art. Water Vein Technique, Volume 3 of Void Fishing, Spirit Level, Divine Quality. Han Fei was surprised to find that the upper limit of his spiritual energy broke through the bottleneck. Before, it was stuck at 1899 points. Now, after he was struck by lightning, it finally increased. His spiritual heritage was also upgraded to level 4, low quality. Besides, Han Fei felt full of power, just like he just finished charging. There were still electric arcs between his fingers. Han Fei suddenly sat up and shouted at the window, "Luo Xiaobai, what is the upper limit of your spiritual energy?" Luo Xiaobai glanced at Han Fei. "It's almost 1,400, what's up?" "Nothing. What about you, Qiuquang?" Le Renquang stuck out his head. "A little bit more than 1,400. How about you?" Han Fei pretended to be ecstatic. "Haha, mine is 17,000. Luo Xiaobai frowned. "How is that possible? In theory, the limit of a junior great fishing master can reach is 1,500. How can yours be so high?" Han Fei said innocently. "Because I was struck by lightning. After that, my limit rose directly from 1,400 to 17,000. Le Renquang kept shaking his head. "Are you crazy? I don't want to try it. That's lightning. People die when struck by lightning. You are the only exception." Han Fei clicked his tongue. This matter could not be concealed. Old Bai and the teachers must have known what happened just now. As for Xia Zioachen, she watched it all the way. He had to find an excuse that she would believe. Sure enough, soon Old Bai, Zio Zhan, and Wenren Yu came down. Zio Zhan asked straightforwardly, "Han Fei, what happened to you just now?" "I don't know. I just went to cultivate, but as soon as I sat down, I was struck by lightning even though I hadn't started yet." Wenren Yu let out a sigh of relief. "Phew, at least you are still alive." Han Fei said aggrievedly, "Miss Wenren, do you want me to die so badly?" Wenren Yu gave Han Fei a sideways glance. "What did you feel at the time?" "The upper limit of my spiritual energy skyrocketed, and my body strength also increased a lot." "Oh yes, and my spiritual heritage, it seems to have improved a bit." "Everyone, unknown," Zio Zhan frowned. "Are you sure? It makes sense that your body strength increased because thunderbolts have a magical effect of refining impurities. But why did your spiritual energy and spiritual heritage?" Old Bai jumped in. Since his body strength was greatly increased, so was the upper limit of his body and meridians. "This is understandable. But how much has your spiritual heritage improved?" Han Fei smiled. "It seems to have upgraded from level 3, high quality, to level 4. I'm not sure about the specific quality." Old Bai looked at Wenren Yu. "Get the spiritual heritage testing stone here." Soon, Wenren Yu brought the stone. In the curious eyes of everyone, Han Fei put his hand on the stone. Immediately, a pale blue light burst out. Everyone let out a breath and Old Bai said, "Level 4, low quality." Everyone, including Zhang Xuanyu, who finally escaped from Xia Zioachen, took a long breath. This guy got an exotic spiritual heritage after being struck by lightning, which was really enviable. Old Bai meditated for a moment and explained, "It may just be pure thunder baptism, which helped you break through the bottleneck. If I've guessed right, when the thunder power in your body is exhausted, the improvement of your physical strength and upper limit of spiritual energy will also stop and won't last long." Zio Zhan patted Han Fei on the shoulder. "Understand? Cultivate well these days to assimilate this thunder power." Han Fei smiled. "Come on, I never stopped cultivating, okay? You don't know anything. I exhausted my goddamn ultra-quality spiritual stone and half of my low-quality spiritual stone to reach where I am today." Only Xia Zioachen, with disheveled hair, looked at Han Fei suspiciously. "Is it really as simple as what the president said?" "Absolutely not." She watched Han Fei being struck by lightning and vomiting blood like a blood fountain. Now he told everyone that he was in good shape and not injured at all. She certainly wouldn't believe it. When everyone was gone, Han Fei secretly spent 1,000 points of spiritual energy to make a red ribbon with sea silk and ruby. Han Fei held the red ribbon and nodded in satisfaction. Ancient people used this to tie their hair. That's it. Han Fei shouted at the window, "Zia Ziochen, come here." The next second, 3 heads stuck out of the treehouses and 6 eyes stared at him. Han Fei was helpless. "I didn't call you guys," Zia Ziochen said in a muffled voice. "I don't want to go there." "Then I'm going to your treehouse?" Han Fei jumped down his own treehouse, climbed into Zia Ziochen's treehouse, and then said, "Don't attack me. I have something for you." In the treehouse, Zia Ziochen glared fiercely at him. "What is it?" Han Fei waved the red ribbon in his hand and said, "Turn your head away." Zia Ziochen. "Unknown, turn your head away." As Zia Ziochen turned her head away, Han Fei held her hair and said, "This is the red ribbon I just made for you. You can use it to tie your hair. It definitely looks nicer than your previous one." Zia Ziochen gritted her teeth, holding knives in her hand. "Shall I slash him? Shall I? What if I can't beat him? Shall I give up because I can't beat him?" In the end, Zia Ziochen didn't slash him, but Han Fei had done her hair up and tied a large bow knot on it. Then Han Fei said seriously, "Don't tell anyone about the lightning strike, okay?" "Well, go look in the mirror. I'm going to cultivate." Zia Ziochen narrowed her eyes. "You've got a big secret, haven't you?" Han Fei shook his head. "No, absolutely not." A sly gleam flickered across Zia Ziochen's eyes, and she suddenly patted Han Fei's shoulder hard. "Don't worry, I will keep your secret." After Han Fei left, Zia Ziochen trembled as she recalled the scene where lightning struck her and Han Fei. It seemed that not only she, but others also had untold secrets. Somehow, she was a little excited. "So there is someone even more miserable than me?" Zia Ziochen suddenly cheered up. She used a dagger as a mirror, tilted her head, and looked at the red ribbon and bow. Her eyes lit up as she thought, "It's so beautiful." Chapter 166, Here Come the Thugs. 2 days later. Practicing the 108 spirit-absorbing war bodies once, Han Fei was very satisfied with the increase in the upper limit of spiritual energy. Although it didn't reach 2199, it was almost the same. And last night, when he practiced void fishing, he discovered that the 3rd level of void fishing was completely different from the 2nd level, and it could be said that the effect had improved tenfold. Even if he was not at sea, with a spirit gathering circle, he could absorb nearly 8,000 points of spiritual energy from the void. This speed was terrifying. He still remembered that there were only more than 300 points when he was practicing the 1st level of void fishing, and it was only about 1,200 points at the 2nd level. Because it was too slow, he chose to go to the barbecue stall to collect spiritual energy. Now, he could collect up to 8,000 points overnight. It would only take 3 or 4 months for him to accumulate millions of points of spiritual energy, which was more than enough for his cultivation. But it required 10 million points of spiritual energy to deduce the 4th level. Even if he worked hard every night, it would take him more than 3 years to collect so much spiritual energy. Damn, this technique is powerful but consumes too much spiritual energy. It's not a problem to deduce it to the 4th level, but what about the 5th level? Swish. Suddenly, Han Fei felt a gust of wind behind him and hurriedly activated the spiritual energy protective cover crack. The protective cover was broken, a dagger was inserted into Han Fei's skin a little bit, and blood oozed out. Han Fei called out, "Zia Ziochen, don't be so elusive, it's scary." Zia Ziochen looked at Han Fei's wound and wondered, "How come your body has become even stronger?" Han Fei said innocently, "I've assimilated the thunder power. You see, in just 2 days, you can still pierce my skin, so my body is not as strong as you thought." Zia Ziochen sneered. "Even an advanced great fishing master can't block my supreme stab, but you did it. And you said your body was not strong? Then how strong do you want it?" Han Fei waved his hand. "All right, when you become an intermediate great fishing master, try again. At that time, I bet it'll more than just pierce my skin." Zia Ziochen still felt that Han Fei had other secrets. Why did he go to the top of the mountain to cultivate that day? And why did he happen to be struck by lightning? It was too strange. Zia Zioachin raised her eyelids. Let's go to the arena. The Blue Sea Arena informed me that they found some teams of all intermediate great fishing masters, enough for us to fight for 3 days. Are they strong? Our goal is advanced great fishing masters. Intermediate great fishing masters aren't worth our attention. Blue Sea Arena. There was a sea of people here again. After people learned that the thug legend would come again, the tickets were soon sold out. Backstage. Han Fei saw many teams. When these teams saw Han Fei and the others, their eyes were shining and they seemed unable to wait to come up to fight them right away. Loren wondered, these people look like they're going to eat us. Zhang Xuanyu said with a smile, I heard that the bonus will be a lot if they beat us. Luo Xiaobai suggested, let's try a few games first. If it's difficult to win, we can use tactics. If it's easy, just beat them. Zia Zioachin pondered. I want to feel how strong an intermediate great fishing master's body is. Everyone looked at Zia Zioachin. Recently, Zia Zioachin was obsessed with stabbing Han Fei. Although she always lost, she just didn't stop trying. There was a sea of people and a sea of voices from the spectator seats. This time, the other 3 academies also sent people to watch the games. Several teenagers from the first academy sat in the front row. Next to them, a female teacher said, look closely. If they can win against these teams of intermediate great fishing masters within 10 minutes, we will arrange for you to fight them in a few days. One of the students said, I don't think it's a problem. There are very few perfect combinations in these teams. Their combat power and control ability are not as good as the thug legend. I don't think they can win. Another student said, I heard that the second academy sent their best students over. They are all on the top 1,000 list of the 3 academies. They seem to intend to measure the thug legend's strength. A girl said, don't overestimate them. The top 1,000 masters in the Blue Sea town are all peak-level intermediate great fishing masters. Moreover, they have received systematic training and gone through tactical drills. They are more experienced than them. The female teacher said, don't be proud. The 4th academy has not shown up for 30 years. I don't think they just want their students to win these intermediate great fishing masters this time. On the other side, the team of the 2nd academy. A male teacher said, it's not that I overrated the 4th academy. These intermediate great fishing masters should not be able to win against the thug legend's perfect formation. So, regardless of the result, I will consider arranging for you to fight them next time. One of the students said, Teacher, are you so optimistic about the 4th academy? I am just not optimistic for these teams of intermediate great fishing masters. In the arena, the host was trying to enliven the atmosphere. He called out, my dear friends, the thug legend has returned, but their opponents have also become stronger. The teams were composed entirely of intermediate great fishing masters. Any team of them once dominated the Blue Sea Arena, and any one of them had slaughtered their enemies in the Level 2 fishery. Undoubtedly, today's game is a must-see. Let's welcome the first team today, the Iron Bone team. Huo, get rid of the thug legend. I bet you win. Get rid of the thugs and you'll be the legend. In the entire arena, nearly half of the people were cheering for the Iron Bone team. Because it didn't make any sense to bet on the thug legend, the odds were too low. As long as the Iron Bone team won, everyone's chips would at least double. The members of the Iron Bone team roared. The captain gave instruction to his team. Our 2 hunters will block that Zia Zioachin, our armorist will block the opponent's armorist, and our soul warrior will quickly solve Zhang Xuanyu, who is still a peak-level fishing master. I will block Han Fei and Luo Xiaobai, and our soul warrior shall come back to support us as quickly as possible. At this moment, the thug legend walked into the arena, and the audience erupted into deafening cheers. Thugs, lose 1 game and we will make a fortune. Lose, why insist on a 100-game winning streak? How tiring. Zhang Xuanyu, I love you. Zia Zioachin, I like you. Shit, Han Fei, you've lost weight. The referee, this guy is not Han Fei. Check it out. To many people's surprise, Han Fei had lost a lot of weight and was no longer a meatball. A girl shouted, Han Fei, what method did you use to lose weight? Le Renqueng sighed. Alas, I'm so sad. Han Fei chuckled. You can try being struck by lightning? Le Renqueng scoffed. I don't want to die. Luo Xiaobai got serious. Be careful. The other party's captain is very strong. He is both a manipulator and a soul warrior. Don't underestimate him. Zia Xiaochen pressed her hand on the dagger. I'll solve him, Luo Xiaobai cautioned. It won't be that simple. Their 2 hunters are probably aiming for you. Zhang Xunyu was surprised. What? Their captain wants to fight you and Han Fei at the same time? Is he out of his mind? Let's see. The host continued. Okay, now both parties are ready. Although it hasn't started yet, I have felt the strong aura from both sides. Look, the Iron Bone team moved and their momentum is soaring. Wow, the thug legend is still as casual as ever. Now let's see if the thug legend can continue to create a legend. The game begins. Fuse. Attach. Zia Xiaochen immediately disappeared. And then in the air, she fought the hunters of the opponent fiercely and sparks flew all over. The opponent's armorist took the lead to launch an attack. Torrents of knives and swords was not a particularly complicated combat skill, and their armorist had mastered it too. Le Renqueng laughed. Interesting. Torrents of knives and swords. In an instant, there seemed to be hundreds of swords and knives colliding in the air, and the scene was very chaotic. The opponent's sole warrior had already rushed up, and the long spear in his hand flashed with a cold glint dozens of meters away as he darted at Zhang Xunyu. 7 layered waves in furious sea. Zhang Xunyu shattered the opponent's spear, and the host shouted, "Oh my god, Zhang Xunyu is already a great fishing master. This game has become even more exciting." However, the captain of the Iron Bone team seems to intend to fight too at the same time. How should he handle Han Fei and Luo Xiaobai's attacks simultaneously? Han Fei muttered, "I'll try him out." With that, Han Fei ejected forward, waving the double knives in his hand, and seemed to be going to slash the opponent down. The audience, unknown. Everyone was speechless. Maybe this guy was the most violent spirit gatherer they had ever seen. Chapter 167, Provocation from the First Academy. Han Fei was not slow. Although he knew that the captain of the Iron Bone team was a manipulator, so what? Luo Xiaobai was also a manipulator, but she couldn't control him. The captain of the Iron Bone team's face turned cold. Bug boom. For a time, the ground was trembling and countless beetles appeared and soon covered the entire ground. Buzz. Han Fei was shocked. Is he a manipulator? No, he's a F-seeking bug master, okay. Bug disaster? Luo Xiaobai's face changed slightly. Vine kill. Dozens of vines broke out of the ground and instantly turned into giant whips, fiercely flapping on the ground. Every time they whipped, there was a pile of bugs turning into spiritual energy fragments. But the manipulator didn't seem to care, because when a vine fell to the ground, it was also gnawed to pieces quickly. Luo Xiaobai frowned. Deep blue poison vine. The vines were rolling on the ground, but around the withered vines, a circle of spiritual bugs were poisoned to death and shattered. Luo Xiaobai controlled the vines and pulled Han Fei into the air. However, the next moment, countless bugs flew up and chased Han Fei. Han Fei glanced at the swirling swords and knives all over the sky not far away and said, "Blade storm." The magic of love turns in circles, one circle after another. Luo Xiaobai. Unknown, Le Renqueng grinned. What are you singing? It's terrible. Han Fei kept rotating in the bugs, but he could not resist the overwhelming amount of bugs. A large number of the bugs were easily torn apart, but Han Fei had still been covered with insects due to the gaps between his attacks. Bam! Han Fei's body suddenly erupted with spiritual energy, directly shaking the bugs away. The captain of the Iron Bone team shouted, "Damn, why haven't you killed Zhang Xunyu yet?" Their sole warrior didn't know what to say. "I want to get rid of him, but he is way too strong." You won't know how horrible the 7-layered waves in Furious Sea is until you've experienced it on your own. The waves came one after another, and I don't even have a chance to retreat. Fortunately, Zhang Xunyu has just become a great fishing master, and his spiritual energy is not as much as mine. Otherwise, I would have been beaten by him, the host cheered. Wonderful, so wonderful. This is a feast of swords and knives. This is a showdown between manipulators. Not long after the host shouted, a figure flew out, spitting blood. It was a hunter from the Iron Bone team. He was knocked out by Zia Xiaochen. Wow! Many people took a breath. 2 intermediate great fishing masters couldn't resist a junior great fishing master. How long had the battle been going on? It was less than 2 minutes. Someone among the audience shouted, "Alas, it's over. Zia Xiaochen is freed. The Iron Bone team is going to lose." Just as Zia Zioachin solved a hunter, Han Fei finally circled up to the captain of the Iron Bone team who wanted to run away, but Luo Xiaobai didn't give him a chance at all. The vines and bugs were entangled as they trapped him inside. Bam! After Han Fei finally stopped rotating, he was dizzy and almost stumbled. This combat skill had a big disadvantage. Using it for a long time, he would lose his sense of balance. The captain of the Iron Bone team was lying on the ground groaning. It's not that we're not strong enough, but that the gap between us and the thug legend is too great. Within a few seconds, the Iron Bone team, which had lost 2 team members, declared defeat, and the battle took a total of 3 minutes. Many in the audience shouted, "Thug legend! Thug legend?" Someone ridiculed. Why were these people so stupid as to bet on the Iron Bone team to win? Come on, their opponents have a perfect combination. Someone said, who knew they would lose so easily. The teams of the 3 academies had heated discussions respectively. The first academy, I think their strength is not as strong as expected. This Iron Bone team is not strong. Except for their captain, the other team members are junk. No, the thug legend obviously didn't use all their strength. Look at that Han Fei, he was only rotating. He didn't seem to take those bugs seriously. However, it's clear that Luo Xiaobai's strength is not as strong as we imagined. It seems that he is only a peak-level intermediate great fishing master. The second academy. The Iron Bone team can't test their real strength. Teacher, shall we arrange a group of people to fight them? The teacher shook his head. Which group of people? I don't think anybody not in the top 1,000 list can beat them, and your strength is at most equal to theirs. Yes, let the third academy go. They always like to grab the limelight. The third academy, the teacher stated, let the first and second academy fight them. We're not going to do that. A student asked, Teacher, shall we call the first echelon in the school over? No, I bet whoever goes first will lose. After winning against the Iron Bone team, the thug legend continued to crush all the other teams. On the first day, 10 battles and 10 victories, the average lasting time was 3 minutes. On the second day, 10 battles and 10 victories, the average lasting time was 4 minutes. On the third day, 10 battles and 10 victories, the average lasting time was 5 minutes. On this day, it was said that they would fight a team of advanced great fishing masters. At last, they would have a real battle. When they arrived at the Blue Sea Arena, however, they saw 5 teenagers coming at them. Thug legend. Do you think it's easy to win 50 games? Luo Xiaobai asked. Who are you? The leading teenager smiled and said, Yang Xiao from the First Academy. Today, we'll be your opponent in the first game, and we're also a perfect combination. I hope you can show your real strength. If you still fight like you were in the previous days, just wait to admit defeat. Zhang Xuanyu ignored the boy but said to the girl in the team, Hey girl, may I take you to Hot Pot tonight? The girl glared at Zhang Xuanyu and snorted, If you can beat me. Zia Zioachin rolled her eyes. Zhang Xuanyu, you make me feel ashamed. Le Renqueng muttered, They seem to be very powerful. Yang Xiao was helpless. Are you listening to me? Luo Xiaobai shot back. Okay, as you wish. A student behind Yang Xiao sneered. Fourth Academy, wait. Do you really think you can dominate the Blue Sea Arena? Han Fei looked at Zia Zioachin. Is he provoking us? Zia Zioachin nodded. Yes, let's get rid of him first. Everyone, in the VIP room backstage. After reading the information in her hand, Luo Xiaobai said, Go all out in this game. Zhang Xuanyu was a bit surprised. Is that necessary? They don't look that strong. In the first 50 games, we have never had perfect cooperation. If we continue to be like that later, our perfect combination won't make any sense to us. Zia Zioachin waved her dagger. Okay, if we win this game, we'll only face stronger and stronger opponents. The First Academy team had already entered the arena, and the audience was cheering like crazy, because this team had temporarily taken the name Thug Eliminator Team, which was very provocative. When the two teams both entered the arena, the host introduced, Yang Xiao, an intermediate great fishing master and a spirit gatherer, has an exotic spiritual beast, electric spirit jellyfish. Hu Karen, the only girl of this team, a peak-level junior great fishing master and a soul warrior, has an exotic spiritual beast, ice flame turtle. Liu Abai, a peak-level junior great fishing master and an armorist, has an exotic spiritual beast, wolf crab. Sun Feiyu, an intermediate great fishing master and a hunter, has an exotic spiritual beast, phantom jellyfish. Lin Miao, a junior great fishing master, a manipulator. See green vine. Note that he has an exotic spiritual plant, which is even tougher than the blue cannibal flower. Zhang Xuanyu grinned. That little girl is a soul warrior? Interesting. Le Renqueng gasped. They're strong. They are a perfect combination and all have exotic spiritual beasts. Xia Ziochen snorted. There are many people owning exotic spiritual beasts, but how many of them are geniuses? Han Fei said decisively. Leave Yang Zio to me. Can you solve Lin Miao, Luo Xiaobai? You're both manipulators. Han Fei looked at Luo Xiaobai and smiled. They didn't go all out in the first 50 games, but now they would show something real. Luo Xiaobai was calm. No problem, but if anything goes wrong, I will drag you guys back. At this moment, the audience found that the thug legend had changed, but they couldn't tell exactly what had changed. They just seemed to be different. The host finally announced, "The game begins. Chapter 168, The Real Thugs. Fuse." This time, the audience was surprised to find that the thug legend did not take the initiative to launch an attack, but stood still. Someone said, "They are all geniuses. This game will be wonderful." Someone echoed, "Yes, the other team is definitely not weak either." Someone said, "I have betted on the Thug Eliminator team to win. Since they dare to come, they must be prepared. Have you heard of Yang Zio? His spiritual beast is an exotic electric spirit jellyfish. It is said that he will enter the top 100 list. I've also heard of Hu Karen. Her spiritual beast, Ice Flame Turtle, can breathe ice flames to freeze people into ice cubes in combat." From the teams of the 3 academies. Next to the teacher of the first academy, there was only a boy with an indifferent look. The teacher asked, "What do you think of them?" The boy replied, "Nothing. If the 4th academy can't beat Yang Zio, they aren't qualified to rise." Among the crowd, He Zioyu and the others were also there. He Zioyu was worried. "Can they win? Yang Zio is very strong." Wang Beiyu said solemnly, "Yang Zio is ranked 907th in the 3 academies. He is very strong." He Zioyu swallowed. "Hu Karen is my schoolmate. I have watched her fight and she froze people into ice cubes." On the field, Lin Miao took the lead to attack. He pressed on the ground with one hand, and the ground burst. Cyan vines wriggled around like spiritual snakes, and thousands of them broke out of the ground in the blink of an eye. Han Fei and the other 4 were entangled in vines and couldn't escape. Liu Abai cried, "Flying fish! Dagger!" The dagger in the hunter's hand shot like lightning and darted at Xia Ziochen, but the latter just leaned her head and dodged it. Xia Ziochen snorted, "How dare you provoke us? Giggle! Shadow kill!" Xia Ziochen suddenly disappeared, and a silver ray appeared in front of Sun Feiyu in an instant. Sun Feiyu's face changed greatly. "She's so fast." "Shield!" Liu Abai responded quickly, and a shield appeared immediately in front of Sun Feiyu. Clank! The shield was punctured with a hole. Sun Feiyu blocked with 2 daggers and slid back 4 or 5 meters on the ground. But Xia Ziochen disappeared in the vines, and Lin Miao's face changed slightly. "Not right, shadow." Yes, Xia Ziochen had completely turned into a shadow and appeared in front of Sun Feiyu. Shadow blade. Shadows were everywhere and Sun Feiyu's body was penetrated. "Gosh, so strong. Sun Feiyu really shouldn't have provoked her just now." Han Fei instructed, "Pull her back." "Quang Quang, someone is showing off his armor box in front of you." In the midair, a fine vine gave a sharp pull and Xia Ziochen appeared again. Sun Feiyu, who had just been pierced, reappeared in midair and looked distressed. He underestimated the strength of Xia Ziochen. Han Fei stomped, a spirit-gathering circle appeared on the ground, and then a column of spiritual energy entered into Zhang Xuanyu's body. Zhang Xuanyu grinned. "Wave, wave, clatter." Suddenly, a phantom of surging waves appeared in the air of the arena, and the surging waves rushed towards the first academy team. The audience all held their breath. Wow, this was the first time they saw the thug legend showed this ability. Zhang Xuanyu stood at the top of the waves, piercing the void with the rod in his hand. The sonic boom produced crashed across the entire arena. Hu Karen's face was solemn and she shouted, "Ice flame torrent." Next to her, Liu Abai patted his armor box and dozens of strange scales suddenly appeared in the air, and he seemed to be going to help Hu Karen. Le Renqueng shouted, Hey, do you think I don't exist? Let me show you what an armorist should be. Bang. The armor box in Renqueng's hand broke open the ground and a broadsword flew out. In a blink of an eye, the broadsword was only about 10 meters away from Liu Abai. As the broadsword flew over, the ground was torn apart and gravels followed the broadsword and swirled. However, in the audience's eyes, the speed of the knife was very slow, and it seemed that it would take a second to fly 1 meter in midair. Lin Miao controlled the vines to attack the broadsword. However, the vines were shattered before even reaching this broadsword. The teacher from the first academy was shocked. Bloodthirsty broadsword? The boy beside the teacher wondered. What is that? The teacher gasped. A born combat skill of armorists. It appears along with the spiritual beast. Once the broadsword comes out, it won't return unless it drinks blood, and it's almost invincible before drinking blood. At this moment, on the waves, Zhang Xuanyu was fighting Hu Karen. To everyone's horror, Hu Karen's ice flame that was said to be able to freeze people was cut in half by Zhang Xuanyu, and Hu Karen couldn't even get close to Zhang Xuanyu. Sun Feiyu's face was very gloomy. Phantom. Doppelganger? Zia Ziochen giggled. Doppelganger? Okay, show me. Shadowless blade. In the next second, the dozens of Sun Feiyu doppelgangers were cut into pieces by the blades before they even had the time to help their companions. The teacher from the first academy lunged to his feet in shock. Shadowless blade, the blade that can split space. The Thug Eliminator team was stunned. What kind of magical combat skills are these? We've never seen them. At this time, Luo Xiaobai raised her left hand and pointed at Lin Miao. Blue cannibal flower. The ground was shaking, petals fluttered from the sky, and a strange, huge blue flower appeared on the ground like a huge lotus, which opened its mouth and swallowed Lin Miao. Yang Xiao's eyes turned red. Thunder chain. As soon as he roared, a semi-curved water wall with a width of several meters curved around Yang Xiao 10 meters away. At this moment, the water wall flashed with electric currents. Han Fei walked forward and stepped into the water wall, letting the electric currents flash on him. Then he strode out of the water wall and the electric currents flashed between his fingers. Funny, is the electric spirit jellyfish comparable to the real ninth heaven thunder? Now Yang Xiao was nothing but a spirit gatherer without any protection. Han Fei didn't even need to use any combat skill, but just hacked at him with his double knives. Bam! Hu Karen vomited blood but wasn't sent flying because she was nailed to the ground by a rod piercing her belly. Bam! 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 In the shocked gaze of everyone, all of Liu Abai's weapons were completely vulnerable to the bloodthirsty broadsword. As fragile as paper, they were shattered, and in the end, even Liu Abai's armor box was smashed. Liu Abai was penetrated and got on his knees. It was unimaginable how strong this force was to have such a horrible destructive power. No matter how many doppelgangers Sun Feiyu released, they were shattered at the very moment they appeared. Just after several seconds, he was already covered with blood. Yang Xiao had 2 knives inserted into his shoulders at the moment, and Han Fei stood in front of him with a smile. He thought that Yang Xiao, as the captain, must have special abilities, but he didn't. Han Fei's fighting passion disappeared instantly. The Blue Sea Arena, which could accommodate 50,000 people, was silent at the moment. Zia Ziochen withdrew her knives. Sun Feiyu fell from the sky, but no one was catching him on the ground, so he fell heavily on the ground, dripping with blood. Hu Karen was nailed to the ground. Liu Abai knelt on the ground, clutching his wounds and gasping for breath. Lin Miao had passed out. Yang Xiao lay on the ground facing up. Electric arcs flashed in Han Fei's hand but didn't affect his movements at all. He easily pulled out his double knives and wiped the blood off the knives. At this moment, the 5 members of the Thug Legend looked around at the audience in the arena. Clap. Oh, thugs, thugs, thugs. Legend, 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 invincible, invincible. The whole arena went into a frenzy and countless people yelled in utter excitement. All teachers and students from the 3 academies stood up. Especially the 3rd academy, the teacher who decided not to fight the Thug Legend burst into a cold sweat. Fortunately, he made the right decision. What kind of monsters are they? Are they F-seeking peak-level great anglers? People from the 2nd academy swallowed, but then looked at the 1st academy gloatingly. The teacher from the 1st academy clenched his fists. Too strong, They can definitely enter the top 100 list. Is the fourth academy actually so strong? The cold-looking boy said solemnly. The second rank could not resist them. On the 100th game, I'll fight them in person. And my teammates must be selected from the top 100, preferably the top 50. Xiaoyu and the others were completely stunned. They kept swallowing nervously. Now they remembered what Luo Xiaobai said to Xia Xiaochen. Ordinary people can't get into our school? Chapter 169. We are back. One game destroyed the confidence of countless people. The host spluttered. Too strong, so strong. Luo Xiaobai took a step forward and looked at the place where the teams of the three academies were sitting. Today, the Thug Academy will accept challenges from all the teams below the level of Dangling Fisher from the three academies, as well as teams of the entire Blue Sea town below the level of Dangling Fisher. Han Fei also stepped forward. If any team can win against us, I'll personally give each member 10,000 mid-quality pearls. Wow! Now nobody was mentioning the Thug Eliminator team. Everyone who had watched the battle was excited and felt their blood boiling. Bao Jin clutched his chest, his eyes were frightened, and his voice was anxious. They are back. They really are back. The Legendary Academy is back. Those teams that were going to fight the thugs all quitted. They were not 5 children, but 5 genuine thugs who were wild, irritable, and people who slaughtered their enemies like killing fish. They didn't want to win the 10,000 mid-quality pearls. They just wanted to be alive. The intermediate great fishing masters all quitted. Nothing was more important than their lives. Why bother since they knew they would only lose? But the advanced and peak-level great fishing masters all rushed over to register. They thought they could have a try. Despite the suspicion of bullying the weak, they could earn a lot of money. So the registration office was overcrowded. Bao Jin rushed to the registration office and shouted, "Everyone, listen to me. Form a team first. And if you're not strong enough, don't sign up. We only need the strong. Do you hear me? We only need the strong." The boy from the first academy sneered. Are they being provocative? 10,000 mid-quality pearls per person. That's a lot of money. The boy said to the teacher next to him, I'll go back and choose my team members. I'll fight them for their 100th game. In a corner of the arena, there were 3 masked guys. Wenren Yu asked, Lao Bai, did these little guys go too far? Xiao Zhan smiled and said, this is a manifestation of strength. If a person has to hide his strength, then what is the point for him to become strong? Old Bai nodded. Yes, what Luo Xiaobai and Han Fei said stimulated too many people. Now they need to be very careful in each following game. This is no longer the same level competition, but a heightened competition. Now their opponents will be peak-level great fishing masters. Wenren Yu questioned, can they even handle peak-level great fishing masters? Xiao Zhan grinned. Not necessarily. These little guys are very strong. I have no doubt that they can kill a dangling fisher if they use their trump card combat skills. And peak-level great fishing masters and dangling fisher are just like clouds and mud. Old Bai was excited. The top 100 list is going to be released. The last 50 games were a good chance for them to collect combat experience. Xiao Zhan, when they go back, tell them only to use 70% of their combat power in games unless they meet tough rivals. Xiao Zhan was surprised. 70%? But their opponents will be advanced great fishing masters. Old Bai smiled. Their improvement will be better if squeezing them to the extreme. The entire Blue Sea town knew that the 4th Academy had come back, for 5 teenagers had declared war on all the strong masters below dangling fishers in the Blue Sea town. Xiaoyu kept hearing people talking about the thug legend on her way to her school. Wang Beiyu gave a wry smile. I used to think Tang Ji was the first genius in the Tianshui village. After all, he was selected by the angel and brought directly into the city. But now, I am a little unsure. Did Han Fei really reach where he is today because of the resources given to him by Tang Ji? Xia Wushwang sneered. Of course not. Think about it, what kind of resources can make you strong like this? How long has it been? We have been in the Blue Sea town for less than a year and Han Fei for less than 2 months, but now he has declared war on peak-level great fishing masters. Xiaoyu suddenly took a deep breath and said, I have decided. Everyone. Unknown, Xiaoyu declared, I choose to be a hunter. Everyone. Xiangnan shouted, Hey, Xiaoyu, calm down. Zia Zioachin is a hunter because her spiritual beast is a shadow shrimp. But your spiritual beast is a cardinal. You're suitable to be a soul warrior. He Zioyu shot back. No, you forget how fast Little Red can be. He Zioyu had made up her mind. Han Fei is so strong. She used to teach Han Fei sweeping stick. At that time, Han Fei was no match for her at all. But now, even if Han Fei stood still and let her hit him, she wouldn't be able to injure him. She knew clearly how strong Yang Zio was, but Han Fei crushed him so easily. And Zhang Xuanyu was also horribly strong. Could she win against the two of them if she chose to be a soul warrior? That would be impossible. But she knew she had the talent of a hunter because she had Little Red and the incomplete monograph on 108 ways of body polishing. The latter could strengthen her body and make her body more limber. And with Little Red, it would be better for her to be a hunter than a soul warrior. Today's game was suspended. The Blue Sea Arena urgently recruited the top strong masters below dangling fishers with exotic spiritual beasts, so intermediate great fishing masters would not be qualified. Fish Dragon Hot Pot Restaurant. Le Renqueng gobbled his food. Oh, I'm disappointed. They were so weak, we didn't need to use all our strength at all. Zhang Xuanyu muttered, should I go to apologize to that girl? Why should a girl be a soul warrior? No, will anyone accompany me to the First Academy? Han Fei scoffed. Hey, we were in a game, don't be such a Casanova, okay? Zhang Xuanyu looked down. I feel guilty, Han Fei winked. I'll accompany you when we get a 100-game winning streak. Really? Han Fei nodded seriously. For your happiness, toast. Zia Zioachin mocked. Haha, you just want to go see your own girl, don't you? Luo Xiaobai questioned. Han Fei, is the Thunder Force invalid for you now? Han Fei laughed. This is no such thing called Thunder Force. It's not a big deal. It just paralyzed your body with instantaneous currents. Spiritual energy will be able to suppress this force. At this time, Li Gang sent some barbecue over. Li Gang praised, young master, you were awesome today. Han Fei smiled. Not just me. Yes, the other young masters and young ladies are also awesome. Li Gang was very grateful to Han Fei. Less than a year ago, he was still a gangster who lay around every day, nibbling sea melon seeds and collecting protection fees everywhere. But now, he was the general manager of the Fish Dragons. Luo Xiaobai stated, let's finish eating and go back to cultivate. While they were eating hot pot happily, in the residence of the mayor of the Blue Sea town, Old Bai was sitting lazily, and the presidents and deputy presidents of the other 3 academies were also there. Old Bai looked around the room. The 4-year period is over, and the top 100 competition is about to start again. The Thug Academy has been quiet for more than 30 years. Now we've come back. We can join the competition, right? President of the 2nd Academy snorted. Humph, you were absent from the competition 8 times in a row. Why do we have to allow you to attend it again just because you want? The president of the 1st Academy added, Old Bai, your academy only has the 5 little guys. What kind of academy only has 5 students? Old Bai ridiculed, so what? Didn't they crush your team? Even if there is only 1 student in our academy, we exist. Do you look down upon our students? Believe it or not, they can destroy you 1st Academy. Destroy the 1st Academy? In their current state? Old Bai nodded. Yes, the people of the Thug Academy have never lost, just like more than 30 years ago. The president of the 2nd Academy sneered. Never lost? Then how did you decline? The geniuses of your school either died or ran away. How do you have the cheek to brag here? Old Bai frowned. Su Tianji, are you challenging me? I can beat the hell out of you guys alone. The 2 old men and the old woman blushed in anger, but they had to suppress their inner anger. Bai Kanjai was very strong. Even the 3 of them and the mayor put together wouldn't be able to beat him. The mayor interjected, Okay, you can attend the competition. The other presidents' faces changed. The mayor waved his hand. Other than that, what do you want? Now that the 4th Academy has come back, it is qualified. After all, the 4th Academy was not abolished. Aren't you afraid that those 5 little monsters will smash your schools? Su Tianji scoffed. I don't think they can. Old Bai gave a light chuckle. So if my students can smash your school, you'll allow them to do it. Humph. Chapter 170, Divine Healing Technique. The thug legend returned to school when they saw Old Bai walking past with his hands behind his back. Then a jade slip flew to them. Han Fei caught it and looked at Old Bai in confusion. Old Bai said slowly, "Your strength is improving too slowly. You'll easily get injured if you meet peak-level great fishing masters. Han Fei, learn this healing technique. As a spirit gatherer, you should learn some healing skills." "But I don't have time." Old Bai spat. "Oh, so you have time to eat hot pot but not to cultivate. You are only junior great fishing masters. Don't you feel ashamed? Everyone, unknown." After Old Bai left, Zhang Xuanyu touched his head. "What's wrong with the president?" Le Renqueng wondered. "I don't think our cultivation speed is slow. We have a good foundation." Luo Xiaobai said calmly, "Then let's speed up our cultivation. We should be facing the bottleneck of junior great fishing masters soon. The 100-game winning streak in the arena may be to prepare us for the next brocade sachet." Han Fei looked at the jade slip in his hand and wondered to himself, why did he give me the healing technique now? Did he mean that we would be injured in the near future? Han Fei mused, "I'm going to the top of the mountain to cultivate." Everyone paused and Le Renqueng grabbed Han Fei's arm. "No, just cultivate in your treehouse," Zhang Xuanyu suggested, "or in a cave." Zia Xiaochen shot Han Fei a glare. "No one will go save you if you're struck by lightning again." Han Fei. Han Fei went to his treehouse, holding his head high and murmuring, "That day, I stood on the top of the mountain and pointed at the sky, saying, 'I am not handsome.' And then, lightning flashed and thunder rumbled. The rumbling thunders roared to me, 'You're lying.'" "Everyone, unknown," Luo Xiaobai said helplessly, "just learn the healing technique as soon as possible. If I've guessed correctly, our last few games will be difficult to fight." At this time, Xiao Zhan suddenly appeared from nowhere. "Given that you are fighting without any organization in the arena, from this very day, you can only use 70% of your strength. Don't use your full strength unless in a critical moment." Then he strolled away, leaving them standing on the spot dumbfounded. Le Renqueng broke the silence. "So that's why the president gave Han Fei the healing technique?" Zhang Xuanyu took a deep breath. "I've got a bad feeling." Zia Xiaochen frowned. 70%. "That's barely enough?" Han Fei kissed the jade slip. "A spirit gatherer is really a good job. In the future, let me comfort your injured heart. Everyone, unknown." Zia Xiaochen shot him another cold glare. "Just go do your seeking cultivation." Han Fei quickly ran away. In the treehouse, he carefully read the contents of the jade slip. The healing technique seemed to be more difficult than the water control technique. Take the sheen of spiritual energy instead of the spiritual energy itself. Han Fei was stunned and blinked. And then a series of data appeared. Healing technique, spirit level, high quality, U003C remarks U003E spiritual energy has a sheen, which is called a divine healing sheen. As the foundation for recovery, it can nurture all creatures on Earth. U003C deduction U003E divine healing technique consumes 100,000 points of spiritual energy. Deduce or not, Han Fei had been accustomed to the habit of the demon purification pot. However, 100,000 points of spiritual energy was not too much. Compared to the 4th level of void fishing, which required 10 million points of spiritual energy to deduce, it was simply too cheap. Deduce! At this moment, Zia Xiaochen stuck her head out of her treehouse, her face full of curiosity. Why was there suddenly such strong spiritual energy here? Luo Xiaob glared at her. "Xiaochen, don't disturb his cultivation." Zia Xiaochen muttered under her breath, "Humph." The next morning, they found that Han Fei was gone. When they found him again, he was cutting himself with a dagger. Zhang Xuanyu rubbed his hands and said slyly, "Phew, Fei, what are you doing?" "Do you want me to help you?" Han Fei smiled. "Come on, stab me." Zhang Xuanyu chuckled. "What kind of demand is this? Stab him? Fine, I'd like to meet your demand then." However, Zhang Xuanyu was about to take the dagger when Han Fei slashed him and left a big cut in his arm. "Ouch, you're so mean," Han Fei laughed. "Haha, don't move." Han Fei's hand suddenly flashed with a flickering gleam of light, which Han Fei tried to throw out but failed. Zhang Xuanyu was helpless. "Are you okay? If you haven't mastered it, take your time to practice it, okay?" In the end, Han Fei could only press his palm on Zhang Xuanyu's arm, and it took him several minutes to heal the wound. Luo Xiaobai was curious. "It took you 3 minutes to completely cure the skin trauma. This speed is a bit slow. It seems that you still have to practice more." Han Fei chuckled. Haha, when I master this technique, I'll open your eyes. Han Fei secretly snorted. Come on, I've learned it overnight. How could you say I've learned it too slowly? Bai Kanjai squatted in the grass in the near distance, wondering about the healing technique. As far as he knew, the sheen should enter the human body in a wisp, but why did he see the sheen come out in a large mass when Han Fei used the technique? Blue Sea Arena. Since Han Fei defeated the first academy team, the thug legend seemed to suddenly become weaker. Some people speculated that was because their enemies had become stronger. Now, only advanced great fishing masters dared to fight them. On the first day, they fought 3 games and Zhang Xuanyu and Luo Xiaobai were injured and they won by a narrow margin. It was not that they were not strong, but after suppressing a portion of their strength, they had to be very careful both in the output of spiritual energy and the use of combat skills. The next day, they fought 2 games. Zhang Xuanyu, Luo Xiaobai, and Le Renqueng were all injured and they won by a narrow margin again. On the 5th day, the thug legend had a 68-game winning streak, and Xia Xiaochen was injured because they met 2 peak-level great fishing masters. On this day, the thug legend only fought 1 game. On the 10th day, the thugs claimed an 82-game winning streak. All but Han Fei were injured. Among them, Zhang Xuanyu and Luo Xiaobai were the most seriously injured, and their organs were somewhat damaged. Zhang Xuanyu wailed, be gentle, it hurts. Han Fei, have you really mastered the healing technique? Han Fei sprinkled the energy like rain. As he waved, a rain of sheen was sprinkled on their wounds that was immediately painful and itchy. That was really suffering. Now they just hoped Han Fei could master the healing technique as soon as possible. However, they didn't know that it was thanks to Han Fei's healing that they became energetic the next day. Normally, the effect of the healing technique wouldn't be so strong. On this day, Xiao Zhan appeared again. He looked at the crowd and said, except for Han Fei, other people can use 80% of their combat power. Half a month later, the Thug Legend team had won 88 games in a row. Yes, 5 days had passed, but they only fought 6 games. Although they won all the games, except for Han Fei, the others were almost injured every day. But their gains were rich. Both Luo Xiaobai and Le Renqueng broke through to be intermediate great fishing masters, and Zhang Xuanyu also made a small breakthrough. 26 days later, the Thug Legend claimed the 99th victory in a row. Han Fei was injured once, but not seriously. He was allowed to use 80% of his strength, and the others were allowed 90%. Zhang Xuanyu had become a peak-level junior great fishing master. This cultivation speed was really fast. Of course, during this period of time, Zhang Xuanyu was injured the most. Because of him, Han Fei's divine healing technique advanced by leaps and bounds. Now he just waved his hand, and a rain of sheen fell on Zhang Xuanyu. In less than 1 minute, the trauma was all cured, but the internal injury would take longer. Depending on the severity of injuries, it would take 1 hour at most and half an hour at least to cure any internal injuries. Zhang Xuanyu shook his arm. This is the last game. Can we use our full strength? Luo Xiaobai hesitated. It depends. I have a feeling that this game will not be easy to win. To be on the safe side, you, Le Renqueng, and I will fight all out. Xiao Chan 90% and Han Fei 80%. Han Fei said casually, it's the last game anyway. Let's just play to the score. If necessary, then try our best. If it endangers our lives, then use our trump card combat skills. After all, it's after using them that we learn them. Xia Xiaochen shot back, you haven't mastered your trump card combat skill. You are too slow, Han Fei smiled. When the game is over, I'll go find some materials and build some knives. I will definitely practice the million knife art. On this day, the Fish Dragon Hot Pot restaurants offered a 50% discount to celebrate the 100th battle of the Thug Legend. On this day, the Blue Sea Arena was overcrowded, and even the aisles were full of people. Also on this day, thousands of students from the 3 academies rushed into the Blue Sea Arena, waiting to witness the failure of the Thug Legend's 100-game winning streak plan. If they lost today, they had to start all over. Was it really easy to start from scratch? Once they lost this game, all they did before would be meaningless. Backstage, Luo Xiaobai was ready for a pep talk. We must win this game. We already know the other party's information. A perfect combination, 2 peak-level great fishing masters, 3 advanced great fishing masters, all in the top 100 list. If necessary, try your best. Chapter 171, A Strong Enemy. When the players from both sides stood in the arena, a wave of cheering broke out from the crowd. The average audience hadn't realized what happened yet, but the students of the 3 colleges almost went crazy. Oh my God, Su Yebai, the 8th in the top 100. It said that he once slaughtered a whole team by himself, and I also heard that he once explored a certain seabed relic by himself and came back safely. He Xiaoyu and the others turned pale. How could their opponent in the 100th game be so strong? Xia Wushuang yelled, Su Yebai must be the captain. Oh, Qin Yu is also here. Chen Qing was not from the first academy, so he asked, Who is Qin Yu? Wang Beiyu explained, the 33rd hunter in the top 100 list. She is very strong and just as violent as Xia Xiaochen. He Xiaoyu pointed at another person. It's not just Qin Yu, Zai Shan is also here. He is ranked 41st in the top 100. Xiang Nan took a look. That thin man, is he an armorist? No, he is a soul warrior. Xiang Nan was shocked. He is so thin, are you sure he is a soul warrior? He Xiaoyu said somewhat enviously. It is said that he was a born soul warrior. He has an exotic spiritual beast red sword finned fish that is covered with knives all over. He has another name in the first academy, Knife King. In the stands, the host introduced the remaining 2 people. One was Zhou Yu, an armorist, the 49th in the top 100. The other was Yun Qi. Just like Han Fei, he was both a spirit gatherer and a soul warrior and ranked the 69th in the top 100. In the arena, Luo Xiaobai frowned. I will try out Su Yebai. Xiaochen, can you handle their hunter? Xia Xiaochen shook her ponytail. Leave him to me. Although he ranks the 33rd in the top 100 list, so what? The top 100 list is not a show of strength. Han Fei said with a smile, They found a spirit gatherer just like me. He is also both a spirit gatherer and a soul warrior. He doesn't seem weak. Luo Xiaobai agreed. Don't underestimate your opponent, don't forget, they are advanced great fishing masters. Han Fei grinned. Walk another's path and give them no way out. That's my way. Everyone. Zhang Xunyu sweated a little. Their soul warrior is very strong. Leave this guy to me, but I won't be able to help you guys. Le Renqueng looked serious. This time, I'll stay by Xiaobai's side. When the atmosphere on the scene reached its climax, the host shouted, The game begins. Fuse. Everyone immediately fused with their spiritual beasts except for 2. One was Su Yebai. He summoned a large spider that was 7 or 8 meters in length. The audience gasped. Evernight black spider? Also rising from the ground was a big blue flower. Although it had fused with Luo Xiaobai, its blue phantom looked real. The captains of the 2 sides immediately summoned their spiritual beasts. This scene alone shocked many people. They had never seen these exotic spiritual beasts. Before any side launched an attack, the ground had cracked. Thousands of vines were entwined with the extremely imperceptible spider silk. Before anyone moved, a lot of vines had been shattered, so had spider silk. The captain of the team of the first academy, Su Yebai, smiled. At the next moment, a giant net fell from the sky and covered the entire arena. Shadowless blade. Xia Xiaochen attacked, and suddenly, there were countless shadow blades flickering around the big net and cutting the net into pieces in a blink of an eye. The hunter, Qin Yu, looked at Xia Xiaochen. I wonder if your shadow shrimp is stronger than my ghost shrimp. Then, Qin Yu turned into a phantom visible to the naked eye. It floated in the air and headed straight towards Xia Xiaochen. When Xia Xiaochen hacked at the phantom, everyone was shocked to find that the blade cut through its body, but could not hurt it at all. Shadow twining technique. Xia Xiaochen turned into a shadow casually. Instead of attacking Qin Yu, she shot hundreds of shadow knives at Qin Yu's shadow. Qin Yu's face changed slightly, but her phantom suddenly grabbed at Xia Xiaochen. It was like it was going to catch Xia Xiaochen's soul instead of her shadow. Zai Shan, the soul warrior of the first academy team who was as sturdy as a meat shield, said with a ferocious smile, You seem to be much stronger than I expected. However, what makes you think that you, junior great fishing masters, can block us? Aren't you a bit naive? Zai Shan roared, and numerous sword-like thorns grew on his body. Around his body, there were hundreds of small swords floating. Zhang Xunyu frowned. Han Fei. A spirit-gathering circle immediately appeared under Han Fei's feet, and waves of spiritual energy poured into Zhang Xuanyu's body. The latter roared, and raging waves appeared in the arena. Zhang Xuanyu stood on the top of the waves. Then a bloody big shark that was as long as 7 or 8 meters suddenly appeared. Its sharp teeth and ferocious face scared many in the audience. Someone was surprised. What kind of spiritual beast is this? How come I haven't seen Zhang Xuanyu use it before? Nonsense, it's certainly because his opponent is too strong this time. Zhang Xuanyu stuck out his rod from the seawater, and a large, long rod tens of meters long shot up into the sky and then waved down quickly. The visual effect of his combat skills was far better than Zai Shan imagined. However, at the same time, hundreds of sword blades converged and rotated and soon shattered this big rod. Zhang Xuanyu shouted, "Spirit explosion." As soon as he shouted, spider silk struck in all directions. Luo Xiaobai immediately tried to block it for Zhang Xuanyu. However, the spider silk pierced through the vines. Han Fei threw out his double knives. Rotating blade. The two knives circled very quickly, cutting off the spider silk. The opponent's spirit gatherer, Yun Qi, sneered. "How dare you get distracted to help teammates when you're fighting me? Blaze rays." Han Fei remembered that Yun Qi's spiritual beast was a fire krill, which, somewhat like He Zioyu's Little Red, was also a fire-type spiritual beast. However, it seemed much stronger than Little Red in attack power. Flames spread on the entwined spider silk. Then an eerie scene appeared in the entire arena, where thousands of flaming spider webs crazily attacked the blue vines. Han Fei sprinted directly at his opponents, while his Svenstar chains swept behind him, shattering all obstacles along the way. Tortoise shell armor. As the opponent's armorist shouted, the 5 of the other team were all covered with a layer of armor. Han Fei gave Li Renqueng a look of reproach. Why did their armorist give them armor? Why can't you? Li Renqueng was helpless. I myself don't even have armor, but I have violent war body. Then, Li Renqueng shouted. Violent war body, protect us? The bodies of Han Fei and the others burst into a golden light, and their defense power seemed to be strengthened a bit. In another corner with Xia Xiaochen and Qin Yu, one was a phantom and the other was a shadow. Neither of them could beat the other. The first blows of Zhang Xuanyu and Zai Shan directly shattered a radius of 10 meters. At the place their blows collided, a big pit appeared. Zhang Xuanyu was sent flying and caught by the vines, bleeding at the corners of his mouth and his hand. This was just the beginning of the battle, and the entire arena was covered by a variety of combat skills. The flames were burning, the waves were surging, the light and shadows were fighting, and the vines and spider silk were attacking each other. Li Renqueng cried, "Bloodthirsty broadsword." Li Renqueng threw a knife at Su Yebai, the captain of the First Academy team. The opponent's armorist was angry. "Do you think I don't exist?" Tortoise shell shield. Bam! Li Renqueng was shocked, and it was for the first time that the bloodthirsty broadsword was blocked. He vomited a mouthful of blood immediately. Once the bloodthirsty broadsword was activated, the broadsword wouldn't return unless it drank blood. Zhou Yu also frowned. 3 cracks appeared on the tortoise shell shield. Once his weapon was damaged, he would be damaged too. Zhou Yu also spewed out blood. Their first confrontation was 2 draws and 1 loss, which showed the strength of the team of the First Academy. Han Fei sent some spiritual energy into Li Renqueng's body, and Su Yebai also sent some into Zhou Yu's body. Han Fei smiled. "Are you sure you let me in?" Han Fei had swept past the others and rushed towards the enemies. Yun Qi sneered. "You won't be able to return? Retreat." Yun Qi, Zhou Yu, Qin Yu, and Zai Shan were suddenly pulled out of the battle. In midair, the 4 of them suddenly pounced at Han Fei all out. Chapter 172, Han Fei Goes Ballistic. Han Fei was stunned. "Come on, the 4 of you are ganging up on me? Don't you feel ashamed?" Su Yebai smiled coldly. "I know that you have a very strong defense power, so we've been waiting for you to come close." They retreated so quickly that the Thug Legend team hadn't even realized what happened, and Han Fei was exposed to their violent attacks at the same time. Qin Yu launched a spiritual energy explosion, Zhou Yu activated Tortoise Impact, Yun Qi thrust his long stick at him, and Zai Shan shot all his knives at him. Li Renqueng was stunned and scratched his head. "What do they think?" Luo Xiaobai froze for a second and shouted, "Target Su Yebai." Zia Ziochen rushed forward as fast as lightning, and Zhang Xuanyu's eyes turned white and launched a soul impact at Su Yebai's brain. Su Yebai's face changed greatly. Why do the other four of the Thug Legend team not worry about Han Fei at all? Either Han Fei has power I don't know of, or Han Fei is able to defeat the four of us alone, so they don't need to worry about him at all. Su Yebai shouted, "Retreat, million spider blood poison." Su Yebai immediately tried to make up for his mistake. The four of the other party had pounced at him, so he had to use all his strength. The vines were withering away. Zia Ziochen threw out the daggers in her hand, because the black spider poison had covered her daggers in the air. Renqueng's blade storm was the strongest one, directly crushing all the spider silk in front of Su Yebai and even breaking the tortoise shell armor. When the victory was coming, a huge black conch suddenly appeared, blocking the blade storm. Han Fei sneered. "In my waters, how can you help others?" Yes, at the moment when the four people besieged him, Han Fei had raised a water wall around and waved the 7-star chain. Han Fei, like a loach, shuttled between the four of them. The double knives danced like a roaming spiritual snake in his hand. Obviously, he wielded his knives much more proficiently than Qin Yu. The sword-covered Zai Shan suddenly rammed at Han Fei like a heavy mountain. To his surprise, however, Han Fei covered himself with a spiritual energy protective cover and collided head-on with him. Bam! The water walls were exploded with a loud thud. Apart from Qin Yu, Zhou Yu and Yun Qi flew out directly. Han Fei was extremely fast and turned into a shadow. And in the next second, Zai Shan, who had just beaten Zhang Xuanyu, was sent flying through the air. Bam! 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 Han Fei's double fists flashed with lightning arcs. He punched out and his body almost bursting with spiritual energy. The sharp spikes on Zai Shan's body were broken one by one. Since he was caught by Han Fei, he had no chance to escape. Crack! Crack! Some spikes were even directly broken by Han Fei with his fingers. When swords hit Han Fei's hands, clanking sounds were heard. Of course, the attacks were not completely ineffective. Zai Shan seemed to know that he could not escape and kept attacking with all his strength, and Han Fei's body was streaked with blood. But Zai Shan was even worse. His arms had been broken by Han Fei, and the spikes on his chest were all shattered. Now his chest was stained with blood, and he kept spewing out blood. Tortoise protection. Zhou Yu reacted very quickly, so shields appeared on Zai Shan's body one layer after another for armor. But Han Fei didn't fear this at all. He launched a series of attacks at the armor, which was shattered one layer after another, and in the end, Zai Shan was thrown into the sky by Han Fei. Universe Broadsword. A broadsword came out into the sky. In a blink of an eye, the 7 layers of shield armor were completely broken, and Zai Shan was penetrated and fell heavily on the ground, not moving at all. Many people in the First Academy stood up and watched this scene in shock. Han Fei, is this spirit gatherer so strong? Han Fei looked a bit pale. After all, Zai Shan was an advanced great fishing master, who was at least 3 levels higher than Han Fei. However, Han Fei tried his best to get rid of Zai Shan so that Zhang Xuanyu could assist them, and then they would immediately take the upper hand. The teachers of the First Academy went pale. In their opinion, Han Fei was strong but lacked speed and combat skills, so they ranked him the 4th in the Thug Legend team. In their minds, the first was Zia Ziochen, the second was Luo Xiaobai, and the third was Renqueng. But now, they found that they made a big mistake. Han Fei was literally a F-seeking monster. The 4 ganged up on Han Fei but were defeated, and one of them was even killed. The audience was in an uproar. What is this? The advanced great fishing masters can't break Han Fei's defense? All they could do was to give him some skin trauma. Was Han Fei really a human being? At the next moment, Su Yebai shouted, "Zhou Yu, block Han Fei, and the others retreat." On the other side, Renqueng handed 2 brand-new daggers to Zia Ziochen, and the latter's eyes turned cold as she thought, use poison. Giant arowana. At this moment, while many people were still shocked by Han Fei's strength, a golden, shining fish with a length of 10 meters or more appeared. Wow! What fish was this? Almost everyone was stunned. I've never seen this fish. What kind of fish is this? Suddenly, a teacher from the Second Academy exclaimed, "A second spiritual beast." The audience was even more shocked. A second spiritual beast? Are you kidding me? Roar! Even Zia Ziochen herself didn't know what kind of a fish this was. All she knew was that it had some heritage of dragons. As the big fish opened his mouth and roared, a gust of wind rose and dragon howling shocked the entire Blue Sea arena. Outside the arena, the mayor and the presidents of the 3 academies all rushed over. They felt something was wrong. As soon as the giant arowana roared, everyone's tortoise-shell armor was shattered. Because it was an indiscriminate attack, even Lu Renquang and Zhang Xuanyu spat out a mouthful of blood. Blood oozed out of Luo Xiaobai's mouth, and she took advantage of this opportunity to shoot out vines and break through the layers of spider silk. Fuse, Su Yebai, who was bleeding from his nose and mouth, finally chose to fuse with his spiritual beast. 7 or 8 sharp claws about 3 meters long suddenly grew out of his back. He moved fast and quickly dodged to the side. Qin Yu's phantom was shattered by the roar of the giant arowana. When she returned to her human state, she lay on the ground and coughed up blood. Yun Qi supplemented Su Yebai's spiritual energy and activated the healing technique. A big sword flew from Zhou Yu's side, and he quickly pounced at Luo Xiaobai. He gave up attacking Xia Xiaochen and Han Fei because he didn't think he could beat the two, but Luo Xiaobai was busy attacking and didn't notice him. Qi and blood burn. Raging sea spirit strike. Zhang Xuanyu, who kept spewing blood, gritted his teeth and launched a soul attack at Yun Qi. When he saw Yun Qi pause, he swung his rod at him. Bam! Zhang Xuanyu suddenly stumbled. He was too close to Xia Xiaochen just now and was almost crushed by the roar of the giant arowana. Zhang Xuanyu shouted, "Han Fei, help!" Han Fei frowned, looking at Zhou Yu, who was blocking him. Scar of war shadows. Zhou Yu almost vomited blood. "Come on, not again. My body is not as sturdy as yours." In an instant, Zhou Yu put multiple layers of tortoise shell shields to his body and braced himself to collide with Han Fei. Bam! Han Fei was sent flying, and Zhou Yu's body shield shattered. He half knelt on the ground, panting heavily. But before he could stand up, Han Fei shouted again, "Scar of war shadows." Zhou Yu, unknown. This big fatty felt very aggrieved. Did this guy have endless power and spiritual energy? How many times was this? This time, Zhou Yu failed to block it and his shield was all broken, and Han Fei ran away. Seeing this scene, Yun Qi frowned. He couldn't believe Zhou Yu couldn't even block Han Fei. At the next moment, a rain of sheen sprinkled on Zhang Xuanyu, who gave a shiver and then waved his big rod. Su Yebai knew he had to rely on himself now. None of his teammates could come to help him. All this was because he made the wrong decision to besiege Han Fei. Countless spider silks shot out of Su Yebai's body. No matter what, he must get rid of Xia Xiaochen first. This woman was too strong for him to resist. Xia Xiaochen sneered. Seeing the spider silk darting at her, she didn't even use the giant arowana, but directly turned into a shadow and rushed to Su Yebai. Poison explosion. Han Fei yelled, "Hurry up, retreat." Flop! Xia Xiaochen fell to the ground, her face purple. "What is this poison? Can it even poison my shadow?" After falling to the ground, Xia Xiaochen's breath was unsteady and her body was faintly red. Han Fei frowned. Not good. What if she goes crazy here? Han Fei's eyes immediately turned red. "Little bastard, today I'm gonna spank you." Chapter 173, 100-game winning streak. Han Fei was angry. Although Xia Xiaochen often slashed him, that was just horseplay between classmates. He certainly wouldn't allow outsiders to bully her. More importantly, if Xia Xiaochen went crazy now, with so many people present, what if she killed dozens of people? Then how could they clear up the mess? Han Fei stepped into the air, used the divine healing technique on Xia Xiaochen, and at the same time shot a green fruit at Xia Xiaochen. Han Fei shouted, "Detoxify." Then 7 chains shot out from all sides. Han Fei roared, "7-star chain." Clang! Su Yebai tried to use his claws to block the chains, but he got entangled as soon as they approached. But Han Fei secretly sighed. Su Yebai had 8 claws, but 9 tails now only had 7 tails and couldn't entangle him completely. Otherwise, he wouldn't have been able to even move. Su Yebai was startled. What the hell was this? Were the chains alive? Where did they connect to? Seeing Han Fei rushing up to him, he shouted, "Attach!" Han Fei scoffed. Does he think he can block me with a contractual spiritual beast? In the chaos, Han Fei held a small seal in his hand. He had never used this little seal. He didn't want to use it, but now he was very angry. How dare this guy poison Xia Xiaochen like that? Bam! Su Yebai just saw that as Han Fei punched, a big seal appeared in the sky. In the next moment, Su Yebai was smashed to the ground like a cannonball, and he made a big pit in the earth. Han Fei secretly put the water-stirring seal into Forge the Universe, thinking to himself, no one has seen it. The seal is so small, and I can hold it in my hand. Now except for Yunqi, who was still fighting Zhang Xuanyu, the team members of the First Academy were all solved. Han Fei immediately looked at Yunqi. The latter raised his eyebrows, swept Zhang Xuanyu away with his sword, and jumped backward. I admit defeat. Yunqi was not a fool. He would at most tie with Zhang Xuanyu. His teammates were all knocked down, and Han Fei alone beat the three of them. He had no other choice now. The host stammered, "Admit defeat? Wow, what an earth-shaking feat. The thug legend has completed their quest. In nearly 30 years, they have completed the 100-game winning streak in the Blue Sea Arena for the first time. This is a miracle, a memorable event. It's worth a good cheer, ladies and gentlemen." Wow, in the deafening cheers, Han Fei and the others crowded beside Luo Xiaobai. At this moment, Xia Xiaochen looked much better. She looked at Han Fei and complained, "I didn't know that he was so poisonous." Han Fei was relieved. "It's all right, but unfortunately your giant arowana has been exposed." Xia Xiaochen shrugged. "It's okay. It's not in the city anyway, don't worry." Han Fei hesitated. Then just now, Xia Xiaochen pursed her lips and shook her head slightly. "It's okay. It's over." Han Fei took a breath of relief. As long as she didn't get crazy, otherwise God knew what would happen. In the arena, people were throwing mid-quality pearls about like crazy. When the team of the First Academy showed up, countless people bet on them winning. But who knew the Thug Legend team would still win? Those who won were throwing their pearls about in excitement. Someone exclaimed, "That's a miracle. A 100-game winning streak in the Blue Sea Arena is a miracle." Some people agreed. The Thug Legend team is really strong. Han Fei seems not tired at all, so does Zhang Xuanyu. Luo Xiaobai didn't even summon her blue cannibal flower, and Li Renqueng didn't activate his violent war body either. That's absolutely a crushing defeat for the First Academy. Compared with the excited audience, the people from the three academies were not that happy. Many students who came to watch the game were stunned. Su Yebai, the 8th in the top 100 list. A manipulator who was nearly invincible was defeated. He was slapped to the ground by Han Fei. At the moment, the First Academy people were trying their best to save these people's lives, and various healing techniques were thrown at them. When they took Su Yebai out of the pit, all his limbs had been broken, so were half of his ribs. The spirit gatherers who were treating them were all shocked. How much strength did Han Fei use in the final blow? Many people from the First Academy clenched their fists. This was a disgrace. A student said, "They made a mistake in command. They shouldn't have besieged Han Fei. That guy is literally a humanoid weapon and is almost invincible." Someone was angry. What combat skill did Han Fei use in his last blow? What is that sealed phantom? How can it be so strong? In the crowd, He Xiaoyu, Wang Beiyu, Xiang Nan, Xia Wuxuang, and the others were bending over the railing stunned. Xia Xiaochen once said that when Han Fei entered the 4th Academy, he was required to insist on 5 minutes under the siege of the 4 of them. Now it seemed that Han Fei was much stronger than they thought. His body was abnormally strong. Xiang Nan swallowed. "They're all monsters." Han Fei knocked out 3 opponents alone. Xia Xiaochen's second spiritual beast is so powerful. That big fish almost killed everyone in the arena by giving a single roar. Han Fei waved his hands at the audience, so did Li Renqueng. The two were very happy that they could finally stop fighting every day. The host was heard again. "Look, Han Fei and Li Renqueng have raised their hands happily. Let's raise our hands and sway with them." Han Fei? Unknown. Han Fei looked at the host. This guy had the potential to be a DJ. If everyone held glow sticks, would he ask everyone to wave glow sticks together and dance together? The host was very excited because he had hosted the miracle of a 100-game winning streak. In the future, his name would also be written in the history of the Blue Sea Town. The host continued, "During this period of time, the Thug Legend team has won one incredible battle after another. They have been injured and bled, but they have never been absent. Now tell me what led them to success?" The host was about to answer the question himself, but before he answered it, Han Fei shouted, "The secret to success is to persevere to win." After you gain enough wins, you will succeed. The host, unknown. The audience, unknown. Lerenkweng also shouted, the secret to success is to eat more. A strong body needs the support of food. In the corner of the spectator seats, Xiao Zhan covered his face. No, it seems that we will have to take more cultural classes in the future, so they won't speak like illiterates anymore. Old Bai said angrily, Humph, these little guys are so complacent. We should let them experience what failure is when they get back. In the sky, the presidents of the 3 academies all looked unhappy. This time, no one could stop the rise of the 4th Academy. Before, the 4th Academy had enrolled students, but none of them were impressive. Who knew they had recruited 5 students at a time this year? Where did they find these kids? The mayor thought to himself, although Han Fei looks very strong, he actually is strong in both defense and offense. He is a genius but not rare. But Zia Zioachin puzzles me. He had a feeling that he had seen that big fish in an ancient book, but it was too long ago for him to remember. Han Fei and Lerenkweng were still happily expressing their joy and pride on the stage, and Zhang Xuanyu wanted to join them. However, Luo Xiaobai released her vines and dragged them backstage. Baojin led 2 rows of attendants and welcomed them in a line. Luo Xiaobai frowned. What's this for? Baojin gave a fawning smile. As the first team who has won a 100-game winning streak in a span of more than 30 years, we invite you to accept the honorary medal awarded by our Blue Sea Arena. This is a glorious moment and worth commemorating. Lerenkweng and Zhang Xuanyu smiled. It sounds very reasonable. They shall keep the medal to brag to others in the future. Zia Zioachin, who was still a bit feeble, said unhappily, can't there be a bonus? Tens of thousands of mid-quality pearls are much better than this. Han Fei nodded. Medal can't be sold. A bonus is more practical. Baojin was speechless. This is a big honor. Besides, we needed to make money, not to mention that we haven't given any bonuses before. But he immediately said, yes, you certainly should have a bonus, but not as much as tens of thousands, only 10,000 mid-quality pearls. Zia Zioachin's eyes lit up. 10,000 each person? Baojin said awkwardly. 10,000 in total. Zia Zioachin immediately lost interest. That's too little, not even enough for me to buy a suit of clothes. That said, Zia Zioachin suddenly looked at Han Fei. You said you would make me new clothes? Han Fei blinked. Do you still remember this? I had almost forgotten. Luo Xiaobai looked at the tattered clothes on her body and frowned. We should make new clothes. When Luo Xiaobai saw the cheongsam Han Fei painted, she liked it very much. If Han Fei could make her nicer clothes, she would be very happy. Han Fei said impatiently, let's talk about it when we go back. Let's go eat hot pot first? Zia Zioachin whined, I want new clothes. Han Fei said impatiently, go to the hot pot restaurants to get your salary first. Don't forget that you guys have a 10% share in the restaurants. With that, they walked forward. Only Zhang Xuanyu came to Baojin, took the medal, and stuffed it into his pocket, saying, don't forget the bonus. Send it to the 4th Academy. Baojin looked at these little guys and slapped his own mouth in regret. Come on, they don't lack money at all. Why did they ask me for a bonus? Is it that easy for us to make money? Chapter 174, A Friend of Girls. The Thug Academy had risen again, and countless people had gone to the school to ask if their children could enter it. Unfortunately, Xiao Zhan told them only geniuses who were already great fishing masters and had exotic spiritual beasts would be admitted. At this moment, Han Fei was somewhat desperate. He thought the source of happiness for Zia Zioachin and the others was money, so he led them to go to the fish dragons to get money. Each of them got more than 8,000 mid-quality pearls, and they all clamored to do shopping in the Linglong Tower. Han Fei did not want to do shopping in the Linglong Tower. It was too expensive, but the other 4 insisted. Seeing Zia Zioachin was going to buy clothes there, Han Fei immediately said, buy cloth. Just buy cloth. Zia Zioachin tilted her head. Han Fei, can you really make clothes? Han Fei nodded helplessly. Yes, the clothes I make will definitely be better than what you buy, and it saves money. Zia Zioachin's eyes lit up. Really? Before Han Fei answered, Zia Zioachin said to the shop assistant, bring all your good fabrics up. The person who received them was still that beautiful woman, Yuling. She looked at them and said, congratulations on your 100-game winning streak. Today you can enjoy a 10% discount in the Linglong Tower. Zia Xiaochen stated, "We want cloth." Yuling waved her hand, and someone left. Yuling said, "Little brother Han Fei, can you sell us your design? I can pay you 200,000 mid-quality pearls." Wow! Zhang Xuanyu dropped the medal in his hand in shock. Le Renqueng stumbled and quickly supported Zhang Xuanyu. The two girls were dumbfounded. 200,000 mid-quality pearls? If old Bai was here, he would definitely force Han Fei to sell. Han Fei turned his eyes. "Do you want us to be your image spokespersons? Don't even think about it." Yuling looked confused. "Image spokesperson? This word is novel. I'm not going to sell my design. I don't want everyone to wear the same clothes as us all over the streets. Then, how can we highlight our unique temperament?" Yuling, unknown. Zia Xiaochen immediately echoed. "Yes, only we can wear these clothes." Le Renqueng added, "Yes, we don't lack money." Yuling sighed slightly. These beautiful clothes would only be wasted on these little brats. And she was really surprised at the recently rising fish dragons. This gang, who came from the village, had a lot of money and used 200,000 mi-quality pearls in one shot, knocking open the market of the Blue Sea town. In 1 month, Fish Dragon hot pot restaurants and Fish Dragon cards were widely known throughout the Blue Sea town, and they earned a lot of money. It was said that they earned at least 400,000 mid-quality pearls in a month. Their ability to make money was shocking. Yuling smiled. "Then, if you want to find a business partner in the future, you're always welcomed in the Linglong Tower. We'd love to cooperate with you in a million-pearl business." Zia Xiaochen and the others widened their eyes. A million-pearl business? This number was big. Zhang Xuanyu swallowed. "Is the garment industry so profitable? Is it too late to change my career?" Han Fei waved his hand. "No, our businesses are too small and can't afford big moves. By the way, does the Linglong Tower have any magic weapons to sell?" Yuling's eyes lit up. "Of course, magic weapons are on the 5th floor. Would you like to have a look?" Zhang Xuanyu nodded. "Yes, I haven't seen any magic weapon yet." Le Renqueng agreed. "Yes, how much are they?" Yuling informed. "Generally speaking, the prices range from 50,000 to 100,000. An ultra-quality magic weapon may cost up to 200,000 mid-quality pearls." Hearing this, they all gasped. Were they going or not? They couldn't afford it. Even if they sold the whole Fish Dragon's businesses, they could only afford a few. Luo Xiaobai looked confused. "I remember the spiritual weapon only cost me 100,000 mid-quality pearls last time. The last time was an exchange. I offered an exceptionally low price to Mr. Han Fei because I wanted to cooperate with him. Normally, a spiritual weapon will cost 200,000 mid-quality pearls at least, and millions of pearls sometimes." Han Fei smiled. It was really profitable. He felt that he could open a Fish Dragon blacksmith shop in the future, specializing in selling spiritual weapons, and then he would make a fortune. On the 5th floor of the Linglong Tower, everyone was almost drooling at the glittering weapons. Han Fei also fancied a bow, but when he found the price was 720,000 mid-quality pearls, he gave up immediately. This was seeking too expensive. He couldn't afford it. Yuling let them look for a few minutes before asking, "Are there any goods you'd like to buy?" Everyone looked at Han Fei and he asked casually, "What are these made of?" Yuling pointed to the bow in front of Han Fei. "This is forged with purple gold. But what matters is not the purple gold but the craftsmanship. In terms of purple gold alone, this bow is only worth less than 300,000 mid-quality pearls." Han Fei was shocked. The cost of materials was this expensive. Immediately, a chagrined expression appeared on his face. When he was in one of the gates of the hexagon starfish, he seemed to have seen this kind of material. At that time, he thought it was a purple gem. It turns out it was purple gold. Han Fei's face paled. "I can't afford it. Gotta go. Zia Xiaochen, have you chosen your fabrics?" Zia Xiaochen had given up as soon as she saw the prices. She said casually, "Aren't you choosing the fabrics? By the way, I want a red set, a white set, and a green set of clothes." Han Fei frowned. "Why don't you just say you want all the colors?" Zia Xiaochen blinked at Han Fei and asked sweetly, "May I?" Han Fei covered his head. "You wish," Luo Xiaobai said. "I want a white set of clothes at most with a few other colors." Le Renqueng said happily, "I want." Han Fei quickly interrupted him, "No, you don't want." Le Renqueng, unknown. 1 day later, Han Fei ran out of the shut cave, holding a pile of clothes. Han Fei was a little bit tired. Do I suddenly have 2 daughters or 2 lovers, so I have to buy them beautiful clothes, beautiful headbands, beautiful hairpins, and beautiful jewelry. However, these things were easy to make. There were all kinds of gems here, and black iron was not expensive, but purple gold was very expensive. Han Fei only bought a piece of purple gold of half the size of a fist, which cost him 30,000 mid-quality pearls. In order not to be disturbed by Xia Zhaochen, who always liked making sneak attacks, Han Fei specially sealed the cave. Of course, he was not just making clothes. He just threw the materials into the demon purification pot, depicted the clothes he wanted, and then the clothes were made, which wouldn't take him long. His purpose was certainly to refine magic weapons. Han Fei guessed that the second brocade sachet was much harder to get than the first one, so he needed to change his weapons. He used the purple jade and the bone of purple gold arowana he got from the hexagon starfish, but only got 2 mid-quality magic swords. Then he used the remaining materials to refine 5 palm-long magic knives in preparation for the million knife art. On the school grounds. As soon as Han Fei arrived under the treehouse, Xia Zhaochen appeared with a swoosh. Xia Zhaochen stared at the clothes in Han Fei's hands. They look nice, so colorful. 3 sets for you and 3 sets for Zhaobai, Le Renqueng wailed. Han Fei, you are too much. Didn't you do 1 set for me? I am your brother. Zhang Xunyu shouted too. Fei, I'm no longer your brother, that's it. Han Fei shouted angrily. All of you get your asses down here. You guys are not little girls. Only 1 set for each of you. Zhang Xunyu jumped down the tree. Only 1 set? That's too little. Fei, we should open a shop to sell clothes, or change a new set after each fight. Han Fei sneered. I'm afraid you just want new clothes to wear, right? If you can find the best materials, I'll make you a magic set of clothes. If you can't, get off my back. Le Renqueng didn't mind it. As a fatty, he didn't have very high requirements for clothing. A moment later, Le Renqueng jumped out of his treehouse cheerfully. Good, this is just right. It sets off my perfect figure perfectly. I love it. Zhang Xunyu also came down from his treehouse. He looked very handsome and graceful in the clothes, and Han Fei also made him a fan. He smartly opened the fan with a swish and looked really charming. Then Luo Xiaobai came out. She was wearing a pure white long gown with a pink girdling and neckline and was like a little fairy, and Zhang Xunyu almost drooled over her. Luo Xiaobai blushed. Although she was as cold as an iceberg, she was still a girl. Girls liked beautiful clothes, and Luo Xiaobai was no exception. She seemed to like her clothes very much. At this moment, Xia Zhaochen shouted, Han Fei, come in. I don't know how to wear these clothes. Everyone, unknown. Le Renqueng muttered, wow, what did I just hear? Chapter 175, The Second Brocade Sash. Everyone looked at Han Fei with strange eyes and then at Xia Zhaochen's treehouse, swallowing saliva from time to time. Luo Xiaobai frowned slightly. Are they in love? Isn't it too early? Suddenly, he saw Xia Zhaochen pop out, wearing a white and red traditional-style costume. Her upper body was dressed in white with red flower patterns on the cuffs, collar, and buttons, and her lower body was wearing a small red miniskirt, revealing her slender white legs. Zhang Xunyu gasped. Wow. Staring at Xia Zhaochen, Zhang Xunyu patted Han Fei's arm. Fei, let's open a clothing store. We can definitely be better than the Linglong Tower. We can sell the clothes for 5,000 mid-quality pearls each, Han Fei scoffed. Get lost. Zhang Xunyu clicked his tongue. Xia Zhaochen, why is your hair down loose? What is that thing on your head? Han Fei was helpless. This is a crested hairpin with pearl embellishments, purple gold, and gems by me. How could she just put it straight on the top of her head? Don't you have an eye for beauty? Xia Zhaochen hummed. I don't know how to wear it. Do I need to explain it to you? Han Fei, come and help me fix my hair. Everyone's eyes became strange again. Zhang Xunyu muttered, this must not be the first time. Le Renqueng nodded. Definitely not. Luo Xiaobai. Zhang Xunyu rubbed his hands. Xiaobai, do you need me to help you fix your hair? He Xiaoyu shot him with a cold glare. Get lost. Han Fei climbed into Xia Zhaochen's treehouse, asking, don't you usually fix your hair well? No, I don't know how to deal with this stuff. Xia Zhaochen fiddled with the crested hairpin, holding a bunch of red tassels in her hand. Han Fei sighed. This is not for this suit. Look what I do. I will only teach you once. After a while, Han Fei made Zia Zioachen's long hair braided on both sides. Have you got it? Zia Zioachen blinked. Yes, okay, now I'll undo your braids. Hang the red tassels above your left ear and tie the 2 pom-poms on the end of your braids. You see, this is how you make braids. Han Fei continued. Okay, finished. Have you got it? Zia Zioachen was stunned. Ah, yes. Then Zia Zioachen grabbed her earlobes and said, I haven't pierced my ears. Han Fei said with a smile, then pierce them. Zia Zioachen shook her head. No, that will hurt. I can't do it. Han Fei was helpless. You will hurt too even if I do it for you. After a moment, Zia Zioachen's treehouse. Zia Zioachen cried, Putch, Han Fei, you're hurting me. I'm gonna kill you. Don't move. This is your first time, and of course, you'll bleed, but not again. Zia Zioachen whined, Can't you be gentle? I'm already being very gentle. If I do it more gently, I won't be able to get it in. Under the tree. The 3 of them widened their eyes and looked up, blinking. Zhang Xuanyu swallowed. Should we leave them alone? Le Renqueng looked confused. I don't quite get it. What are they talking about? Luo Xiaobai also looked perplexed. Why is she bleeding just fixing her hair? Zhang Xuanyu was speechless. These 2 idiots, they simply know nothing. After a moment, Han Fei ran out and complained, I'll never ever pierce ears for girls in the future. They just keep nagging. Pooh! Zhang Xuanyu was shocked, just ear piercings. Then why did you speak that way? Within half a minute, Zia Zioachen jumped out of the treehouse and everyone widened their eyes. She had 2 braids, on the end of which hung 2 fluffy pom-poms. There was a strand of red tassels next to her left ear, which went well with her red earrings. She was wearing a white top with wide sleeves and a red fringed pleated skirt. What a pretty little girl. When she jumped down, jingling sounds were heard from her wrist and head. Zhang Xuanyu glanced at Luo Xiaobai. Hey, Han Fei, why do you treat the 2 girls so differently? Luo Xiaobai didn't hear what Zhang Xuanyu said and stepped forward curiously. Zioachen, what are you wearing on your hand? Zia Zioachen grinned. A bracelet, a little bell bracelet. Were the red earrings also made by Han Fei? Yes, didn't he make some for you? Huh. Xiaobai, your white clothes look really beautiful. But Luo Xiaobai turned to Han Fei and extended her hand. A small bell bracelet, please. Han Fei? Unknown. Han Fei was helpless. You 2 have different temperaments. That bracelet doesn't suit you. It doesn't go with your cold, aloof temperament. Don't point your finger at me. Do you want an anklet? Anklet? Han Fei took out a delicate anklet. This was prepared for Zia Zioachen, but since Zia Zioachen was an ADHD patient, she would probably break the anklet in minutes. But this wouldn't happen to Luo Xiaobai, so he fastened the anklet to one of her feet. As soon as she walked, the anklet jingled. Zia Zioachen was now pouting too. Where is mine? You don't need it. You'd break it in a minute. Zhang Xuanyu and Le Renqueng exchanged a sad glance with each other. Can't we have bells? In order to go with these guys, Han Fei also put on a traditional-style set of clothes. When the 5 of them stood together in their new clothes, they were sure to turn heads. Thud! 3 figures appeared in the sky and landed. Zhao Zhan held a brocade sachet in his hand but stared at the 5 of them, stunned. Wenren Yu rushed forward. Where did you buy these clothes, Zioachen and Xiaobai? How much are they? Which famous designer made them? Luo Xiaobai said flatly, Han Fei made them. Zia Zioachen asked, Miss Wenren, what do you think of my clothes? Zia Zioachen jingled the bracelet she just got in front of Wenren Yu. Wenren Yu pushed her hand aside and walked straight to Han Fei. Can you make clothes and jewelry? Han Fei had a bad hunch as he responded nervously. Ha, a little, just a little. Wenren Yu raised her eyebrows. What kind of clothes do you think suit me? Do you think black suits me? But it can't be pure black, it's too serious. How about mixing some red? Cough, cough. Miss Wenren, what are you doing? Old Bai cut her off. Wenren Yu finally remembered why she came here. She gave Han Fei a deep look before standing back. Zhao Zhan smiled. He had never seen such maverick students before. Interesting, Zhao Zhan gave them a proud look. Given that you have accomplished a 100-game winning streak in the Blue Sea Arena, now you are eligible to get the 2nd brocade sachet. However, you still have many shortcomings. For example, Zia Zioachen, in the last game, since you've summoned your giant arowana, why did you still have to fight the other side in the close quarters? As a result, you got poisoned and almost fell down the stage. Isn't that disgraceful? And you, Zhang Xunyu, you even tied with a spirit gatherer. I really feel ashamed for you. Zhang Xunyu shot back. He was also a soul warrior. And he is an advanced fishing master, okay? Xiao Zhan scoffed. How dare you talk back? Why don't you ask yourself why you are so weak? Xiao Zhan turned back to them all. This time, your performance can only be considered average. Only one of the top 10 students from the 3 academies came. What if the other team was all made up of the top students? Then, what would your chance of winning be? It'll be 50% at most. How can you sweep the 36 towns with such strength? Blah, blah. Xiao Zhan kept on saying that he was tired, so he looked at Old Bai and asked, say something to them? Old Bai nodded and said, since you won, you won. It's not F-seeking worth mentioning. Now I will ask you a few questions. Chapter 176 Realm Weapon Combat Skill. Old Bai raised a finger and took 2 steps forward. The first question, have you ever studied your spiritual beasts carefully? Han Fei and the others were all surprised. What kind of problem is this? Of course, we've studied them. Old White Man sneered. What you did cannot be considered studying. For example, Xia Xiaochen didn't know what her giant arowana was capable of, and Le Renqueng doesn't know how to make use of his spiritual beast, spiritual clam. How can you be called geniuses if you can't even master your spiritual beasts? Without giving them the opportunity to refute, Old Bai continued. As you're getting increasingly stronger, the demonic fish in the sea will also become smarter and smarter. Guess whether or not you can still catch fish then? If it's getting more and more difficult to fish, what kind of path will fishers take? Hearing his words, everyone pondered. None of them had considered this issue before. In their opinion, fish are so silly. Just fish for them with bait. Luo Xiaobai questioned, in addition to fishing, is there any other way? Ho-ho, you are fishing with your hands, and most of what you catch is only ordinary demonic fish. But some people don't need bait. They can easily get to the purple gold mine 100 miles away merely by casually waving their fishing hooks. How do you think they managed to do it? Han Fei and the others were shocked. Can a mine be fished? How? It's not even a living creature. Old Bai added, I said this just to make you think about it. Old Bai continued, the third question, have you ever wondered, which is counted as the starting point of cultivation for a great fishing master or dangling fisher? Zhang Xunyu questioned, isn't a fishing master the starting point of cultivation? Le Renqueng added, yes. A fishing master can practice combat skills, higher techniques, and even secret skills. Old Bai stroked his long beard and sneered, a fishing master is nothing. Miss Wenren, explain it to them. Wenren Yu stood up and smiled. Do you know why you didn't even know other realms above great fishing masters and dangling fisher before? Maybe you have heard of hanging fisher, hidden fisher, or something like that. But it was just hearsay. That's because your knowledge determines your vision. Wenren Yu's face suddenly turned serious. Fishermen and fishing masters are at the bottom of this world. In their lives, they don't need to know anything but living and fishing. Above fishing masters, there are great fishing masters, dangling fisher, hanging fisher, hidden fisher, law enforcer, and explorers, etc., above which there are also venerable level masters. Why are they graded this way? Luo Xiaobai asked. Great fishing masters are only a transitional stage and cannot be counted as a real cultivator. Only when you become a dangling fisher can you really embark on the path of cultivation. And fishers won't just catch demonic fishes. By the time you're strong enough, you will know this naturally. As for dangling fishers, as the name indicates, some of them can stand in midair, for example, the angels who once visited your village. They have wings on their backs, and some of them are hanging fishers, and some are hidden fishers. After hearing what Wenren Yu had said, Han Fei concluded. Fishing masters and great fishing masters, they are at the bottom of the cultivation world and mainly responsible for teaching ordinary students and fishermen in the villages. A dangling fisher, they've just discovered the true meaning of fishing. A hanging fisher, they already have the ability to fly in the air and dive under the ocean, but not strong enough to transcend fishing itself. A hidden fisher, they have mastered superhuman skills. As the main force to explore the known sea area, they are able to explore the remains, dig up treasures, and look for mysterious resources from the ocean. A law enforcer, they are very strong and usually serve as leaders. Wenren Yu didn't tell them exactly what kinds of leaders they served as, nor did anyone know. An explorer, they are the most mysterious. The known sea can no longer satisfy them. They will explore the unknown ocean, where it is full of adventures and dangers. Everything in the unknown sea is mysterious. Only when you become an explorer will you be eligible to move on. As for the venerable level masters, Wenren Yu didn't say much about them. Obviously, they were a bit too far away from her. So, after hearing what she said, what they were thinking of was not those unreachable realms, but instead she asked, "What kind of a cultivation path is fishing?" A kit was thrown to them. They opened it and found 3 messages. First, explore how to make use of spiritual beasts in actual combat. Second, understand the true meaning of fishing. And then they were stunned to find that the 3rd message was empty. But Wenren Yu pointed to the kit in the hands of Xiao Zhan. "You'll know the answer when you get the 6th kit. If you can't get it, then just graduate from school. There is no need for you to know so much. Even if you get to know it, it won't do you any good but make you expendable among fishing cultivators." At this moment, everyone was a bit excited. Nobody told them about these things before. Even their village leaders didn't know this. Whom else could they ask? Now learning the secrets about different realms, they were very excited. In their eyes, every realm that Old Bai mentioned could not be easily achieved. Only after becoming a dangling fisher could they know the first secret of this world, which was only the first one. Han Fei suddenly asked, "Teacher, can you tell us about weapons? I heard that there are magic weapons and spiritual weapons in the Linglong Tower, but why don't I see anyone using them?" Wenren Yu sneered. "Can you afford them?" Han Fei muttered. "Well, I can only afford a few." Wow! Both Wenren Yu and Xiao Zhan turned green. "What?" Wenren Yu asked again. "Do you know that a high-quality spiritual weapon will cost millions of mid-quality pearls? Can you afford that? At least we should know about them if we meet them in the future." Han Fei shot back. Wenren Yu shook her head helplessly. "The magic weapons are much stronger than ordinary ones. High-quality and ultra-quality magic weapons are very powerful. For example, a great fishing master with the same level as you may break your defense if he uses a magic weapon. If he is an advanced or peak-level great fishing master, he should be barely able to pierce your body if he uses a magic weapon." "Gosh!" everyone gasped. "Pierced Han Fei's body? Seriously?" Zia Xiaochen's eyes suddenly lit up. "How can I get a magic weapon? Han Fei, lend me some money. I want to buy 2 magic daggers." Han Fei rolled his eyes. "You wish. Then you can stab me with them, right? Don't even think about it. No money." Humph. Han Fei asked further, "What about spiritual weapons?" Wenren Yu looked at Han Fei up and down. "Spiritual weapons can easily pierce your body. Moreover, they have awareness. They will recognize a master. The master can sense his own spiritual weapon thousands of miles away, unless the connection between the spiritual weapon and its master is cut off. For example, when the spiritual weapon is put in a small space such as sea swallowing seashell." "What about above spiritual weapons?" Wenren Yu said impatiently. "Are you through? Above spiritual weapons are legendary or treasure weapons. There are few people who have seen them." Han Fei smiled and scratched his already deflated belly. "I've got 3 magic weapons in my hand, but that's not enough. I have to find a way to get a spiritual weapon as my ace in the hole." Wenren Yu continued. "Usually, if you are still fishers, you won't be able to get any combat skills or weapons. When you become fishing masters, generally you'll only get some low-level combat skills. And when you become great fishing masters, as you see, there are countless combat skills in our academy. The highest level one is even heaven level, which is beyond the reach of the other 3 academies." Wenren Yu's face turned serious. "And what I must tell you is to not rely too much on combat skills. Combat skills are just a means of combat. When you are fighting, the situation changes rapidly, and sometimes low-level combat skills may even be more effective than the heaven-level ones." Everyone was shocked. "But who doesn't want higher-level combat skills?" Luo Xiaobai muttered, "Mortal level, mystic level, spirit level, demon level, heaven level, and even higher." "Higher, it's okay to tell you. Maybe you will have some special chances in the future. Above the heaven level, it is the venerable level, but those are very rare. Even in the city, ordinary heavenly talents can only get heaven-level combat skills, and very few of them can get venerable-level combat skills. Normally, there won't be anyone who owns a venerable-level combat skill, even in an entire city." Han Fei swallowed. Are venerable level combat skills so few? Han Fei suddenly realized that indestructible body is at the venerable level. Just deducing it requires 100 million points of spiritual energy. Then, what will I get after I deduce it? Han Fei asked, Teacher, is there any difference in quality at each level? Wenren Yu nodded. Sure, there are low quality, mid quality, high quality, as well as ultra quality. Han Fei asked hastily, is ultra quality the highest quality? Wenren Yu was about to nod when Old Bai said, no, it said that there is still divine quality above it, but at least we haven't seen any combat skills of that quality. Theoretically, no one in the city has seen this. Even if there are some people who have, there are only very few of them. Chapter 177, Abduct a Girl. Han Fei was very excited. Until today, he had a complete understanding of the relationship between realm, combat skills, and weapons. He also understood why his combat power was the strongest, although the others had better spiritual heritage than him. The only reason was that his combat skills were the strongest. Old Bai said, we just told you some information about the cultivation world. However, you don't have to think about it too much because many things are still out of your reach. Now let's go back to the 3 questions. I think now you know what the starting point is. Those below dangling fissures are disposable. As for the first and the second questions, you need to study them for yourselves. Luo Xiaobai asked, President, but for the second question, if fishers don't fish demonic fish, what do they fish? It's not that they don't fish demonic fish, but that they can also fish other things besides demonic fish. In the infinite ocean hides countless treasures. Why do you only catch fish every day but don't hunt treasures? Old Bai looked at them speechlessly. I've put it so clearly, why can't you still understand? Old Bai went away angrily. Wenren Yu gave a strange smile and left too. Xiao Zhan sighed and looked at them. I was just like you when I was young, thinking fishing was simply fishing demonic fish. But in fact, it is not. Let me ask you, if somewhere in the sea was full of spiritual energy, what would you do? Le Renqueng immediately replied, there must be something good there. I'd jump down and hunt for treasure. Xiao Zhan said crossly, shut up. Luo Xiaobai wondered, would I resort to fishing? Xiao Zhan smiled. Yes, when you enter the level 3 fishery one day, do you think fishes will take the initiative to come to eat your hooks? Han Fei thought of hexagon starfish. That bastard was very sly. When he wanted Han Fei to save him, he tried to please him with all kinds of benefits. As soon as he was liberated, however, he ran away with a swish. What a damn fish. Han Fei guessed, so we can not only fish demonic fishes, but also treasures, right? Does it mean we can fish anything if we want? Xiao Zhan explained, only when you have enough strength. Although your combat skills are different paths lead to the same destination. For example, you practice true spirit fishing, so you must have learned the water control technique. Then you need to fish according to the direction of flowing water and the strength of spiritual energy. You can have a try. Everyone was stunned. Zia Xiaochen begged, Teacher, can we go to sea? Sure. Do you still want to fight in the arena? But you should have a clear idea of your purpose. It's not for fishing for demonic fish, but for you to study your spiritual beasts and try to figure out the true meaning of fishing. Wow. Yeah. We can finally go to sea. Zia Xiaochen was overjoyed. Are we going now? Luo Xiaobai's eyes brightened. No hurry, let's see if there is anything to prepare. Zhang Xunyu added, Mimi, I need 1 day. Han Fei nodded. Me too, Le Renqueng said quickly. Then I want 1 day too. You all have things to do, but I don't. I've decided to use the day to eat hot pot. Zia Xiaochen rolled her eyes at Le Renqueng. It's not like we're not coming back. Le Renqueng clicked his tongue. I just want to eat hot pot. Zia Xiaochen was helpless. Glutton. That night, Le Renqueng went to the hot pot restaurant. Zia Xiaochen and Luo Xiaobai went shopping. Han Fei locked himself in the cave, and no one knew what he was doing. Zhang Xuanyu disappeared with thousands of mid-quality pearls. No one knew where he was going. He Xiaoyu and Wang Beiyu were studying at the first academy, the Blue Sea Academy. At this moment, He Xiaoyu was practicing hard with Wang Beiyu as her sparring partner. She had decided to become a hunter. Clang, clang, clang. Wang Beiyu asked, He Xiaoyu, why didn't you just choose to become a soul warrior? According to your talent, you're suitable for becoming a soul warrior. No, I just want to be a hunter. He Xiaoyu's attacks were all blocked by Wang Beiyu. However, Wang Beiyu was surprised. His talent was superior to hers, but why were he Xiaoyu's attacks so powerful? It was completely beyond the power a girl should have. Just when he Xiaoyu was sweating all over, a girl hurried over. Xiaoyu, Han Fei from the 4th Academy came to you. It seems that he is having a conflict with the people in our school. He Xiaoyu's eyes lit up. Ah! She jumped up and ran off while muttering, I'll take a shower. Why? Is it the first time you've seen him? He Xiaoyu snorted. It's none of your business. At the gate of the 1st Academy, a group of people surrounded Han Fei. Someone shouted angrily, Han Fei, what do you want? Are you coming to provoke us? You're not that important, I came to see someone. The man was angry. Bullshit. Last night Zhang Xunyu came and carried Hu Karen off with him. Now you've come too. Who are you going to abduct? Han Fei. Unknown. Han Fei was dumbfounded. What? Zhang Xunyu had been here and abducted a girl? Han Fei thought about it and patted his thigh in chagrin. Damn it, Zhang Xunyu did come to see that girl. That bastard. Han Fei pretended to be calm. I'm not like him. I won't abduct anyone. I'm here to see He Xiaoyu. Dozens of people were angry at his remark, so he came to abduct He Xiaoyu. Wasn't He Xiaoyu a girl in our school? And she was a pretty girl. Even girls were pissed off. You're such a jerk. You're in love with Xia Xiaochen. How can you still hook up with another girl? Han Fei was helpless. What? He Xiaoyu was my classmate when I was in the Heavenly Water Village. Can't I see her? The girl responded. No, now our whole school boycotts the 4th Academy. A girl echoed, yes, we're boycotting the thugs. A boy sneered, yes, we won't give you the opportunity to two-time He Xiaoyu. Han Fei shot back, my ass. If you don't stop slandering me, I will hit you. The boy immediately grasped the long broadsword at his waist. As I expected, you harbor evil thoughts. I knew you just came here to make trouble. Han Fei rolled his eyes. Get lost. Now I know why the 1st Academy is so weak. Look at you. All you guys know is to boycott this and boycott that. How dare you? That's enough. A group of people rushed up, but no one dared to fight him. They had watched the thug legend fighting in the arena. Han Fei was very strong and almost slapped Su Yebai to death. They were certainly not his matches, so they only dared scold him. Get out of the way. What are you doing? He Xiaoyu came out of the crowd angrily. A girl said, He Xiaoyu, the 4th Academy are our enemies, don't be a traitor. A girl tugged at He Xiaoyu's arm. Yes, he wants to two-time you. Hu Karen was tricked out by Zhang Xunyu last night and didn't return overnight. And today, Han Fei came to abduct you. He Xiaoyu scoffed. Come on, what are you talking about? Han Fei is my good friend and classmate. He Xiaoyu broke free from the girl's hand and ran to Han Fei. What's up? Why did you suddenly come to see me? Let's go. Come with me. Behind him, the boys and girls of the 1st Academy thumped their feet in anger. He Xiaoyu could not stand the temptation. They could only watch Han Fei abduct He Xiaoyu. A girl suggested, they came to our school to abduct people, and we can do it too. Which boy is willing to do it? The boys immediately fell into a heated discussion. Hey, I think my strength has improved recently. Let's have a fight and test our strength? Huh, you do. I feel it too. Let's have a fight. Well, I feel I'm making progress in stick technique. When I make some more progress, I will try to enter the 4th Academy. They talked and walked away, leaving the girls staring at one another stunned. When those boys walked away, they muttered, abduct the violent Xia Xiaochen and the iceberg Luo Xiaobai? Are they out of their minds? After a moment, a place where nobody was. He Xiaoyu asked shyly, Han Fei, what's up? Han Fei looked serious. He had a hunch that this trip was by no means simple, neither was finding the path of truth. He Xiaoyu, can you do me some favors? Looking at Han Fei's solemn expression, He Xiaoyu couldn't help but be a bit panicked. Is something wrong? Han Fei shook his head and did not intend to tell her. It's okay. I just came to ask you to do me some favors. He Xiaoyu, unknown. The first is to teach the incomplete monograph on 108 ways of body to Wang Beiyu, Xia Wushuang, and the others. Huh, Han Fei said with a smile, it's just a common combat skill. Just teach it to them. The second is, if you go back to the village soon, please go to the plantation and help old Jiang clean it up. I may not go back for a while. He Xiaoyu asked in worry, Han Fei, is something wrong? Han Fei shook his head. No, but I'm going to attend secret training and won't have time to go back. In the end, Han Fei hesitated but still handed over a jade slip to He Xiaoyu, saying solemnly, "If one day, being a great fishing master is no longer your life goal and you want to become stronger, you can take a look at this jade slip." He Xiaoyu took it in surprise and wanted to check it immediately. But the jade slip didn't respond at all. "You can't open it now. When you become a great fishing master, you'll be able to open it. Okay, I'm leaving." Chapter 178 set off for the level 2 fishery. At the port, Han Fei and the others boarded their respective fishing boats and waved goodbye to Xiao Zhan. After they flew away, Old Bai and Wenren Yu popped out of the crowd. Wenren Yu complained, "Why am I going?" Old Bai chuckled. "Because you lost the finger-guessing game?" Wenren Yu sighed. "These daredevil kids are certainly going to those places." Old Bai stroked his beard. "Go then, those places can't kill them." The 5 fishing boats were floating in the sky. Xia Xiaochen pointed to Han Fei. "Why is your fishing boat so beautiful? Why are ours so ugly?" Han Fei said smugly, "Someone gave it to me." "Humph, Han Fei, let's swap fishing boats." Han Fei rolled his eyes. "Nice try. Didn't you hear what the teacher said? We're going to the level 2 fishery, but we won't stay together. We will meet after 3 days to exchange our experiences." Xia Xiaochen held the map with one hand. "But why are we going to the level 2 fishery? Experience the true meaning of fishing." Luo Little White was eager for the adventure. "When we arrive, let's study our spiritual beasts first. We really haven't studied them in depth." Loren looked at Han Fei with a fawning smile. "Han Fei, can you give me some barbecue from your sea-swallowing seashell?" "Eat, eat, all you know is how to eat." Lorenqueng responded with a grin. "Otherwise, how lonely a person will be on the sea." Everyone was chatting happily except for Zhang Xuanyu, who was absent-minded and a little excited. Han Fei's eyes narrowed. "Zhang Xuanyu, confess, where were you last night?" Zhang Xuanyu said calmly, "I just did what a man had to do." Xia Xiaochen wondered, "What is that?" Han Fei scoffed. Forget it. Xia Xiaochen, you've got to study your giant arowana carefully. It often launches indiscriminate attacks." Xia Xiaochen sighed. "I can't control it, it doesn't listen to me." Everyone, Luo Little White frowned. "Then figure out why it doesn't listen to you." The Blue Sea town was a bit far from the level 2 fishery. Unlike the level 3 fishery, where there was a teleportation channel, they could only fly to the second-class fishery. After about 4 hours, they arrived at the level 2 fishery. The level 2 fishery was much larger than the level 1 fishery. It was circular and encircled both ordinary fisheries and the level 1 fishery. It was so vast that no one could be seen on the sea. Great fishing masters could be seen in the Blue Sea arena every day, but when you walked on the streets of the Blue Sea town, it was not easy to see a great fishing master. The level 2 fishery was so much more vast, so the probability for great fishing masters to encounter each other was not high. The fishing boat had just landed on the water, and Luo Little White pointed at the map and said, "Everyone should be clear of where we are now, right? 3 days later, let's meet here. Take care." Xia Xiaochen cheerfully said, "I'm leaving." Lorenqueng muttered, "It's so troublesome to run around. Anyway, our jobs are just researching our spiritual beasts. I'll just stay here, waiting for you to return 3 days later. Han Fei, my barbecue." Han Fei helplessly took out a handful of barbecue and handed it over. "Eat, eat. Don't sleep for 3 days at sea." Luo Little White stated, "I'm heading north." Zhang Xunyu asked, "Why not go into the water, ocean, treasure? Good things are all underwater." Han Fei immediately looked at Zhang Xunyu. When did he become so smart? I can't agree more. Cough, Yu, we should have done some research at least 3 days ago before going to the sea. Otherwise, we'll be in danger. Zhang Xunyu nodded. "You're right. Then when are we going into the sea?" Han Fei said casually, "In a few days." Luo Little White frowned. "Complete the task the teachers assigned us first. We shall exchange our experiences 3 days later." Han Fei shrugged. Okay, then I'm going south." In the blink of an eye, the crowd scattered and only Lorenqueng stayed in place. After going about 50 miles, Han Fei stopped. With a flash between his brows, Little Black and Little White ran out. Level 17? When did you upgrade? Why didn't I know?" While Han Fei was stunned, the 2 little fish plunged into the water. "Come back." Han Fei snorted. They were just away from water for 2 or 3 months. Why are they so excited? Little White flew back to Han Fei obediently. but Little Black just ignored his words. Just when Han Fei was about to take them back, the waves surged and Little Black came back holding a big fish nearly 2 meters long in his mouth. Name: Strip Fish Introduction. A common fish in Level 2 fisheries. Its dorsal fin is like a sword and has extremely fast speed and a great leaping ability. Level 24 quality. Regular contained spiritual energy. 187 points. Effect: it can increase one's health if it's eaten over a long period of time. Collectible: common fin sword absorbable. Han Fei looked at Little Black helplessly. Did I ask you to catch fish? As soon as you entered the sea, you caught a fish. You are only level -17. Little Black put the strip fish in front of Han Fei as if waiting for his praise. Han Fei looked at the fish whose back was almost bitten through and kicked it casually onto the deck. Han Fei wasn't in a hurry. He had enough time anyway. Little Black, show me your abilities except for invisibility and biting. Little Black circled around Han Fei, blinked, and suddenly opened his mouth wide, which startled Han Fei because his cherry-sized little mouth suddenly became bigger than his palm. Han Fei widened his eyes. Damn, what the teacher said was true. This little thing still had many secrets. How did he open his mouth this big? Fortunately, Wenren Yu didn't see this scene. Otherwise, she would be scared to death. Although spiritual beasts could engage with their masters' minds, in many cases, they didn't know their own abilities. They just used their abilities by instinct. Thus, their masters should have a clear idea of their abilities. But Han Fei directly asked his spiritual beast to show him their new abilities. Han Fei swallowed. What else? Besides the big mouth, do you have any other ability? Little Black circled twice in confusion and suddenly opened his mouth again. This time, his mouth was as big as a wash basin. Han Fei was startled again and immediately scolded angrily. Do you have any other advantage besides having a big mouth? For example, can you dig for treasures, find treasures, or catch exotic demonic fishes? Little Black got more puzzled. He felt that maybe his mouth was not big enough, so the next moment, his body suddenly became at least 3 times larger, and his mouth became so big that it could swallow a whole person. Shoot, Han Fei sat on the deck in shock. You should be called Big Black instead of Little Black, but he was also surprised. Can Little Black get bigger? Han Fei asked. Little Black, how big can you become? This time, Little Black became about 5 times that of his original size. But even so, he was still less than 2 meters long. After trying again for a while, Han Fei found that this guy had no ability except to get bigger or smaller. However, he was really a big eater. The strip fish on the deck was swallowed by it wholly, but his body didn't change at all. Han Fei looked at Little White with a smile. Little White, what skills do you have? Show me. Little White blinked, and with a boing, he fed Han Fei a mouthful of pure spiritual energy. Han Fei quickly swallowed it and said, Little White, what else are you capable of? However, Little White thought that Han Fei wanted to see him grow larger, so he also became larger just as Little Black, except that Little White refused to open his mouth that big. Han Fei was helpless. Change back, you look nicer when you're smaller. Han Fei took out a piece of low-quality spiritual stone and said with a gentle smile, Little White, I mean, besides becoming bigger or smaller, what other abilities do you have? For example, looking for treasure, digging for treasure, something like that? Little White stared at the spiritual stone, but Little Black suddenly came up, swallowed it, and chewed it happily. Han Fei said angrily, What are you doing? My low-quality spiritual stone? You are such a glutton. You eat even more than Lerenquang. But just after Little Black ate the spiritual stone, Little White spat out a string of pure spiritual energy, which seemed to be purer than those in the spiritual stone. Han Fei raised his eyebrows. He discovered this ability of Little White long ago, but he thought Little White wouldn't spit out spiritual energy if Little Black was full. Now it turned out that he could keep spitting out spiritual energy. However, a moment later, when Little White no longer spat out spiritual energy, Han Fei discovered that a piece of low-quality spiritual stone was supposed to contain nearly 10,000 points of spiritual energy. But when Little White spat it out, only 6,000 points remained. But Han Fei couldn't absorb these 6,000 points of spiritual energy. His upper limit for spiritual energy was 2199 points, so the rest was wasted. The only thing he was happy at was that the spiritual energy that Little White spat out nourished his body better than the effect of his own cultivation. Anything else? Chapter 179, Soul Ocean. Han Fei knew that Little White had another ability, which was looking for spiritual energy. It had shown this ability when they were in that seabed mine, where Little White took him to find the spiritual stone. Little White jumped into the water, and Little Black followed him. Then, Little White took Han Fei to swim in one direction. Is Little White leading me to a treasure or spiritual energy? Han Fei wondered. After about half an hour, Little White stopped, spinning around on the spot. Han Fei immediately took out his fishing rod. Although Old Bai didn't allow them to bring fishing bait this time, after injecting spiritual energy into the fishing rod, Han Fei could feel a small area under the water through the fishing rod. This was an exclusive ability of void fishing art. The fishing rod went nearly 200 meters deep. Suddenly, Han Fei saw a golden squid fly past with a swish that disappeared in the blink of an eye. Shoot! Han Fei didn't even know what kind of a squid it was, but judging from the speed at which it escaped and its reaction at that instant, it was definitely not an ordinary squid. Does Little White have the ability to find rare or even exotic creatures? Han Fei stared at Little White with shining eyes. If Little White had this ability, he would be able to catch countless exotic creatures, then fuse them, and turn them into mysterious, legendary creatures or even stronger creatures. Han Fei said eagerly, "Little White, can you still find it?" Han Fei's eyes were shining. "Wow, I'm gonna make a fortune." A scene of him leading a large army of legendary creatures popped up in his mind. If it came to reality, he would literally dominate the ocean. When encountering enemies, he just needed to release hundreds of legendary creatures. Who would be able to resist this? Little White hesitated for a long time and did not move. Han Fei sensed that Little White couldn't find the squid now. Han Fei was frustrated. There was a creature that was at least an exotic kind in front of me, but I didn't get the chance to do anything. I really regret that it ran away. Unable to find the squid, Han Fei just practiced the water vein technique for a while before putting away the fishing rod. If the first and second levels of the void fishing taught people how to fish, then the third level of the water vein technique was to teach people how to turn the fishing hook and fishing line into the pulsation of water. In this case, the fishing hook could quietly approach fish and then directly capture them. But Han Fei tried it a few times. It seemed that the effect was not very good. Perhaps he hadn't mastered how to use it yet and would only succeed once every 10 attempts. Han Fei was not in the mood to practice it. He repeatedly asked Little White whether he could find the squid again, but the damn squid seemed to have disappeared and couldn't be found again. Han Fei lay on the deck, facing up to the sky. Doesn't Little White have any other abilities? As he thought this, his mind turned a bit chaotic. He should have gone to dig up seabed treasure with Zhang Xuanyu. Gradually, a wave of drowsiness came over him and he fell asleep on the deck. Suddenly, Han Fei shivered and suddenly opened his eyes. As soon as he opened his eyes, he was startled. The world in front of his eyes was grotesque and gaudy. He saw a lot of strange planktons and many super large fish swimming past him. What happened? Han Fei wanted to shout, only to spit out a string of bubbles. Han Fei, unknown. Han Fei wanted to turn his head, but he couldn't feel his legs. And a tail? I even have a tail? Shit. Little White? Han Fei saw Little White circle around him. But Little White's size became strangely large, and he didn't look beautiful anymore. His head had become so big. Gosh, have I become Little Black? Han Fei was stunned. This was a very special experience. He had turned into a fish, swimming with his fins and tail, and the vision of his eyes changed, which was just like when he took a picture from the bottom up or from the top down. Where am I? Han Fei wagged his tail to swim and occasionally opened his mouth to take a sip of seawater. Then, he opened his gills and slightly opened his scales to absorb oxygen from the water, and then closed his mouth. Han Fei was stunned and at a loss of what to do. I became Little Black. Then what happened to me? Am I dreaming? But why would I have such a dream? Han Fei was dumbfounded when a fish about his size swam past him. Name: Bony spur fish, primitive spiritual beast. Introduction: covered with bone spurs with extremely strong attack power and often attacks the enemy by surprise. Level: Level 13 quality. Regular, contained soul energy. 152 points, Huo. He felt as if his body was out of control as he rushed up to bite and tear it apart. Not until he bit the innocent fish into pieces did Han Fei regain control of his body. Damn. Can anyone explain to me what happened? What the hell is this? And what is a primitive spiritual beast? Why do I feel stronger? Is it because I ate that fish? There seemed to be no concept of time here. Han Fei felt that he had been swimming for a long time and had eaten several fishes. There were also some that he wanted to eat, but they escaped. Han Fei saw many unknown fish, shrimp, and crabs, and also familiar ones, such as spirit-chasing shrimp, ice flame turtle, and lightning crabs. These were all F-seeking primitive spiritual beasts. Han Fei suddenly came up with an extremely shocking idea. This is not the level 2 fishery here, but the sea where Little Black and Little White came from. Han Fei saw this sea in the fishing trial when there was a film between him and the sea. And there were countless kinds of fish that seemed to try to break through the film, but in the end, only Little Black and Little White came through. Yes, that's the sea. This must be the Soul Ocean. Having figured this out, Han Fei was stunned. What happened? Why was he here? And why did he become Little Black? If this was the Soul Ocean, wouldn't it mean that all the fishes in front of him were all spiritual beasts? Han Fei swore that he had never seen so many spiritual beasts before. Han Fei was a bit anxious. If he became Little Black, then where was he? Or was Little Black possessed by his soul? At this time, Han Fei saw a huge monster swimming past. He took a close look. What the heck is that? A golden dragon? An arowana? What the fuck? What the hell is this place? Han Fei trembled in fright. He just saw a giant arowana swim past. Name: Gold arowana, primitive spiritual beast. Introduction: it has a trace of golden dragon bloodline. After awakening, its quality will change and it will possess extremely strong attack power. Level 29 quality. Exotic, contained soul energy. 360 points this time. Little Black didn't rush to bite it because he might get bitten instead. Han Fei suddenly came up with an idea. Could Little Black be eaten by other spiritual beasts in this damn place? After observing for a while, Han Fei was relieved. It turned out that under normal circumstances, these spiritual beasts would not attack each other. But that was not for sure. Han Fei saw a mantis shrimp knocking a spiritual beast to death and dragging it back into its hole as its food. At this moment, countless thoughts flashed through his mind. If the spiritual beasts were in such an environment, would they die at any time? But in the real world, he had never heard of anyone's spiritual beast suddenly dying. No, there must be a problem. Han Fei chose a swordfish and came up to bite it. The swordfish felt the pain and immediately escaped, but it didn't seem to have any intention to fight Little Black. Then Han Fei ran to a spirit swallowing fish and swirled around in front of its eyes, but that fish didn't seem to see him at all. Han Fei immediately realized, shit, I forgot Little Black had the ability of invisibility. Can I possess Little White's body? With this thought, Han Fei suddenly felt dizzy, and then he saw Little Black in front of him. Did I become Little White? Haha, interesting, so I can switch between these two little guys. Han Fei didn't panic like before. There must be a reason for him to be here. After eating a few fish, Han Fei felt very energetic. He controlled Little White's body and swam to the spirit swallowing fish. And then, something unexpected happened. This spirit swallowing fish still couldn't see him. It was understandable that it couldn't see Little Black because Little Black was invisible. But why couldn't it see Little White either? Chapter 188: Someone's Spiritual Beast. Han Fei suddenly got excited and a bold idea struck him. The spiritual beasts that had been summoned were invisible in the Soul Ocean, and the primitive spiritual beasts in the Soul Ocean couldn't see them at all. In order to confirm this idea, Han Fei ran up to the swordfish and nothing happened. He gathered courage again and ran around in front of the crayfish and nothing happened either. In the end, he chased a gold arowana for a long while and it gave no reaction at all. However, Han Fei's tail accidentally touched its eyes and it waved its head and hid him away. Haha, great. Since other primitive spiritual beasts can't see me, then maybe I can eat them. Han Fei immediately returned to Little Black's body. This time, he began to bite any fish passing by. At first, those primitive spiritual beasts that were gnawed at just fled in a hurry. In the end, the sudden death of many spiritual beasts finally attracted the attention of other primitive spiritual beasts in this water. Immediately, all the primitive spiritual beasts in this area began to panic. But Han Fei didn't feel it. He just felt that his brain was suddenly flushed by cold water, and then he felt a great increase in strength, mainly his bite force. Did I upgrade? Han Fei was utterly excited. In the past, he had to feed Little Black every day to help him upgrade, but he only upgraded by 1 level after a few months. But now, in the Soul Ocean, he had upgraded by 1 level just after eating a few primitive spiritual beasts. Then what if he continued to eat? When Han Fei ate about 30 more primitive spiritual beasts until he upgraded again. At this time, this area was in an uproar. All primitive spiritual beasts were running in a panic. But it didn't affect Han Fei at all. Where can you go? I'm invisible to you, but you're visible to me. How can you escape me? This time, Han Fei began to bite the exotic and even rare spiritual beasts. Pearl fish, spirit-chasing shrimp, sapphire crab, and lightning squid. Although it took a little longer to catch these rare spiritual beasts, he upgraded again after only eating 12. Little Black and Little White had directly reached the 20th level. And then, he continued. He didn't know how long it took. When Little Black and Little White reached the 22nd level, Han Fei looked around, only to find there weren't any fish. All fish had escaped. Han Fei wondered, there are too few primitive spiritual beasts in the Soul Ocean. Do I need to change spots? After swimming for a long time, Han Fei suddenly saw a flash in front of his eyes, and a squid with hook-like tentacles all over its body appeared in front of him. Name: Iron Hook Squid, Sun Yang's spiritual beast. Introduction: its tentacles are like hooks and the hooks are poisonous. If caught by it, it will be difficult to escape. Level: Level 27, Quality: Rare, Contained Soul Energy. 362 points. Someone's spiritual beast. Han Fei was hesitating. Shall I eat someone's spiritual beast? Can I eat it? Why can I see it? Does it mean that the spiritual beasts that were summoned here could see each other in the Soul Ocean? Han Fei thought for a while. Perhaps I can try taking a bite of it. The Iron Hook Squid obviously saw Little White and suddenly hit at him with its hook. Han Fei was surprised. What? I am still thinking about whether to eat you or not, but you've taken the initiative to attack me? Little White dodged quickly. But Han Fei was angry. I didn't plan to eat you, but you started it. So Han Fei rushed up and bit off a squid tentacle. While he was going to attack again, the spiritual beast swooshed away and escaped quickly. Han Fei kept chasing him, but unfortunately, because the guy could see Little White, it ran extremely fast. After a while, Han Fei gave up. The summoned spiritual beast already had consciousness, otherwise, it wouldn't have escaped so quickly. After swimming for a while, when a lot of primitive spiritual beasts appeared around him again, he began to devour them like crazy again. Han Fei felt that he might upgrade at any time. Suddenly, he felt dizzy, and when he woke up again, he found that he was sleeping on the deck. Did I come out of the Soul Ocean? Why? At this moment, Han Fei suddenly bounced off the deck and threw out the double knives in his hand instantly. Who is it? Han Fei dodged, and an arrow was nailed to where he had just slept. Who warned you? A few dozen meters away, a fishing boat was approaching. On the bow of the ship, one person held a longbow and shot 3 arrows again, intending to kill Han Fei. Clang, clang, clang. The 3 arrows were easily blocked by Han Fei. Han Fei twisted his wrist slightly. An advanced great fishing master? The man looked surprised. This guy wasn't killed by my sneak attack? Run. Those who could come to the level 2 fishery were at least great fishing masters. The first idea the man came up with was to run away when his sneak attack failed. Now you want to escape. Do you think I'm dead? Han Fei walked through the air, waving his fishing rod, and bound this man with the fishing line in the blink of an eye. Then the double knives in his hand swished out through the air, drawing a strange arc in the air. Clang. The man raised his bow to block, but the next moment, the longbow that accompanied him for many years was cut in 2 directly. A magic weapon? The man exclaimed, pulling out his dagger and trying to cut off the fishing line binding him. However, the fishing line quickly loosened and was taken back by Han Fei. The 2 knives flew back into his hand, and Han Fei had stepped onto the man's ship. Little brother, I'm sorry. Please spare my life. I will repay you. Han Fei grinned. How? At the moment when Han Fei smiled, he moved again, and Han Fei saw a squid instantly fused with him. Han Fei was surprised. Iron Hook Squid? Han Fei was sure that this was just that Iron Hook Squid he saw just now. Smack! In midair, the phantom of a big seal fell down. the water-stirring seal appeared extremely quickly, shattering the cabin and smashing the man into the water. Han Fei put away the water-stirring seal. He seemed to hit him too hard. Was this man killed? Han Fei stood on the boat and watched for a while. After several minutes, a head suddenly popped out of the sea, his face covered with blood. Help me." Han Fei didn't move. Standing on the bow of the ship, he asked, "Are you called Sun Yang?" "Yes," he help. At the next moment, Sun Yang seemed to be dragged down by something in the water, and he never came up again. "I hate faithless people like you the most." Han Fei was not surprised. After Su Yebai was hit by the water-stirring seal, he fainted. It was not easy for Sun Yang to persist underwater for too long. However, his name was Sun Yang. It was no coincidence that he met him here. He had just met his iron hook squid in the Seoul Ocean. Han Fei felt that he had discovered a big secret, an extremely horrible secret. When a person was close to him, then the distance between their spiritual beasts in the Seoul Ocean was also very close. But the point was, why could he enter the world where the spiritual beasts were? Since he could enter it, could others also enter it? If everyone could, wasn't it unsafe for his spiritual beast in the Seoul Ocean? Regarding this issue, he decided to wait and try it out when the 5 of them met again 3 days later. Then Han Fei tried to enter the Seoul Ocean again but failed. Whether he was lying down, asleep, or in a daze, he couldn't get in. Little Black and Little White didn't understand his meaning at all, or they might not even know that they had just been possessed. But Han Fei found that Little Black and Little White had already reached level 22. How long did it take? It was only less than half an hour. And before they could only upgrade by 1 level in a few months. Han Fei was shocked. In half an hour, they upgraded from level 17 to level 22 by eating. How shocking was this upgrade speed? Chapter 181 Golden Squid. As Han Fei cultivated, the day had turned to night. Today, the sea was billowy and the wind was roaring. The 3 moons were almost shaded by clouds, and Han Fei's fishing boat drifted on the sea. During the day, he didn't feel the difference between the level 2 and the level 1 fisheries. Although occasionally there were some stupid big fish jumping from the water and attacking him, they were not his opponents at all, and there were no big shrimps like tentacle shrimps climbing up the fishing boat. At night, everything was different. The waves were surging, and from time to time, some squids attached to the fishing boat. Unlike the squids in ordinary fisheries, these squids were very fierce. Smack. A few tens of meter-long tentacles slammed on the deck, and Han Fei almost never stopped waving his double knives. Since dark, he had been slashing, and hundreds of tentacles had been stuffed in Forge the Universe. "Shit, aren't you done yet? Can't you just let me sleep? Little Black, bite them, bite these bastards to death." Han Fei slashed these annoying tentacles while cursing. Although it seemed easy to chop off these tentacles, in fact, each of them were very powerful. If the double knives weren't magic weapons, it definitely wouldn't have been as easy as it was now. About 2 hours later, Han Fei gaped. The whole ship was almost full of squid. Fortunately, squid were not octopus, which were much more terrifying. There were so many squid tentacles that he didn't even bother to stuff them into Forge the Universe. The whole boat was full of this stuff, which was too many for Little Black to eat up, so Han Fei could only kick them all into the sea. Suddenly, Han Fei saw Little White twirling around him anxiously. Is there something special? At the next moment, he saw a pale gold shadow. In the blink of an eye, a tentacle swept over and swept away the countless tentacles on the deck. A squid that had climbed on the ship was cut in half. The huge force dragged the fishing boat forward. Han Fei's face slightly changed. Is it that golden squid? Han Fei was shocked. I had been searching for you for so long and failed to find you. Now you actually sent yourself to me. Hugh, ignoring the tentacles. While the golden squid was hunting, Han Fei put his fishhook into the water and activated the 1,000 twining to tie up the golden squid, as well as the squid that was dragged into the water. The moment the fishhook entered the water, the golden squid hadn't discovered it. As soon as the 1,000 twining started, it immediately released the squid and tried to escape. Haha, you won't be able to run away. The 1,000 twining technique immediately took effect and bound the 3 tentacles of the golden squid at once. Squeak! There seemed to be a strange sound underwater. Han Fei was surprised. Can the squid call? What kind of squid are you? Hum. In the blink of an eye, Han Fei was pulled forward and the fishing rod was almost pulled out of his hand. When Han Fei stabilized himself, he discovered that the fishing line was pulled out 100 meters. Damn, so fast! He almost lost his balance and there were too many tentacles around, so he gritted his teeth, and the fishing boat disappeared instantly. He was dragged out dozens of meters. Flop! Han Fei fell into the sea. At the moment he entered the sea, countless claws stretched out at him. Slash! Little black! A cold glint flashed, and 5 or 6 tentacles were cut off. Immediately, a water wall appeared in the water, and he used the water control technique to block dozens of tentacles. Then, Han Fei was dragged into the deep sea. Along the way, Han Fei activated the Wandering Dragon art, and he grabbed the fishing rod with one hand and made various strange movements to block various tentacles. Strip fish, bony spur fish, big-headed prawn, and schools of fish. There were countless sea creatures, which were much more than those in the ordinary fisheries. Here, although the sea surface was billowy, there were still so many fishes underwater. However, Han Fei was not afraid at all. Since he had caught this golden squid, he certainly wouldn't let go of it. He activated the hook kiss and made the fish hook go deep into the body of the golden squid. Han Fei retracted the fishing line with a jerk, but he was pulled flying towards the golden squid. Hew! Han Fei gritted his teeth. Too fast, this squid is running too fast. The fish nearby could not catch up. Some squids had just stretched out their tentacles, but Han Fei was already 20 meters away. What the hell is this squid? How can it run so F-seeking fast? After a moment, Han Fei didn't know where he was, but he saw a large group of coral underfoot, and the squid dragged him to bump against the reef. Bam, thud! The sand on the bottom of the sea was flying, and the coral shattered. Han Fei didn't know how many coral groups had been damaged. He was pissed off and tried harder to retract the fishing rod. After a while, he finally saw the golden squid more than 10 meters away. It was nearly 3 meters long. Because it was running too fast, the water marks drawn along the way were like knives. But he was overjoyed to see a series of data. Name: Golden Squid Introduction. Mutated lightning squid, as timid as a hare and incredibly fast. It has a bone, which can be used to refine spiritual weapons. Level: Level 23 quality. Exotic, contained spiritual energy. 468 points, edible effect. Eating it can awaken a talent for speed. Collectible, thief bone absorbable. Han Fei beamed with a smile. It's an exotic creature. No wonder it's so awesome. If he hadn't sent himself to me, I wouldn't have been able to catch it. Pooh! While Han Fei was smiling, with a thud, a great mass of ink appeared in the water. Shoot! Squid, also known as cuttlefish, had an ink sac in its body. Normally, it would eject ink to escape when it was in danger. Han Fei plunged into the mass of black ink and immediately felt dizzy and almost vomited. Poisonous, paralysis effect. Han Fei felt his head was spinning. Although he had taken the exotic poisonous fruit, this ink itself was not poisonous, or to be exact, half poisonous, so it could not be completely resisted. Fortunately, the paralysis effect of the body was fading, but he still wanted to throw up. Squeak! The golden squid in front was anxious and seemed to be wondering why it couldn't get rid of this thing. Universe machete? Hew! In the water, a cold light flashed and the body of the golden squid was penetrated in an instant. Bam! The golden squid crashed into a pile of coral. Han Fei put away the knife and quickly came to it. At this time, the squid finally remembered to use its tentacles. Pachai! When a tentacle was chopped off by Han Fei, the golden squid squeaked again in pain and began to run again. But this time, it wouldn't be so easy for it to run away. After about 10 minutes, the 10 tentacles of the golden squid were cut off by Han Fei, leaving only the 3 entangled by the fishing line. Han Fei stood in front of this big squid. Run, keep running. Humph, you can't escape me today. Collect! The golden squid, the 7 of whose tentacles had been severed, was hacked by Han Fei. Now, it was extremely feeble, so it was easily collected into the demon purification pot. Han Fei swam to the sea surface contentedly. There were many underwater creatures in the level 2 fishery. At this moment, he suddenly saw a spooky dragon-headed fish ramming at him. Bam! Han Fei smashed the dragon-headed fish with the water-stirring seal and swam upward without stopping. Along the way, he met dragon-headed fish, human-faced crab, and he was more scared than hurt along the way. To his scare, he was almost injured by a human-faced crab. At that moment, he saw hallucinations. There seemed to be countless tentacles around him, so dense that he couldn't even count. If it weren't for Little Black, who immediately attacked the human-faced crab, he might have to stay in the water for a while. Pooh, the white fishing boat appeared on the sea. Han Fei lay on the boat and gasped. It was really not easy to catch exotic creatures, much more difficult than catching rare creatures. Chapter 182, Everyone Showing Their Special Abilities. After lying on the fishing boat for less than 5 minutes, Han Fei felt movement on the bottom of the boat. Needless to say, it was definitely those damn squids. Little Black, bite them. Oh no, I seem to have forgotten Nine Tails. With a flash on his arm, Nine Tails appeared. He froze for a moment and then saw a tentacle stretch over from the side of the boat. Without any hesitation at all, Nine Tails immediately caught the tentacle with its 2 claws and bit at it. Guard the goddamn ship, understood? Han Fei knew why he chose to forget this bastard. As soon as he was released, he began to run amok. The squid underwater were also stunned. Oh, what happened to my tentacle? 5 or 6 tentacles suddenly stuck out in rage. Nine Tails froze for a while and waved his tails with a jerk, and 4 or 5 tentacles were cut off and fell on the deck. Han Fei leaned on the cabin and shouted to Nine Tails, "Hey, over here, tentacles are here." Maybe Nine Tails hadn't been out for a long time. He was very excited and ran around on the boat energetically. Although the tentacles were not weak, they couldn't resist Nine Tails, a legend-level creature at all. At this moment, Forge the Universe had been stuffed with tentacles. Han Fei decided to take these tentacles back to the Fish Dragon barbecue stall, as they could probably sell for a lot of money. It was about early morning, 2 hours before dawn. Han Fei saw a big fish bouncing out of the sea, which was dozens of meters long. Han Fei was stunned. What the hell was that? How could there be such a big whale in the level 2 fishery? Are you kidding me? The big fish went straight to Han Fei's fishing boat. Han Fei was startled, quickly preparing to steer the fishing boat to escape. Roar! He suddenly heard a dragon howling. Han Fei turned back. Dragon, giant arowana. The only big fish that could howl this way that he had seen was Zia Zioachen's giant arowana. After a while, Han Fei saw Zia Zioachen sitting diagonally on the back of the fish, casually kicking the water with her feet. And those squids, when encountering the giant arowana, immediately escaped. Zia Zioachen waved at him. When Zia Zioachen jumped onto the fishing boat, Nine Tails was still running around, sweeping his tails wildly. There were so many tentacles on the boat that Han Fei didn't have time to pick them up. Zia Zioachen immediately sat on the deck. "Fortunately, your boat is sturdy." Han Fei was shocked. "Why are you here? Where is your boat?" Zia Zioachen looked at the tentacles. "It sank. Why is the level 2 fishery like this? I heard that people often stay in the level 2 fishery for many days. How come so many squids have come out when we came here?" Zia Zioachen shrugged. "Who knows? Perhaps we're out of luck. Anything can happen in the fisheries. If in danger, we can steer our fishing boats into the air or to the mixed zone." "Then why didn't you?" Zia Zioachen shrugged again. "There will be growth only when there are challenges. Ah, do you have any barbecue? I'm hungry." Han Fei took a few skewers from the sea-swallowing seashell and handed them to Zia Zioachen. Han Fei couldn't imagine how she sunk her boat, but her giant arowana was really magical, a bit too strong. Zia Zioachen took a bite of garlic prawns. "Yum, tasty. By the way, how did you come here? I remember you seemed to be going south or west. You were not in the same direction as me, right?" Han Fei grunted. "I just let my fishing boat float on the sea. How do I know where I am floating to?" It was not that Han Fei didn't want to tell her what he had done just now. The golden squid was lying inside the demon purification pot, and he couldn't take it out now. Zia Zioachen looked at Nine Tails. "You mantis shrimp is pretty good. With him guarding the boat, you don't need to do anything." Han Fei asked with a smile, "Have you considered catching a contractual spiritual fish?" Zia Zioachen shook her head indifferently. "No fish is good enough. The rare ones are useless, and I can't catch any exotic fish. But I do want to catch a contractual spiritual fish in the level 2 fishery." Han Fei nodded. That was true. Among the 5 of them, only he had a contractual spiritual beast. Although only Han Fei knew that his relationship with Nine Tails was not a contractual one. The other 4 should all be waiting to catch a powerful contractual spiritual beast. Zia Zioachen suddenly said, "Let's go find Quang Quang. What about Zioabai and Zhang Xuanyu?" Xiaobai is a manipulator. These squids won't be able to hurt her. Zhang Xuanyu has a bloodthirsty shark. Even if his fishing boat sinks, he can ride the shark like me. Quang Quang is different, his spiritual clam can't swim. Han Fei nodded. Now that he had met Xia Xiaochen, he had to stop practicing the water vein technique. Han Fei felt that he had learned a lot more about his spiritual beast. As for the true meaning of fishing, old Bai said, he really had no clue. He couldn't just throw the fishhook into the sea, right? Le Renqueng was very helpless. What was wrong with these squids? Why did they keep climbing onto his boat? In the dark night, a magical scene appeared. Weapons floated around his fishing boat. When it came to group battles, an armorist even had greater advantages over a soul warrior. Various kinds of swords and knives danced in the air, and tentacles flew across the sky. By the time Han Fei arrived, Le Renqueng's fishing boat was full of holes, not torn by the squids, but penetrated by his own weapons. Seeing Han Fei's fishing boat, Le Renqueng immediately waved at him. "Hey, Han Fei, I miss you so much. Come and help me out." A few minutes later, the three of them sat on Han Fei's fishing boat and ate barbecue. Le Renqueng's fishing boat began to leak and had sunk by half. Le Renqueng muttered, "Why is my fishing boat such a piece of junk? No, we've got to find a way to dig some wood from the seafloor and build our own fishing boats." After the night, 3 of the 5 of them had their fishing boats sunk. Shortly after dawn, Zhang Xunyu came back on his shark. Then, within half an hour, Luo Xiaobai came back. Luo Xiaobai's fishing boat was almost broken. She got on Han Fei's fishing boat and asked, "When did you come back?" Zhang Xunyu looked annoyed. "I was back when my fishing boat sank. The fishing boat is too fragile. I almost got dragged into the sea by the dam squids. Last night was a special situation, but since there is only this fishing boat left, let's just work together," Han Fei suggested. "How about discussing what we found out about our spiritual beasts?" Le Renqueng nodded. "Nothing surprising. My spiritual clam can quickly absorb aura and has very strong defensive power. Well, but yesterday I found out that it can change color. It can turn the same color as a squid." Zhang Xuanyu said helplessly, "There are so many creatures that can change color in the sea. What kind of ability is this?" Luo Xiaobai's eyes turned cold. "No, this is an ability. At least, it proves that the spiritual clam has the camouflage ability. My blue cannibal flower can release paralyzing venom over a wide range. It was just because of the venom last night that I wasn't injured." Xia Xiaochen said casually, as if not impressed, "It seems that we all have some new knowledge of our spiritual beasts." With that, Xia Xiaochen suddenly disappeared and then appeared on the bow of the ship almost at the same time. "Shoot, what kind of ability is this?" Everyone was stunned. Did she move that fast, or was it a shadow? This was too fast. Xia Xiaochen's face was beaming with pride. "It's the special ability of my shadow shrimp. With it, I can instantly move to any place within 100 meters. Everyone." Zhang Xunyu suddenly pointed at the big shark in the water and scolded, "Did you see that? Oh, I'm really disappointed with you. You're so big but completely useless." Then Zhang Xunyu shrugged. "I can control some low-level creatures by putting a trace of my consciousness into their bodies. But exotic species are more difficult to control, and the probability of failure is too great, everyone." Han Fei was curious. "Do you mean you can become a fish?" Zhang Xunyu explained, "It's not that I become a fish. I am still me, but I control a fish. I will have 2 visions at the same time." Everyone was amazed. What is it like to have the vision of a fish? Only Han Fei was pondering. "I know what it's like. It's not funny at all." Of course, Han Fei was unsure whether these guys really said all the information they had learned. For example, it was only one night and Xia Xiaochen already had the teleportation ability. "Seriously?" Luo Xiaobai asked. "Han Fei, what about you?" Chapter 183 Telephony. Everyone was staring at Han Fei at the moment. Han Fei thought to himself, "I can't just tell them that I can enter the soul ocean. This ability seems a bit excessive." So Han Fei said, "My little white can look for exotic species in the sea. Last night I was chasing an exotic creature and somehow met Xia Xiaochen." "Exotic creatures?" Everyone exclaimed in unison as they looked at Han Fei with shining eyes. Han Fei gave a wry smile. "Don't be excited. If exotic creatures are discovered, they will hide and cannot be found again. With their ability to react and escape, it's extremely difficult to catch them." Zhang Xuanyu said excitedly, but there are 5 of us. As long as we find their positions, they won't be able to escape from us. Zia Xiaochen was itching to try. I have the ability to teleport. As long as I'm within 100 meters away from them, I can catch them. Han Fei paused. Yes, this ability of Zia Xiaochen is way too powerful. Teleportation, this really is a magical skill. Luo Xiaoba added, I can release paralytic toxins in an area too. Le Renqueng waved. I can, Zhang Xuanyu scoffed. No, you can't. Your spiritual clam can only change color. What the hell is the use of that? I can control the weakest fishes in the level 2 fishery, which can help monitor the exotic creatures. Le Renqueng. The discussion was buzzing until suddenly, everyone looked at Han Fei again. Zia Xiaochen's eyes were shining. Well, hottie, we're counting on you to get our contractual spiritual beasts. Han Fei shivered. Don't call me that. Humph, Han Fei smiled awkwardly. Shall we go to the level 3 fishery to find contractual spiritual beasts? The exotic creatures in the level 2 fishery may not be strong enough. Luo Xiaobai shook her head. No, contractual spiritual beasts can grow with their masters and won't be weaker than those in the level 3 fishery. Zia Xiaochen echoed, their strength doesn't depend on the fishery. Exotic creatures are not common in the level 2 fishery. Soon, they reached a consensus and all looked at Han Fei expectantly. Han Fei agreed, okay, I'm not sure if Little White can find any. I will have a try. Luo Xiaobai hesitated and said, can you give it another name? Luo Xiaobai was jealous as Xiaobai means Little White. Han Fei, unknown. Han Fei didn't take Luo Xiaobai's words seriously. He touched Little White's head and said, Little White, can you still find a creature like the golden squid yesterday? Have a try. Little White got into the water and turned around for a while in confusion. In the end, it chose a direction with some uncertainty. Although the others didn't know whether Little White was reliable, they were very happy that he began to lead the way, so they began to talk about what kind of exotic creatures they could get. Le Renqueng shouted, I want a turtle, an exotic turtle, then my defense power can certainly catch up with Han Fei. Zhang Xuanyu showed a yearning look. I want a fast one, the faster the better, whatever it is. Luo Xiaobai jumped in, I need one that can both attack and defend to make up for the defects of a manipulator. Zia Xiaochen's eyes widened. I want one with great attack power. Zhang Xuanyu was helpless. Isn't your attack power strong enough? There are very few great fishing masters who can block your daggers. Zia Xiaochen looked at Han Fei. No, he can. I want to pierce his body. Han Fei said helplessly, hey, you speak as if the exotic creatures are already in your pocket. And you, Zia Xiaochen, can you stop thinking of how to stab me every day? Did I offend you? Yes, you did, Han Fei. Suddenly, Luo Xiaobai said, well, everyone, let's learn telephony. Everyone. Unknown. Luo Xiaobai explained, before we left, our teachers guessed that we would go into the water, so they prepared a small technique for us with which we can communicate in the water. Han Fei was surprised. Is there such a technique? Han Fei was shocked. When he went to sea, he was either alone or gesturing with others. So was there such an advanced technique? How did it work? The others were also dumbfounded. They seemed to hear this for the first time too. Luo Xiaobai continued, I didn't expect we would get into the sea so quickly, but just in a day. With that said, Luo Xiaobai took out a jade slip. Telephony is easy to learn. We just need to practice it a little bit. The others took the jade slip suspiciously, and when they saw the so-called telephony technique, they all looked dazed. The technique was actually a kind of energy fluctuation produced by the combination of spiritual power and spiritual energy. The magical part was that the operation was simple, but the demand was high. Spiritual power was not easy to control. However, it was basically impossible for a fisher or fishing master to acquire this technique because they lacked spiritual power. But great fishing masters could easily use the combination of spiritual power and spiritual energy to transmit a thought to a specific person's mind. Although Han Fei didn't find out what the principle was, he tried it and shouted, hey, hey, to Zia Xiaochen. Zia Xiaochen patted Han Fei hard. What the heck are you doing? Stop making that stupid sound. I'm just trying it out on you. Why did you all try it on me? Now I have 3 voices in my head. Everyone. And then, 2 voices appeared in Han Fei's mind. Le Renqueng had an eager tone. I want to eat barbecue. Zhang Xuanyu's voice then interrupted. Are you and Zia Xiaochen in love? Han Fei was helpless. Okay, no need to try this anymore. Very simple, very low consumption. But the four others all looked around. No one knew what exactly they said to each other, but they all looked awkward anyway. Han Fei thought that maybe only he said something simple, while the others, like Zhang Xuanyu, were gossiping. Han Fei suddenly looked at Zhang Xuanyu. What did you do to Hu Karen from the First Academy? I heard that you stayed with her alone for a whole night? Zhang Xuanyu scoffed. What about you? I heard you abducted He Xiaoyu. What did you do to her? I just said a few words to He Xiaoyu, but you stayed with her alone for a whole night. Zhang Xuanyu's eyes narrowed. Don't two-time girls, otherwise I'll beat the hell out of you. Han Fei and Zhang Xuanyu exchanged a glance as if they were eyeing up one another. Zia Xiaochen buted in. Are you two secretly chatting? What are you talking about? Han Fei snorted. No, what can I not chat with him? I'd rather chat with you. Zhang Xuanyu disdained. I don't want to chat with him. I was just in a daze. Little White swam for more than an hour and crossed nearly 1,000 miles. During this period, Han Fei received all kinds of weird problems from the four others from time to time. He looked at the others, who seemed to be chatting with each other for fun. This was literally even more convenient than making a phone call. Suddenly, Little White stopped. Han Fei shouted, Stop chatting. We've got something. They all got excited and stuck their heads out of the boat. We can't just throw the fishing rod at the fish. That's how I sacred away the golden squid yesterday. Zhang Xuanyu suggested, Take it easy. Drop the fishing rod 3 meters underwater and catch a small fish first. Luo Xiaobai immediately waved her fishing rod. After a minute, a yellow-bone fish was caught. Yellow-bone fish, like strip fish, were common fish in the level 2 fishery. It was named so because its bones were extremely hard and could be used to make weapons. Zhang Xuanyu's face changed slightly, and his eyes became glassy. In the next moment, the yellow-bone fish twitched and looked at them with its fish eyes. Zhang Xuanyu took a deep breath. So ugly. Fine, throw it into the water. Everyone. Unknown. After a moment, while everyone was nervous and excited, Zhang Xuanyu suddenly said, It is a turtle, a silver one. Oh no, it has a lot of knives in its body, so many that I can't count them all. Le Renqueng snapped his thigh immediately. Mine. Haha, the first one is mine. The others were not disappointed that this one was not theirs, but were even more excited. Since Little White could really find exotic creatures, it was just a matter of time until they found others. Chapter 184, The Terror of an Exotic. Creature. Now that they learned that it was a turtle and the purpose of detection was achieved, Han Fei hurriedly said, Don't let your yellow-bone fish get too close to it. Stay away from it. He Xiaoyu asked, How deep is it under the water? Zhang Xuanyu analyzed, About 200 meters below the water, lying on a stone platform in the middle of a coral bush. Luo Xiaobai nodded. I'll go underwater first to release paralytic toxins within 100 meters. Han Fei quickly said, Expand the range a bit more. We don't know anything about this turtle. What if it is a fast turtle and swishes away? Everyone was speechless. How could there be so many fast creatures? Zhang Xuanyu sounded again. Wait a minute, the turtle found me. Damn, I'm dozens of meters away from it. How could it have discovered me? Let me swim away. Luo Xiaobai stopped. Then shall I go underwater or not? This turtle seems very smart. Han Fei asked, Can you release the toxins from the water's surface? No, maybe Zhang Xuanyu can follow me down and my vines can walk from the bottom of the sea. No, as soon as your vines emerge, other creatures in the vicinity will notice them. And this big turtle will definitely discover them. Le Renqueng was anxious. Why don't we just go up and fight it? Zhang Xuanyu nodded. That sounds feasible. We can surround it in 5 directions. Han Fei thought about it, but he had no experience with it, so he nodded and said, To be on the safe side, let's approach it from 500 meters away. Zhang Xuanyu, monitor the turtle from a distance. We must approach it fast. Otherwise, it will be very troublesome just to get rid of the fish and shrimp in the sea. Zia Xiaochen suggested, I can get close to it in stealth mode and wait for you at a distance of 100 meters. If it wants to escape, I can teleport to it. Isn't there a limit to your teleportation? It only takes me a second. Everyone was speechless. Teleportation was already a powerful ability, and now you said it only takes a second. Then everyone used their respective means to run 500 meters away. Luo Xiaobai used vines, Zhang Xuanyu used sea waves, Xia Xiaochen used her stealth ability, Han Fei stepped through the air, and Renqueng stood on a big knife. As soon as Han Fei entered the water, a strip fish came up to attack him. Han Fei just ordered Little Black to eat it and escaped other attacking fishes with various postures. Han Fei talked to Renqueng with telephony. Fortunately, the distance was not too far, although on and off, they could still hear each other. Han Fei asked, "Have you reached the seabed?" Renqueng sounded flustered. "Yes, but a large group of demonic fish is attacking me. Quickly kill them." On the other side, Xia Xiaochen said, "I'm in place." Luo Xiaoba instructed, "Everyone sprint after 3 seconds. 3, 2, 1, hum." Han Fei instantly activated the Wandering Dragon art. As soon as Renqueng activated the torrents of knives and swords, the surrounding demonic fish shattered. Zhang Xuanyu summoned the bloodthirsty shark and began to sprint. Luo Xiaobai sped forward, carried by thousands of vines like a siren in the sea. Han Fei had just swum nearly 200 meters, and the others were around 300 meters. Suddenly, Xia Xiaochen shouted, "Xiaobai, in your direction. It has discovered you and is going to run away." Everyone got anxious, and they all swam forward as fast as they could. They all activated their most powerful combat skills and killed any demonic fish in their path. Luo Xiaobai said in surprise, "Its speed is very fast, almost similar to mine. Let me block him." Then the others only felt a violent spiritual energy wave a few hundred meters away. The next moment, they saw that the water was full of broken vines. Roar! Dragon howling, Han Fei was shocked. Xia Xiaochen summoned her giant arowana for this turtle. Within just a dozen seconds, there seemed to be a big battle there. Han Fei saw not only vines, but countless blades in the water. These blades seemed to have consciousness, stirring in the water. Luo Xiaobai said anxiously, "Hurry up, I can't block it." Han Fei rushed forward with all his strength, and when he looked closer, thousands of knives were spinning around the big turtle. Luo Xiaobai's vines were almost all shattered. At this moment, she was vomiting blood and kept producing new vines to block the turtle. "Little Black, bite it." Clang, clang, clang. Han Fei rushed over, and dozens of knives hit his body, making clunking sounds. Torrents of knives and swords. Renqueng was so anxious that he activated the torrents of knives and swords 200 meters away. When Han Fei was within 100 meters away from the big turtle, he found countless swords attacking Xia Xiaochen. It was a big turtle nearly 5 meters long, and a string of data flashed in front of Han Fei's eyes. Name: 1000-blade turtle introduction. It has 1,000 blades on its body, which evolves with its growth, and currently, each blade is a mortal-level ultra-quality weapon. Level 28 quality. Exotic, contained spiritual energy. 662 points, edible effect. Qi and blood will soar after consumption. Collectible, turtle blade, turtle shell, turtle pill. Absorbable. Han Fei said firmly, "Xiaobai, retreat. Let me handle it." The 1000-blade turtle had apparently discovered Han Fei and seemed to feel his threat. At the moment, hundreds of knives darted at Han Fei frantically. Clank, clank, clank. Water-stirring seal. A large seal smashed down in the water and crushed all the blades. Seeing it, the 1000-blade turtle seemed to find that Han Fei wasn't easy to deal with and immediately chose to escape. But in that direction, Zhang Xuanyu was already waiting for it. Soul Strike. 7-layered waves in furious sea. On the other side, Renqueng activated the torrents of knives and swords again, and the sea was full of flying swords and knives. Bam! Han Fei quickly hit the turtle shell with the seal. Clang! The violent sound of metal knocking almost deafened the others in the water. The 1000-blade turtle was sent flying and bumped into a coral clump, in which various fish, crabs, and other creatures didn't have the time to run out and were instantly crushed by the thousands of blades. To Han Fei's shock, the 1000-bladed turtle was still able to run after being hit by the seal. However, at this time, Zhang Xuanyu hit the turtle 7 times in a row. After the 7th blow, Zhang Xuanyu was bounced away flying. Taking this opportunity, Han Fei hit the turtle with the seal again. Clang! Finally, the thousands of blades seemed to be under control. Some had returned to the turtle shell, and some were scattered around. Luo Xiaobai's vines flew over and directly bundled the 1,000-bladed turtle into a big ball. After a moment, on the fishing boat, they sat on the deck. Zhang Xuanyu gasped for breath. This turtle is too powerful. It even bounced the 7-layered waves in furious sea back to me. Oh, I was almost killed. Xia Xiaochen muttered. Hanfei, heal me. Not only Xia Xiaochen, Luo Xiaobai was the most seriously injured, with at least dozens of wounds on her body. 2 showers of energy fell on them. Le Renqueng gazed at the 1,000-bladed turtle as if looking at his little lover. He kept chuckling eerily. Ho-ho, baby, wait for me. The 1,000-blade turtle was stunned by the water-stirring seal. Le Renqueng cut his finger, sprinkled his blood over the turtle, and was muttering incantations. After a moment, the 1,000-blade turtle woke up. It struggled hard and roared, only to find that an invisible force was controlling it. Le Renqueng laughed out loud. Ha-ha, 1,000-blade turtle, it's too strong. It's simply too strong. Le Renqueng was beside himself with joy, and the others were looking at him enviously. This turtle was indeed very strong. The 5 of them added together almost couldn't catch it, which showed how strong it was. After a moment, when the 1,000-blade turtle finally accepted its reality, Luo Xiaobai loosened the vines and Le Renqueng put it into the water, muttering, Come on, go and get all your knives. Don't miss a single one, understood? Xia Xiaochen jumped cheerfully. Come on, let's go get the next one. Hanfei looked at Little White. The latter wandered in the water for a long while and ran to Hanfei, spitting a mouthful of spiritual energy to him. Xia Xiaochen asked, What does Little White mean? Hanfei said helplessly, It has not found any exotic creature for the time being. Shall we change spots? There may not be 2 exotic creatures in such a small area. Luo Xiaobai nodded. Yes, we ran 1,000 miles away before finding this 1,000-blade turtle. Perhaps exotic creatures have a sense of territory. Zhang Xuanyu yelled out, I'm going to steer the fishing boat. Which direction? South. Chapter 185, Mysterious Cave. They floated for 6 days on the ocean. On the 4th day, Zhang Xuanyu finally got a gold water cocoon, a speed-type exotic contractual spiritual beast that was even faster than the gold squid. It was an insect that could fly extremely fast. However, it did not have many advantages apart from its high speed. Of course, not everybody got the exotic contractual spiritual beast that they wanted. Luo Xiaobai, for example, only caught a stealthy jellyfish. She offered it to Xia Xiaochen, but Xia Xiaochen said that she didn't need it because she could go stealthy on her own, so Luo Xiaobai kept the jellyfish for herself. A stealthy manipulator could be dreadful in battles when they performed crowd control invisibly, and the enemy would be frightened. Xia Xiaochen was less fortunate. She hadn't encountered an exotic creature suitable for herself yet. Holding Little White, Xia Xiaochen said, Little White, please help me find one. Don't leave me aside now that you've found something for each and every one of them. Bo! Little White kissed Xia Xiaochen on the lips. Xia Xiaochen giggled. Ah, goodbye. When you find an exotic contractual spiritual beast for me, I'll kiss you back. Hanfei was lost for words. Hee, Little White is a female. Xia Xiaochen glared at Hanfei. It's none of your business. Luo Xiaobai proposed again. Hanfei, you really should change its name. Hanfei said, Should we call it Little White then? Luo Xiaobai was speechless. While everybody was making fun of each other, Little White dashed into the ocean and swam north. Xia Xiaochen immediately shouted at Zhang Xuanyu, Sail the boat. Little White found something. Their teamwork had been honed in the past days, and they were certain that they could catch the contractual spiritual beast if they found it. Everybody smiled as few people in the whole Blue Sea town were as lucky as them to have so many exotic contractual spiritual beasts. More than 2 hours later, they reached a desolate area. Xia Xiaochen was still excited. Luo Xiaobai, however, frowned. No, wait a moment. I think we're out of the level 2 fishery. Everybody hurried to gather around her. Luo Xiaobai pointed at the map and said, According to the map, we were here at the edge of the level 2 fishery just now, and we've just sailed outward for more than 700 kilometers. Our current location is not marked on the map. Le Renqueng was enjoying barbecue. He said unconcernedly, It doesn't matter, we're not too far away anyway. Besides, isn't it a mixed area outside of the level 2 fishery? We can't go to a level 3 fishery without a portal. Luo Xiaobai shook her head. No, it's true that the area outside of the level 2 fishery is a mixed area, but most of it hasn't been explored yet. We've already gone too far in these 6 days. Although we took multiple turns, we've been sailing south in general. Han Fei was puzzled. Why didn't you notice it earlier? Luo Xiaobai replied. I thought that we were going east and only slightly down south, but I realized that the direction of the sun was not right when I checked the map. We're indeed going south. Han Fei asked with a smile, Can you estimate how far away we've gone? Luo Xiaobai said gravely, More than 10,000 kilometers, I'm afraid. Pooh! Everybody gasped. 10,000 kilometers. They didn't feel it at all, and they had been too busy playing with their new contractual spiritual beasts to care about their course. Zia Xiaochen said without worries, Let's not be bothered. We can't stay here now that little white has found a target. It's absolutely impossible. Zhang Xuanyu nodded. It's just a mixed area. There's nothing to be scared of. Han Fei was not nervous either. Let's just dive down and see. The 5 of us can explore a level 3 fishery, not to mention a mixed area next to the level 2 fishery. Luo Xiaobai slightly nodded. All right, we'll return after we catch this one. Then we'll study the fishing skill that the president mentioned. Very soon, Zhang Xuanyu saw something through his second vision. It's a lobster. It's red and half a meter long. It also has wings on its back. I assume that it's very fast. Zia Xiaochen asked, A lobster? Can't be anything bad. In the water, the 5 people surrounded the target in a circle, with many more helpers than previous, including 6 spiritual beasts and 4 contractual spiritual beasts. After the previous hunts, they had found that the exotic creatures were highly vigilant and would be alarmed whenever a battle started. So, they simply showed all their strength and surrounded such creatures openly. A moment later, Zhang Xuanyu whispered, Le Renqueng, it's going towards your direction. Note that the lobster is fast and agile. Le Renqueng was waving thousands of blades and shouting, however agile it might be, can it survive the torrents of knives and swords made by me and the 1,000-blade tortoise? Zia Xiaochen asked nervously, Le Renqueng, be careful and don't kill my contractual spiritual beast by accident. From their position, they suddenly saw that the lobster took a weird turn in the water and left a red track behind it. When they approached, they found the red track to be flames that were burning in the ocean. Not far away before Le Renqueng, the lobster flashed like a dancing sprite and passed through the dense blades, leaving a weird trajectory in the dark water. Le Renqueng shouted, Not good, I can't stop it, it's too great a runner. Zia Xiaochen was lost for words. You're truly a useless fatty, let's go after it. They chased after the lobster crazily. Thankfully, it was not as fast as they expected, and it was better at dodging than it was at swimming. Since it left red flames behind, everybody was able to follow the creature easily. Han Fei led the pursuit and attacked a few times, to no avail. Suddenly, he saw an enormous trench ahead that looked like a cliff in the ocean. It reminded him of the boat-burying pit in the general fishery. It was also narrow and steep, but it was longer than the pit Han Fei remembered. Han Fei said to his teammates, Attention, it's going down to a deep trench whose depth I can't tell. Also, there are few gregarious fish nearby. Be careful. A moment later, everybody ran into the trench and descended for almost 1,000 meters. There were few fish around them now. Luo Xiaobai came back to herself. Something is not right. This place is weird. Zhang Xuanyu said, I can probably endure only a little further before I have to go up for air. Luo Xiaobai threw a vine and said, Bite it. There's air in it. Everybody looked at Luo Xiaobai in surprise. They did not know that the girl had so many tricks. Le Renqueng said, There's a cave down there. The lobster just ran into the cave. Do we go after it? Zia Xiaochen said, Of course, but be careful. Everybody barged into the cave. Suddenly, Han Fei frowned as he sensed something wrong. His eyebrow furrowed. Han Fei asked, Do you feel that the temperature in the cave is too high? Luo Xiaobai said, It's indeed higher than normal, probably because of the fiery lobster. However, everybody came to a stop a minute later as they were shocked by what they saw. In front of their eyes, an assortment of creatures of different colors had occupied this cave. They could easily spot more than 1,000 creatures. However, all the creatures were lowly ones. Even the sea anemones here were only regular ones. The red lobster had nowhere to run to now. It was dashing randomly in a corner of the cave. Zia Zioachen's eyes glowed. "You're finally mine, my contractual spiritual beast." Luo Ziobai said, "I'll block its way, you will attack it, and Zioachen will capture it. This place is not right. Let's just catch it and leave as soon as possible." Chapter 186, Undersea Tomb. Everybody took action together. Zia Zioachen flashed and knocked the red lobster into the rocks. Zia Zioachen said, "It's burning. I'll beat it up before I sign a contract with it." About 15 minutes later, the fiery lobster finally compromised. The contract was made soon after. Zia Zioachen remarked, "Red Fire Tricky Lobster, what a weird name." Zia Zioachen was going to test the Red Fire Tricky Lobster's abilities when she saw that Han Fei ran to the end of the cave and slashed randomly. Luo Ziobai asked, "Han Fei, what's going on?" Zia Zioachen exclaimed, "Are you crazy?" Han Fei pointed at the wall. "Something is strange here. Based on my years of experience on the ocean, I can tell that there's something here." Everybody felt like rolling their eyes. Years of experience on the ocean? Just keep bragging. But their mockery was gone when they saw that a green jade door carved with stripes resembling grasses was revealed after the rocks were broken. When the door showed up, everybody sensed that the temperature was rising again. Zhang Xuanyu said excitedly, "Treasure, there must be treasures behind it. We've found a treasure trove." Han Fei was excited too. He didn't expect that he would find treasures while he was hunting contractual spiritual beasts. The ocean was indeed the most mysterious place full of treasures. Han Fei said, "Help me break the rocks nearby and see if there are other things near the door." Luo Ziobai said, "Be careful. There might be something scorching behind the door." Very soon, the door was revealed completely. The words, "Fire Cloud Cave," were written above the door. Le Renqueng observed the door for a long time and said, "Is this place an ancient relic? It seems quite good." Xin Han Fei pulled him back and said, "Step back, I'll try to open the door." Everybody else stepped back, and Luo Ziobai said, "Le Renqueng, prepare the shield armor." While everybody looked at him anxiously, Han Fei stomped and tried to push the door open with all his strength, but the door simply wouldn't budge. Le Renqueng hurriedly went forward. "Let me give you a hand." Both of them exerted all their strength, but the door was still absolutely still. Zhang Xuanyu said, "I'll join you," but the result was the same. Suddenly, Zia Zioachen said, "Try pulling the door up." "Pull it up?" Han Fei, Le Renqueng, and Zhang Xuanyu looked at each other and tried that. The moment they exerted their strength, the door was pulled up, and hot air as well as an enormous attraction force came from behind the door. Everybody leaned forward beyond their control. In the blink of an eye, they were already behind the door. Zia Zioachen remarked, "3 idiots." Han Fei and his buddies couldn't argue, and nor did they intend to, because they had been shocked by the view before their eyes. Behind the door was a scorching furnace, which was the source of the unusual heat that they had sensed. This place was a round space with a coverage of around 500 square meters. Apart from the furnace at the door, there was nothing but gray rocks and an irregular rock at the center that separated this place into 2 parts. "Dear sea god, have we really found a treasure trove?" Zhang Xuanyu approached the furnace in excitement, but he was blown away by a weird scorching force when he was 2 meters away. Thankfully, Luo Ziobai was able to pull him back with her vines in time. Luo Ziobai said, frowning, "Be careful. This place is well hidden. It's not like a common treasure trove. Let's be prudent." Clang. Everybody looked at the source of the noise, only to see that Le Renqueng was cutting green jade, which seemed to contain some spiritual energy, on the rocks with a knife. Han Fei was lost for words. "Le Renqueng, you're truly unwise. You're interested in the rocks when there's such a huge furnace here?" Le Renqueng said scornfully, "There's nothing in the furnace, just swim up and look into it." Unconvinced, Han Fei took a look himself, only to see nothing but magma in the cave. Luo Ziobai said, "It's earthly fire. This place is connected to earthly fire. Come here and take a look." Zia Zioachen was standing before a wall. She seemed to have found something. Everybody gathered around her and saw murals on this wall. In the murals, a man with wings on his back was confronting a dragon with a lance. By reading the murals, they basically learned what happened. According to the murals, a dragon whose name was unknown once arrived at this level 2 fishery, causing a tremendous number of boats here to be missing. Later, an expert came from the clouds with a group of warriors. The expert valiantly fought the dragon with his subordinates. Though the dragon was killed, his men all died, and the expert too was heavily wounded. Then, the expert found this place which was connected to earthly fire and tried to rest here. Zia Zioachin shook her head. It couldn't have been a dragon. If it were, those people would have been killed instantly. It must have been something like my giant arowana. Few people can resist its roar. Han Fei nodded in agreement. I don't think it was a dragon either, but it must have been very strong since it killed so many winged guys. Winged guys? Show them some respect, all right? So many hidden fishers were slaughtered. I don't think it's going to be easy for us to get the treasure. Zhang Xuanyu clicked his tongue and speculated, pretending to be knowledgeable. Boom! Han Fei turned around, only to see that Li Renqueng and Zia Zioachin had accidentally triggered a switch on another wall dozens of meters away. At this moment, a stone door was opening noisily. Li Renqueng looked at everybody apologetically. It was only an accident, I'm sorry. Zia Zioachin was about to crane her head behind the door when a vine stopped her. Luo Zioabai looked at them with a strong headache. Would you please hold your curiosity back? This place is too weird. Zia Zioachin giggled. If we can't get out, we can only press forward. The real dangers are behind us. Han Fei found that everybody besides him loved treasuring hunting. His teammates seemed even more enthusiastic than himself. Zhang Xuanyu licked his lips. Let's go in. I don't think it's dangerous here. Han Fei approached the door. Seeing the dark aisle and the candles on its two sides that had died out, he narrowed his eyes and said, Wait. Zia Zioachin, can you light the candles? Zia Zioachin snapped her fingers, and flames popped up from them. Han Fei was truly amazed. It felt great that you could make use of the special abilities from contractual spiritual beasts after you acquired them. Zia Zioachin's fingers were even handier than real lighters now. Then, the candles were ignited and spread all the way down the aisle. Han Fei was briefly stunned. Huh, eternal lamps. Why am I under the impression that this is a tomb? A tomb? Han Fei nodded. Yes, according to the murals, an expert recovered himself through earthly fire in here, but if that's true, why did he build the slots for candles on the walls here? Luo Zioabai thought for a moment and said, Don't move. Let me have a try. Luo Zioabai extended her hand, and vines sprawled out along the floor and the walls. A few minutes later, all the vines suddenly broke apart, and Luo Zioabai shivered palely. Zia Zioachin gave her a hand and asked, Zioabai, what did you see? Luo Zioabai said awfully, human-faced crabs, a lot of them. They live in the crevices nearby, and I just alarmed them. Hiss! Everybody gasped hard. Human-faced crabs could create illusions. How could they deal with so many human-faced crabs? Zia Zioachin, Luo Zioabai, and Zhang Xuanyu all stepped back. Li Renqueng was dumbfounded. Why are you all staring at me? Han Fei rolled his eyes and was about to step back too. But Zia Zioachin poked him with a knife and said, Why are you backing off? The human-faced crabs can't break your defenses. Han Fei said innocently, What if I start to attack you because of my illusions? Wouldn't it be simpler if Li Renqueng just cleared the crabs with his torrents of knives and swords? Zhang Xuanyu patted Han Fei's shoulder and said solemnly, Han Fei, considering your fatness, all the crabs will be attracted to you and ignore us if you stay here. Han Fei's face darkened. You are a mean friend, that's outrageous. Li Renqueng said, Also, if Li Renqueng is bewildered, only you can completely block his torrents of knives and swords. Li Renqueng, unknown. Han Fei. Unknown? Chapter 187, Human-Faced Ghost Crabs. Han Fei and Li Renqueng were sold out ruthlessly just like that. Shoulder to shoulder, they walked into the aisle. Li Renqueng said, I'm scared of darkness. Why don't you lead the way? Han Fei was lost for words. Seriously, why weren't you scared of darkness when you caught turtles in the ocean? Li Renqueng said, My disease is intermittent. Han Fei. Han Fei simply walked forward, somewhat enjoyably. When one didn't know what was ahead of them in adventure, they tended to feel either frightened or excited. Obviously, Han Fei was more excited than frightened. He wasn't really intimidated by the human-faced crabs. After 50 meters, Han Fei suddenly came to a stop. Li Renqueng craned his head and asked, Why are you stopping? Han Fei rigidly turned his head back and put on a cold, creepy smile before he started laughing weirdly. It, haha. Han Fei was suddenly normal again and he pointed at Li Renqueng and laughed. You should look at your face. Han Fei, I'm going to kill you. Outside of the aisle, Luo Zioabai's face changed slightly. Is Le Renqueng enchanted? Zhang Xunyu listened and said, I don't think so. Didn't you hear Han Fei's laughter? Xia Ziochen nodded and refused to enter the aisle too. Han Fei enjoyed the prank. They horsed around for a while in the aisle, and Le Renqueng suddenly stopped and took out his box. Han Fei blinked his eyes and stopped laughing. He heard rustling sounds behind him. Instead of looking back, Han Fei simply gazed at Le Renqueng and said, Really? Are you going to perform torrents of knives and swords? Le Renqueng trembled and said, Hang in there. Or do you want to attack with me? As I recall, your blade storm is not bad at all. Han Fei felt that his fishing pole was being grabbed. He simply cut back with 2 daggers and slashed a human-faced crab into halves. But then his blood was freezing, as he had seen the human-faced crabs that Luo Xiaobai mentioned. They were so dense that they were like a swarm of locusts. Torrents of knives and swords. Blade storm? Both of them reacted simultaneously. During the few seconds at the beginning, Han Fei felt that he was mincing meat, and a lot of broken shells were hitting his face. Then, he found himself in a different location. The aisle and the human-faced crabs were the same, but Le Renqueng was gone. Illusion. This is just an illusion. The moment Han Fei recited that, he found his name in a different place again. It was a sphere full of iron stingers from which infinite marching sea leeches were crawling out while the iron stingers stabbed into him. You're trying to fool me? You think you're as good as the marching sea leeches? Explode. After Han Fei dealt a spiritual energy explosion, the sphere of iron stingers were gone, but Han Fei found that he was not in an aisle at all, and he couldn't sense any pain. Instead, he saw dozens of green eyes the size of basins. Hiss! Damn it, that's one huge crab. Han Fei swallowed. He had seen a crab dozens of meters long which had a creepy face on its back. More importantly, the face was even grinning at Han Fei. Han Fei would be lying if he were to claim that he was not nervous. Strength and fear for the unknown were not contradictory. Han Fei stepped back quickly. Brother Crab, how have you been doing? Humph. One of the crab's legs attacked him, and Han Fei flipped back in a weird posture. His head was dizzy as the crab leg was only 1 centimeter from his nose just now. Boom. Han Fei turned back, only to see that the cave had been collapsed by the crab leg and that rocks were falling. Damn it! Brother Crab, you don't have to be so brutal to a passerby, do you? The previous attack was too fast. If he hadn't been fully alert, his head might have been chopped off. Huh, wait. Han Fei realized something wrong, as he should have been able to read the data of the monster. Even if its level was too high for him to read, he should at least be seeing a question mark. But there was nothing. Was this monster fake? When the crab leg attacked him again, Han Fei raised his daggers and slashed it. Crack! The enormous crab leg was cut apart easily. Who? You were truly scary. Han Fei yelled, Don't scare other people if you're not good enough. For a moment, I really thought you were this huge. When Han Fei attacked the huge crab, it quickly collapsed into many minor crabs, and they attacked Han Fei together. Explode, the more explosions, the better. Let me absorb you. Han Fei could clearly sense the income of spiritual energy, which meant that some human-faced crabs must have been killed by him. It did make sense, as the minor crabs couldn't have just disappeared. However, when the crabs were eliminated by spiritual energy explosions, Han Fei didn't return to reality. Instead, he found himself on a boat above the ocean. Captain, we're arriving at our destination. Do we go into the water? Hiss! Han Fei gasped hard and pinched himself, only to sense real pain. He was amazed by the vividness of the illusion. Captain, Puchai. Han Fei stabbed his dagger into the guy behind him without thinking. Han Fei remarked, You think such a lousy illusion can fool me? Attach. The 9-tailed mantis shrimp was attached to him, and the 7 chains began sweeping. Immediately, Han Fei was brought back to reality. He found broken shells of human-faced crabs all over the ground. It felt real this time. But he didn't see Le Renqueng, which was abnormal. Was he still in an illusion? Wait, if Le Renqueng was still here, he must have hit me with his torrents of knives and swords, but I can't sense anything right now. Han Fei felt that he was lost. He shouted, Le Renqueng? There were no response. He shouted for Xia Ziochen, but nobody answered either. Hee, I'll just go down this aisle. Do you think I'm scared? Han Fei pressed forward. There was no telling whether the human-faced crabs had been intimidated, but fewer of them attacked Han Fei. Han Fei was not as casual as before, as he found that the journey was getting colder and colder while he moved on. Isn't there earthly fire here? But the temperature is below 0. This fire is obviously not good enough. At the end of the cold and damp aisle, Han Fei saw a green dragon that was nesting in a huge cave. At this point, the dragon craned its head and roared at him as shockingly as the giant arowana did. FCK? Huh, no data, is it fake too? Han Fei murmured to himself. He had learned his lesson and knew that the illusions of the human-faced crabs were predictable. The dragon before him was fake, but he saw data above a rock near the tail of the dragon. Name: Human-faced ghost crab introduction. This is the mutated human-faced crab which has swallowed the remains of the blue sea wandering dragon. It's highly hallucinatory. Level: 31 quality, exotic mutated, spiritual energy, 982 points. Effect: it may result in hysteria and delirium if it's eaten. Collectible: Phantom Pearl, absorbable. Han Fei sneered. So, it's you who have been behind all this. That explains my confusion because regular human-faced crabs couldn't have created such vivid illusions. The dragon roared again and spewed a cold pillar of water at Han Fei, but Han Fei didn't resist it. Though he was covered in ice, the ice fell apart the moment Han Fei released his spiritual energy. Han Fei shouted, "Crab, it's time to die." Chapter 188 Bones of the Blue Sea Wandering Dragon. Han Fei charged forward fearlessly, and the human-faced ghost crab didn't see it coming that his opponent would be so relentless as to challenge a beast not caring about his own life. But the moment before Han Fei approached the dragon, he suddenly took a turn and lashed out his 7 chains, tying up the rock that the human-faced ghost crab was pretending to be. Fatal blow. His blades stabbed into the human-faced ghost crab dazzlingly. In the next moment, the illusion was gone, and Han Fei saw a super huge crab that was almost 8 meters tall slowly rising. The rock he just saw turned out only to be one of the crab's pincers. FCK. The big crab was obviously infuriated when Han Fei's blades left holes in its pincer. When the crab rose, Han Fei finally realized why it was named human-faced ghost crab. It was because there was a weird and creepy face on its abdomen. Though the 7 chains restrained the human-faced ghost crab, the crab was above level 30, which meant that it was as strong as a dangling fisher. Also, the crab had enormous strength in the first place, and it easily flung Han Fei away into the rocks. Hee, little black, go inside. Han Fei was not panicked at all, because human-faced crabs were better at creating illusions than they were at fighting. Now that he had broken the illusions, he was not scared even though the human-faced ghost crab was level 31. Little Black crawled into the crab through the holes that Han Fei just caused. In the next moment, the crab began to wail, and Han Fei saw all kinds of illusions. In the illusions, he saw the battle between the dragon and the hidden fishers. Dozens of hidden fishers, including manipulators, soul warriors, and manipulators, showed all kinds of techniques, but they were all frozen by the blue gas spewed out by the green dragon. Then, Han Fei saw that the best of the hidden fishers absorbed the power of his partners and pointed at the dragon's head. The enormous energy that his finger contained was dreadful for Han Fei even though it was only an illusion. Dozens of pictures were changing. The human-faced ghost crab seemed to have lost control of itself because of Little Black's biting as it replayed its whole life, and Han Fei felt that he was watching an immersive movie. Han Fei saw that the expert almost collapsed after killing the dragon. The man managed to treat his wounds by having the dragon meat and the dragon liver, but he was too heavily hurt to be recovered. So he established this fire cloud cave with his remaining power. To prevent the dragon from resurrecting, he separated the dragon bones in the cave. When he created this residence, he discovered the earthly fire by chance, so he engaged himself in alchemy with the earthly fire and the dragon corpse. But his attempt failed, and he died in the end. All of these things were witnessed by this crab. At first, this human-faced ghost crab was only a common human-faced crab, and it dare not approach the furnace or the dragon corpse. But after it grew stronger because of the nourishment of the dragon aura, it began to chew on the dragon corpse and eventually mutated into a human-faced ghost crab. Suddenly, Han Fei called stop. Little Black, enough. Little Black emerged from the shell of the human-faced ghost crab, whose pincers were dangling. Obviously, it had been mostly eaten up. Han Fei said, "Collect the demon." Perhaps because the human-faced ghost crab was too scared, and perhaps it sensed that its doom was inevitable, but Han Fei didn't sense any resistance when the demon purification pot took it in. The human-faced ghost crab ended up in the calabash in the company of the gold squid. After the human-faced ghost crab was collected, the regular human-faced crabs immediately ran to their nests, and a bone more than 3 meters long appeared where the human-faced ghost crab had been standing having watched the human-faced ghost crab's movie. Han Fei recognized that it was a dragon bone. He excitedly picked up the bone, but Han Fei almost tossed it away the moment he touched it because it was freezingly cold. Bone of the blue sea wandering dragon, such dragon bones are extremely cold. Its spiritual energy has dropped over the years, but it's still the best material to forge spiritual weapons. Han Fei was excited. Could it be forged into spiritual weapons? Were there really dragon bones in this cave? I've only found one of the bones, but it is so huge that it can be made into dozens of daggers. Han Fei's heart raced after he collected the bone. By logic, there should be bones of a whole dragon here. Where were the rest? If he could collect all the dragon bones, he could craft a set of blades for his million knife art. When Han Fei was about to continue his exploration, he hesitated and wondered if he should search for Le Renquang. But when he turned around, he found that the entrance that he came from became 3 entrances. Damn it! Which one of them did I come from? Han Fei looked at the only exit behind the human-faced ghost crab. Was it meant to stop intruders from returning? Han Fei thought for a moment. Le Renquang, as well as everybody else, has their trump cards. Xia Xiaochen even has her giant arowana. Things like the human-faced ghost crab wouldn't be a major problem for them. Thinking that, Han Fei strode forward into the exit. Unfortunately, Han Fei was not a fire manipulator and couldn't light the candles, so he could only walk in darkness. But thanks to his excellent sight, the darkness was not scary for him. The pathway was very long. Han Fei stopped halfway as he found a fiery crystal on the wall. He couldn't see its quality, but it felt hot enough to resist the coldness in the cave, so Han Fei dug it out with his knives. 1, 2, Han Fei had dug more than 100 fiery crystals when he found that he had reached a spacious cave. It was bigger than the cave where the human-faced ghost crab was located. It was dozens of meters high and embedded with fiery crystals. Also, it was connected to the ocean. Essentially, it was a round swimming pool with a circular path on the periphery. The water in it was so clear that Han Fei saw a huge skull more than 10 meters long easily. Huh, a dragon head? Near the dragon head were corals and seaweeds. There were no fish or shrimp. Gudu, Han Fei swallowed hard. Have I just found a dragon head? Han Fei saw that the demon purification pot on his wrist glittered, although it had been unusually quiet recently. Then, Han Fei realized that the water was full of spiritual energy. Han Fei took a deep breath and still felt cold, but thanks to the abundance of spiritual energy, his senses were keen. If he were to cultivate here, he would make progress very fast. He ignored the fiery crystals on the wall because they couldn't be of a high quality when there were so many of them. He didn't want to collect them at all. Staring at the dragon head, Han Fei suddenly changed his face, as the pebbles below the dragon head seemed familiar to him. Hiss, spiritual stones, shoot! Han Fei was immediately hooked. He had been wondering where he could gather spiritual energy, and those spiritual stones would definitely be handy. Han Fei stepped out but then stopped. He found it odd that there were no creatures around the dragon head. Were there really none, or were they invisible? Han Fei took out his fishing pole and tried pulling the dragon head up. He felt that the place was weird and decided to be careful. The hook went for the dragon head in the water. Come here? Yeah, so heavy. While Han Fei was using all his strength, a long, enormous shadow flashed in the water. Han Fei couldn't tell what it was at all except that it was around 10 meters long. Before Han Fei could react, his fishing line had been cut off. Han Fei took a few steps back in shock. He hurried to return to the pool to see what this thing was exactly. Chapter 189, Dragon Eel. Han Fei slightly shivered. Sometimes, a surprising enemy was more scary than a strong enemy. Han Fei was certainly scared by the creature that had swum past him quickly like a shadow. Han Fei looked at his fishing pole. It was the first time that the fishing line was cut off. Was it because the pole was too lousy? No, his pole wasn't the best product, but was still one of mortal level, high quality. Han Fei suspected that the creature in the sea was either very strong or had a sharp blade like a blade fish or swordfish. Attach! Han Fei decided to use the nine-tailed mantis shrimp, whose tails were highly sturdy. Even if the creature in the water was as strong as a dangling fisher, it couldn't cut the 7-star chain easily. Pooh! 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 The chain clutched the dragon head from 7 directions, and Han Fei immediately felt chilled. Why was the dragon head so cold? Hula! The creature down below appeared again and passed the chain with a huge noise. Han Fei even saw sparks in the water. But he was glad to see that the 7-star chain could resist the attack of the monster in the water, which meant that the monster was not unimaginably strong, or at least not strong enough to overpower the 9-tailed mantis shrimp. Come here! Han Fei exerted all his strength and pulled the dragon head away from the coral, but the chain was frozen the moment the dragon head was moved. Even Han Fei was covered in ice too. That was not the end of it. The agile monster appeared again. Han Fei saw nothing but a widely opened mouth when electricity flowed through the ice and shocked Han Fei. The high-voltage electricity crumbled the ice and flooded into Han Fei's body, and Han Fei almost failed to weather through it. He felt that he had just been hit by a lightning bolt. Stiffened, he fell into the pool. At this point, Han Fei finally saw the monster. Name: Dragon Eel. Introduction. This is a demonic fish mixed with dragon blood. They live on dragon bones and are highly resistant to coldness. They have a sturdy body and high-voltage electricity. Level: 33 quality. Exotic, spiritual energy. 2064 points, effect. It can strengthen the bones and improve your look when eaten. Absorbable, clash. Han Fei fell into the water, but he still felt stiff and frozen. He felt that a long tail was slapping him. Bam! The whole cave was shaking, and Han Fei was blown dozens of meters away in the water and didn't regain balance until a long time later. The rigidity in his body was finally gone after the attack. What immense power! Han Fei's nose and mouth were bleeding. He was appalled by the monster's power. How could he defeat it when he had been hurt with his indestructible body? This time, Han Fei did not release Little Black to bite it, because he was not sure that Little Black could withstand the monster's discharge. The monster came at him again as quickly as lightning, and Han Fei was knocked away again, even though he had tried to dodge it. Chila! Han Fei was stiffened again by another discharge and blown away in the next second. This time, he bumped into the rocks above his head and rolled on the ground. Pooh! Han Fei spewed out blood and couldn't have looked more awful. He had never encountered a more formidable opponent or suffered such heavy wounds since he obtained the indestructible body art. Han Fei immediately drew out his blades. When the dragon eel reached him, he unleashed his spiritual energy and the 7 chains. Bam! Han Fei was knocked away. The dragon eel had swum past him before he was able to stab his blades into it, but he managed to lock the dragon eel with 2 chains. Ah! The electricity was as powerful as before, but Han Fei merely gritted his teeth and wouldn't let go of the chains even though he was bleeding. He knew that he couldn't be killed by electricity after the lightning strikes he endured at the mountain top. But because of his stubbornness, Han Fei was now thrown into the rocks, whipped into the coral, and shocked by the dragon eel. The spiritual energy protective cover on Han Fei was broken again and again. He even felt that the 9-tailed mantis shrimp couldn't sustain this much longer. 5 minutes later, Han Fei's face became pale, as he had been shocked dozens of times, and his skin had been shredded by the dragon eel. Fuse! Han Fei chose to fuse. He knew that fusion wouldn't help much. He could see through the enemy's attack more easily with the yin-yang divine eyes, but they couldn't help him avoid the discharge of the dragon eel at all. However, after Han Fei became bloodthirsty, his attack and defense abilities were slightly improved, and while the dragon eel was not discharging, he bound the remaining chains to it and pulled the chains hard. Finally, Han Fei caught the dragon eel in the middle of an electric shock. Han Fei trembled when he grabbed the dragon eel. He was so electrified that his soul almost left his body. Absorb now? Han Fei felt that he couldn't endure it much longer. He would die first if he couldn't kill this dragon eel. Thankfully, the demon purification pot was glittering as if it were breathing, and the flow of electricity from the dragon eel was declining. It was still hitting Han Fei crazily, but it was not as powerful as before. Huh, it can resist the absorption of the demon purification pot. Han Fei clearly sensed the plummet of spiritual energy in the dragon eel, but it stopped dropping when it was reduced by half. Hiss, collect the demon. Bam, Han Fei was slapped into the wall, and the first collection failed. Han Fei stabbed the dragon eel with both blades, but he could barely penetrate its skin. This creature was unimaginably tough. Keep absorbing, you little bastard. Just behave and enter my calabash if you don't want to die. Collect the demon. After 5 minutes of trying, the dragon eel was finally absorbed into the calabash when it ran out of spiritual energy. The moment the dragon eel was absorbed, Han Fei lay at the bottom of the ocean with all his limbs stretched out, feeling like crying. He had dozens of wounds, and all his bones seemed broken. He felt as though he had been crippled. After a long time, Han Fei finally found an exit of the cave. He surfaced and took a deep breath before he sat cross-legged in the water. No, I have to make a breakthrough, or I will be too heavily wounded to continue my exploration. Digging dozens of low-quality spiritual stones from the dragon's head, Han Fei imposed the divine healing technique on himself and chose to make a breakthrough. Tremendous spiritual energy surged out from him. A few minutes later, more than 30 low-quality spiritual stones had been broken, but they were not enough. Han Fei's wounds were healing, and spiritual energy was running in his body. A moment later, another 50 spiritual stones were broken. Han Fei's wounds were healed, and his internal organs were stabilized. Spiritual energy was raging hotly in his body. Crack. For a moment, Han Fei's power and level were soaring significantly. It was not until all the spiritual stones before him were broken that Han Fei finally stopped the absorption of spiritual energy. He was rather shocked. There was no telling whether it was because he was heavily wounded or because he made a 3-level breakthrough in a row. But it cost him 1,000,000 points of spiritual energy to go from the peak of a junior fishing master to the peak of an intermediate fishing master. Han Fei knew that other people needed about 70,000 points of spiritual energy for an advancement, so 3 levels would require no more than 300,000 points of spiritual energy. However, he had just spent more than twice that. How could he make more breakthroughs in the future? He looked at his data. Owner, Han Fei level. 26, mid-level great fishing master, spiritual energy. 6466, 2499, spiritual heritage. Level 4, low-quality, upgradable, spiritual beast. Twin yin-yang spirit swallowing fish, level 23. Weapon, purple bamboo rod main art. Water vein technique, volume 3 of void fishing, spirit level, divine quality. Who? The capacity of his spiritual energy had been increased by 400 points. It meant a comprehensive improvement of his body. However, Han Fei was still regretful because he only had 6246 points of spiritual energy left, which was not enough for one battle. The battle with the dragon eel, for example, had cost more than 6,000 points of spiritual energy with all the spiritual energy protective covers. Han Fei immediately looked at the dragon head, hoping that it wouldn't be a disappointment. Chapter 190, Reunion of the Team. When Han Fei laid his hand on the skull of the blue sea wandering dragon, his hand began to freeze. He hurried to let it go. Impressive! The bone that could forge spiritual weapons was indeed extraordinary, but could he use them even if it was made into such weapons? Han Fei stored the dragon head into Forge the Universe. Instantly, all the crops in Forge the Universe were frozen. Even the white boat was covered in frost. Han Fei scratched his head. His crops had been wasted. However, it was still worth it because this huge skull could be made into 1,000 blades. After collecting the dragon head, Han Fei searched the mud at the bottom of the water and finally found 12 low-quality spiritual stones. Plus, with those he just absorbed, he had got almost 70 low-quality spiritual stones from the dragon head. This won't do. I'm running out of spiritual energy, and 12 stones are not nearly enough. Boom! Sensing the earthquake, Han Fei jumped to the surface of water and saw a hot wave flooding in from the entrance. Han Fei was immediately stunned. This pathway was not short at all, but the fire had pressed to the end of it. What was happening on the other side? Having no time to think, Han Fei immediately rushed over. He was sure that it was caused by Renqueng and his other teammates. Because of the blast of fire, all the candles in the pathway were lit, and Han Fei didn't run into anything on his way. Han Fei didn't see anyone until he ran for almost 2 kilometers. After he jumped out of a hole, he found himself in a spacious cave that was 10 times larger than the previous caves. This cave was half filled with fire. Han Fei finally understood why this place was called Fire Cloud Cave. Also, something was roaring in the fire. Zia Ziochen was vomiting blood against the wall. Zhang Xuanyu was also wiping his blood while supporting himself with a rod on one of his knees. Luo Xiaobai was protecting herself with vines. There was a dragon bone in her body. As for Lu Renquang, he was struggling to resist the fire with a dozen shields. Hugh! Han Fei threw out the dragon bone he picked up earlier, which immediately suppressed the incoming fire. Lu Renquang looked back and was excited. Han Fei, you're not dead. Zhang Xuanyu was excited too. Han Fei, hurry up, there's a monster in the fire, a body. Zia Ziochen said in a hurry, be careful. It's likely the body of the dragon slayer. Han Fei was stunned. What was going on? The dragon slayer? How could he defeat such a tough guy who killed a blue sea wandering dragon? Luo Xiaobai roared, Han Fei, spiritual energy. Han Fei came back to himself and instilled spiritual energy into his teammate's body. They all took a long breath of relief. However, before Han Fei joined the battle, he saw that a slim corpse that was on fire walked out of the flames and punched Zhang Xuanyu. Bam! After an explosion, Zhang Xuanyu's stick was bent, and he was blown away like a cannonball. Luo Xiaobai hurried to pick Zhang Xuanyu up with her vines, but the corpse turned its head at Han Fei. The demon purification pot, which had usually been helpful, showed nothing. It seemed incapable of reading humans. Han Fei took a deep breath. He had just become an intermediate great fishing master. Couldn't he defeat a corpse? Immediately, he drew his purple bamboo rod and smashed the enemy. Clang, crack. The noise echoed throughout the cave when Han Fei was punched away and his purple bamboo rod was broken. The corpse, on the other hand, was knocked away too and rolled on the ground. Han Fei asked in shock, "What's this thing? Why is it so powerful?" Zia Ziochen said anxiously, "I told you to be careful. Though it's a corpse, it's as strong as an advanced dangling fisher, or we wouldn't have been crushed like this." Luo Xiaobai said, "One dragon bone can shelter one person at most. We need to distract this guy and find more dragon bones in order to suppress him." Han Fei was lost for words. "Why don't you keep him occupied while I look for dragon bones?" Lu Renquang and Luo Xiaobai, however, simply tossed the dragon bone to Han Fei and shouted, "You'll fight him while we search for more dragon bones." Han Fei. "Unknown," Zia Ziochen left with a flash. "You're the sturdiest one here. Of course it's your job to stall him. Have you made a breakthrough?" Han Fei was much thinner than previously, which indicated that he made a breakthrough. He would probably be slim again after he reached the peak level of a great fishing master, but nobody else was interested in that. Han Fei was sturdy before his breakthrough and should be sturdier after it. Actually, Han Fei was indeed sturdier, but not as much as they imagined. After all, it was not so easy to improve the indestructible body polished by lightning. This improvement was only a natural improvement from a junior great fishing master to an intermediate great fishing master. Zhang Xuanyu shouted, "Han Fei, the hidden fisher slew a dragon in the ocean, and you're now slaying him with 2 bones. You will be a legend in the 4th Academy. Go now, the door is behind this guy." Han Fei, unknown. Han Fei couldn't have looked more awful when he looked at the 2 dragon bones. His disloyal friends were abandoning him the moment they saw him. Thankfully, he just advanced after the battle against the dragon eel, or he wouldn't have been able to resist this corpse. Han Fei unwillingly picked up the dragon bones and rushed into the flames. Wherever he went, the flames backed off, as was the power of the bones of the blue sea wandering dragon. Ha-0, the corpse of the expert was subconsciously avoiding the dragon bones, but Han Fei's marching infuriated him. For a moment, flames were gathered towards Han Fei, and Han Fei felt that he was almost broiled. On the other side, Zia Ziochen and his other teammates hurried to slip into the cave behind the corpse. Han Fei shouted, "Hurry and return with more dragon bones. I can't kill him on my own." Zia Ziochen's voice echoed in the cave. "We'll come back in 15 minutes. Han Fei felt like vomiting blood. 15? You want me to fight this thing for that long? However, when all his teammates were gone, Han Fei immediately took out his dragon head. The flames in the cave dwindled the moment the dragon head appeared. Even the corpse stopped briefly as if scared. Attach! All the chains were released. Han Fei tried his best to wave the dragon head, but it was too heavy and freezing, so Han Fei couldn't hit anything with the dragon head. Hey, the dragon head is here to protect me. Are you still coming? Han Fei gave up pulling the dragon head. He simply waved the dragon bones as if they were hammers. Clang, clang, clang. The corpse seemed to be suppressed and lost the power that he broke the purple bamboo rod with. Han Fei seized the chance to smite it dozens of times. Damn it, this corpse is too hard for me to break. Standing next to the dragon head, Han Fei was almost frozen, but thankfully, the corpse did not attack him. They reached a stalemate. Han Fei scratched his head and wondered if he should run first since he obviously couldn't defeat his enemy. Han Fei hauled the dragon head to the exit of the cave, and the corpse moved out of the way. Then Han Fei was standing right before the exit. Time passed, and there was no response from his teammates. Han Fei shouted, "Are you back?" "Huh, nobody." He immediately retreated the dragon head. But the moment the dragon head disappeared, the corpse seemed revived and charged at Han Fei after a roar. Han Fei ran and shouted, "Bro, stop chasing me. I'm not your wife." "Why are you chasing me?" The corpse of the expert followed Han Fei into the channel. One in the front and the other behind, they sprinted crazily. A moment later, Han Fei rushed into another cave and found debris of tentacles as well as footprints all over the ground. It seemed that his teammates just passed through here. Han Fei kept running, followed by fire. One cave, two caves. Lost for words, Han Fei shouted back, "Bro, you are truly a great digger. Why did you dig so many caves?" It was not until Han Fei ran into the fourth channel that he finally encountered his teammates. They all came to a stop and looked at each other in surprise. Xia Zhaochen asked, "Why are you here?" Luo Xiaobai looked at Han Fei's back and said, "Run!" Chapter 191 5 Bone Players. While running, Zhang Xunyu shouted, "Han Fei, didn't we ask you to stall him there?" Han Fei said angrily, "Stall him. Do you really think I'm capable of that?" The two dragon bones were heavy enough for Han Fei, and he couldn't move the dragon head at all. What could he do? But maybe he could try the water-stirring seal later. In a less big cave, Luo Xiaobai shouted, "Disperse! Han Fei, give me a dragon bone." Han Fei tossed a dragon bone to Luo Xiaobai, and a vine picked it up. Seeing that everybody else had a dragon bone, Han Fei said in relief, "This dude is vulnerable to cold. Let's just hit him with dragon bones instead of any other weapons." Hardly had he finished when the corpse arrived, but it briefly stopped when he came in as if it had sensed the coldness. Han Fei shouted, "Let's go and crush him." Scar of War Shadows. Han Fei led the charge and smashed the corpse with his dragon bone relentlessly. Bam! The corpse punched back, and Han Fei was forced to step back quickly. The other people all changed their expression. 5 dragon bones were still enough. Han Fei was still punched back. Luo Xiaobai roared and whipped the corpse with her vines that had enveloped a dragon bone. She shouted, "Let's attack together. This corpse only has basic battle instincts. Let's see if we can suppress him together." Xia Zhaochen said, "That's not exactly what a hunter should do, but I agree with the plan." Zhang Xuanyu bellowed to summon his courage. "My rod was bent by him. I must let him answer for it." Le Renqueng shouted, his lips shivering, "Take him down." They pressed forward with the bones of the blue sea wandering dragon. When the 5 dragon bones were gathered, their coldness finally extinguished the fire on this expert's body and revealed his true self. Everybody saw that a crimson stone had been placed where the heart of the corpse was supposed to be. Zhang Xunyu shrieked, "Blow the stone out, it must be the source of his power." Supreme stab. Using the dragon bone as a dagger, Xia Zhaochen accelerated and stabbed the corpse in its back. The corpse nearly fell off, but the stone was still stuck inside its body. Bind! Now that the fire died out, Luo Xiaobai's vines could finally be applied. They tied the corpse up crazily. Le Renqueng took out a black glove from his box and put it on before he reached for the stone. Ouch! Le Renqueng quickly moved his hand back, and a huge hole had been left in his glove. His hand was full of blisters too. Le Renqueng trembled and almost shed tears. "We can't touch it. My hand would have been wasted if I hadn't reacted as quickly." Zhang Xuanyu was lost for words. "Then what do? We can't be separated, or fire will surge from him again, which would worsen things again." Zia Ziochen kicked the corpse that had been tied up by vines and said, "If only we could build the dragon bones into a container." Everybody looked at Zia Ziochen. Luo Zioabai remarked, "That's actually a good idea, but none of us is a refiner." Seeing the situation, Han Fei interjected, "Actually, I know a thing or two about refining." Everyone, "Unknown?" Han Fei smiled awkwardly. "Don't stare at me like that, but I need a furnace. Do you remember the furnace we saw when we had just come in? I may need to go there." Zia Ziochen looked at him weirdly. "Han Fei, do you have more secrets? It's time to reveal them all?" "I really don't. I taught myself refining because weapons were too expensive for me in the old days." Everybody chuckled, unconvinced. "A self-taught refiner? Are you implying that you're the only genius here?" Luo Zioabai simply said, "You go there now, we'll keep him here for a while." Le Renqueng's eyes flashed. "Han Fei, I've lost a lot of weapons on this trip." Han Fei ran off with a bone. Before he left, he noticed that fire was re-emerging on the surface of the corpse. He didn't think that they could resist it for long. Han Fei certainly did not really go to the furnace. After taking a turn, he looked back to ensure that nobody followed him. Then, he absorbed the dragon bone with his calabash. The demon purification pot's speed of refining was remarkable, and Han Fei didn't think that a container would consume much spiritual energy. But as it turned out, he lost 20,000 points of spiritual energy, which was 2 low-quality spiritual stones. "Ah, so expensive," Han Fei trembled. 20,000 points of spiritual energy for a container. The first spiritual weapon that he ever crafted turned out to be a minor container. Then, in order to craft all the blades required in the million knife art, wouldn't he need billions of points of spiritual energy? Damn it! Only a tiny part of the dragon bone was used, and the rest of the bone was discharged. Han Fei waited a bit before he returned to the cave. When Han Fei returned, he found that Le Renqueng and his teammates were jumping and knocking the corpse with their dragon bones. Luo Zioabai was delighted to see Han Fei. "Did you make it?" "Pooh." Han Fei pretended to vomit blood. He said palely, "I was almost killed. This dragon box container drained me and cost me one of my spiritual fruits." As he spoke, Han Fei tossed the dragon box container to them. Nobody suspected him. They didn't know how strong the blue sea wandering dragon had been exactly, but they knew that it couldn't have been easy for Han Fei to refine its bones. Luo Zioabai immediately roared, "Give me the rest of the bone." Han Fei threw the leftover to her, and Le Renqueng picked it up. With 2 dragon bones, Le Renqueng extinguished the fire on the corpse, and Luo Zioabai seized the chance to stick the container to the corpse's chest. The crimson stone was sealed, and the corpse crumbled into pieces after the stone was gone. Everybody looked at each other in shock. Zhang Xuanyu asked in shock, "It's been killed so easily?" Zia Ziochen said, "It was dead in the first place." Le Renqueng hurried to throw the container to Han Fei. "Keep it in the sea-swallowing seashell. I don't want to hold this." Han Fei stored the container and stared at Le Renqueng. "Where were you a moment ago?" Le Renqueng said innocently, "I was going to ask you the same question. You vanished in the middle of the battle. I was searching for you when I accidentally walked into a cave that was occupied by a mutated hermit crab, which almost killed me." Luo Zioabai said solemnly, "We followed you into the aisle when we couldn't hear you anymore. But we only found Le Renqueng. Where were you?" Han Fei snorted. "I met a mutated human-faced crab and was caught in illusions the whole time. After I killed it, you were all gone." Zhang Xuanyu chuckled. "It's great that you're fine. We were truly lucky this time. The bones of the blue sea wandering dragon are not unusual. Han Fei, you can build a few decent spiritual weapons for each of us later." "Pooh!" Han Fei kicked Zhang Xuanyu. "You wish. Crafting a small container almost killed me, and you want me to build spiritual weapons for you?" Zhang Xuanyu quickly dodged him. "I was just kidding." Staring at the dragon bones for a long time, Zia Ziochen said slowly, "I think the tailbone is missing here." "The tailbone?" Everybody looked at Zia Ziochen. Zia Ziochen rolled her eyes. "It's a dragon, all right. Dragons have tails. What we're holding right now are the bones of the torso, but where is the tailbone?" Luo Zioabai nodded. "That's right. Not just the tailbone, we haven't seen the skull either." Everybody trembled, and Zhang Xuanyu quickly shook his hand. "Forget it. Let's just leave the skull behind. If one bone of the dragon has created a mutated creature as strong as a dangling fisher, What kind of monster would its skull make? Le Renqueng said. I agree. We can look for the tailbone, but I'm not interested in the skull. It's too scary. Han Fei knew that he'd better not tell them that he had already collected the skull. He hurried to change the topic. Where did you find the body of this expert? Zia Ziochen snorted. It jumped on us from one of the numerous caves in here. However, since he's already dead, I think we can continue our exploration. Han Fei said quickly, let's take a rest first. Let me tell you, a tail of a dragon is as good as its skull. We can't be more careful. Zia Ziochen said, well, I've never seen a dragon, and I don't really know what a dragon's skull looks like. Han Fei thought for a moment and remembered that the dragon head he found had no horns and was quite ugly. He began to wonder if the blue sea wandering dragon was really a dragon. A moment later, Zhang Xuanyu asked excitedly, can we go now? Han Fei said hopefully, let's go. Chapter 192 Dragon Terrain. Considering the route that everybody had just walked, the dragon tail was the only missing part now. After all, Han Fei had collected the dragon head. The channel was very long this time, and to everyone's surprise, no special creatures attacked them. Luo Xiaobai frowned. Don't you find this weird? Zia Ziochen nodded. Yes, the spiritual energy here is more intense. Le Renqueng shivered. It's rather cold. Han Fei had also been considering why there were so many caves here and why the Fire Cloud Cave was so deep. Then Han Fei realized something else. Why was the dragon head placed in the front? Did the expert arrange the bones of the dragon in the shape of a dragon after it died? Who? Dragon terrain? Shocked, Han Fei said in a hurry, dragon terrain. Based on the distribution of the dragon bones, we must be walking on a dragon terrain. Everybody was curious. What's a dragon terrain? Han Fei said. You really don't know? The dragon terrain is a terrain made in the shape of a dragon. It's perfect to preserve bodies. Damn it, let's move faster. Han Fei seemed to have realized something and started rushing. His teammates didn't quite understand what was going on, but they quickly followed him. After several thousand meters, an enormous cave bigger than all the previous caves showed up. However, everybody stopped at the entrance of the cave, not even daring to breathe aloud. Zia Ziochen prodded Han Fei and asked, why, is someone sitting there? Han Fei swallowed and replied, if my guess is correct, he is the real dragon slayer and the corpse before wasn't. Hiss! Everybody stepped back subconsciously. Was it some kind of joke? The tough guy from before was not the dragon slayer. However, they all believed Han Fei because it seemed to be a living person who was in a posture of cultivation at the center of the cave. His face was fair and his skin and flesh were intact. There was no telling if he was alive. More importantly, he was facing the entrance of the cave. Gudu! Le Renqueng swallowed and said, should we slip away? This guy killed a dragon by pointing at it. I don't think we're as good as a dragon. Everybody considered retreating except Han Fei, because the dragon tail was 2 meters before the expert, and there was a circular pit around the expert that was full of spiritual energy. Han Fei's heart raced. The spiritual spring was more attractive to him than the dragon tail was. He had practically run out of spiritual energy, and it would take forever if he were to cultivate spiritual energy on his own to become an advanced great fishing master or craft the blades for the million knife art. However, there were millions of points of spiritual energy in the spring. He would be rich again if he could get it. Luo Xiaobai whispered, look, there's a door on the other side. Zhang Xuanyu asked, could it be an exit? Zia Ziochen said, it's possible. We're at the end of the cave, so there should be a way out or we would have to return to the furnace. Le Renqueng asked, what if it's not an exit behind the door? Everybody fell silent, because they would be doomed if they opened the door only to discover that it was not an exit. Right when everybody was hesitating, an enormous noise burst out and the cave was shaking with falling rocks. Not good. The channel is collapsing. All 5 of them looked awful. The earthquake couldn't have happened at a worse timing. While the cave trembled, the expert at the center of the cave suddenly opened his eyes. Han Fei screamed, let's go, the door is our only way out now. Le Renqueng roared, I told you to stop exploring. Look, we will all end up like dead fish now. Luo Xiaobai suggested, let's pass through the cave before the expert is fully woken up. They ran hundreds of meters in the blink of an eye. In the next second, Le Renqueng and Han Fei lifted the door as they did with the first door, and it was easily opened. Zia Xiaochen and Luo Xiaobai quickly passed the gap that had been opened, followed by Zhang Xuanyu. Then Li Renqueng blushed and pleaded, "Work harder. I can't squeeze through this." Han Fei said, "I told you to lose weight and you wouldn't listen. Now you know how troublesome it is, don't you?" Shields! Li Renqueng activated his box and summoned multiple shields to support the gate, but he and Han Fei both felt that their back was cold in the next second, as someone was standing right behind him. Han Fei cursed. "Shoot!" Zhang Xuanyu shouted on the other side of the door. "Come here!" Boom! The stone door collapsed and resulted in a dull noise when it hit the ground. In the meantime, rocks were falling in all directions, blocking not just this door, but also the entrance through which Han Fei's team came in. In the meantime, Li Renqueng was kicked out of the cave through the gap. The force was so powerful that Li Renqueng rolled along the ground. Li Renqueng's face changed greatly. He ran to the door and roared, "Violent war body!" At this point, not just Li Renqueng, everybody was trying to lift the stone door palely. However, they could only achieve no more than an extra 10 centimeters. His eyes bloodshot, Li Renqueng roared anxiously, "Han Fei, you idiot. Was your head hit by an iron-head fish? Han Fei, say something. Han Fei, make a sound. Don't leave us alone." Bam! An enormous force was blasted at the door and Li Renqueng was blown several meters away. Luo Xiaobai's face was pale. Not good. Li Renqueng's voice was shivering. He roared with tears, "Let's lift the door. We can do this. We can certainly do this." Han Fei's face changed greatly. Holding the dragon bone, he confronted the man who was half a meter away from him with his back against the wall. "Gudu, brother, let's just talk nicely. We're both civilized people. Fighting is too demeaning for us, isn't it?" The man gave no response and simply stared at Han Fei's dragon bone. Han Fei hurried to extend his dragon bone forward. "Senior, do you want this? I can offer it to you as a gift." "Pa." Han Fei didn't even see how the man attacked, but his dragon bone had been blown away and it stabbed into the wall. "Hiss, sweet mother of God. Senior, I'm sure we can work out something by talking." Han Fei was sweating hard. He considered whether or not he should attack this man with his water-stirring seal, but if he could hurt this man with the water-stirring seal, wouldn't he be in a terrible situation when the man was infuriated? Han Fei slightly stepped aside, as it was not pleasant to confront a dragon slayer face to face. More importantly, Han Fei found that the dragon slayer's vigorous face seemed to be decaying. Corpses can change? Han Fei was lost for words as the treasure hunting had escalated into tomb robbing. He wondered if the man was dead. How old would the man be if he was still alive? He seemed absolutely healthy, even when the dragon had rotten into bones. Bam! Crack! Han Fei was slapped away into the spring of spiritual energy. Han Fei's head was dizzy and his ribs were broken by the slapping. Han Fei was shocked at the enormous power. Wait, it's not really unimaginably powerful. Has this man not fully recovered yet? He remembered that the man was heavily wounded and bordering on death on the murals. Thinking about that, he began to wonder if the spiritual spring was the source of his power, and he decided to absorb it. As Han Fei thought about that, half of the spring was gone, and Forge the Universe was full. All 6 cubic meters in it was filled up by the spiritual spring. Han Fei was immediately shocked. How much spiritual energy was out there? Master Calabash, absorb now. Forge the Universe, expand. Little black, little white. 9-tailed mantis shrimp. It's time to have some food. The man, on the other hand, stared at Han Fei gravely and walked to him step by step. Han Fei extended his hand and activated the demon purification pot. "The dragon head is too big. I should make it into blades now." After that, an enormous dragon head appeared before Han Fei, and the man stopped when it appeared. He seemed enraged. Immediately, the dragon head was absorbed into the calabash, and Han Fei shouted at the man, "Illusion! It was only an illusion. What you saw was not a dragon head, but that of a serpent." Chapter 193 Million Knife Art. At this point, Han Fei saw that the man's skin was darkening quickly and there were spots on his face, indicating that he was aging fast. Han Fei's eyes glowed. His guess was correct. The man's body never decayed because of the intense spiritual energy here, but he was actually already dead. He was only a moving corpse. Hoo-woo! The moment the dragon head disappeared, the man took action. Seeing his punch, Han Fei hurried to jump aside in shock and he roared, "Attach! Fuse! Fury! Spiritual energy protective cover. Water stirring seal technique. For a moment, Han Fei's capabilities were skyrocketing. As an intermediate great fishing master, he was approaching the level of a peak-level great fishing master. In the meantime, a water-stirring seal appeared and smashed the man's fist. Boom! The mountain was shaking and the rocks were falling. Outside of the door, Li Renqiang was quite anxious about the terrifying battle inside. Luo Xiaobai said calmly, "Zhang Xuanyu, Xiaochen, you find a way out and go to our master." Xia Xiaochen looked awful. "How long is that going to take? Han Fei can't sustain the battle that long." Luo Xiaobai said, "Since Han Fei decided to fight him, Han Fei must have other trump cards. Go now. It's the only way to save him now." Zhang Xuanyu rushed to the cave outside with his stick in silence. There had to be a way out on this particularly damp path. Inside the door, Han Fei was knocked away in one attack. His spiritual energy protective cover was broken too. Also, the nine-tailed mantis shrimp was separated from him because of injury. His state of fusion collapsed too. Little Black and Little White were flung away, probably back to the ocean of spiritual energy. Han Fei vomited a mouthful of blood himself. After the punch, the man was aging quickly as if he had grown old by decades in one moment. Han Fei cast the divine healing technique to himself unhesitatingly, while he jumped to the spiritual spring at a weird angle and murmured, "Please let me in." Bam! Han Fei was punched right in the back. He spewed out blood and felt that he was almost blown up. Forge the universe! Han Fei disappeared from this enormous cave in the next movement. The universe had been filled by the spiritual spring at this point. Han Fei vomited blood the moment he came in. The mark of the punch spread from his back to his front. There was no telling how many of his ribs were broken. Damn it, why can't I come inside instantly? Han Fei couldn't be more regretful. While it was easy to store lifeless items in Forge the Universe, there would be resistance if he wanted to put living things in, which would take Han Fei more time to deal with. He was certain that if the guy outside was aware of this, he wouldn't be given a chance to enter Forge the Universe at all. At this moment, Forge the Universe was expanding not very fast. It hadn't spread out by half a meter yet. Han Fei imposed the divine healing technique on himself hurriedly. He wasn't healed until more than an hour later. At this moment, Forge the Universe had expanded by around 6 meters, and the water level of the spiritual spring slightly dropped. After a moment, the spiritual energy kept dwindling, and more than 10 daggers, which cost almost 500,000 points of spiritual energy, appeared before Han Fei. But Han Fei was still delighted as they were all spiritual weapons. Han Fei grabbed a dagger randomly and showed its data. Name: Blue Sea Wandering Dragon Dagger Introduction. Made of the bones of the Blue Sea Wandering Dragon, this blade is extremely cold and can freeze the enemy if it cuts into the enemy's body. Quality: low-quality spiritual weapon enchantment. None can be reforged. Unrefined. Note: because of the restrictions of its materials, it can only be reforged into a low-quality spiritual weapon at best. Han Fei took a deep breath as it seemed quite awesome. What did enchantment mean? Han Fei wasn't clear. He had never created a spiritual weapon before, and he couldn't have done so without this huge spiritual spring. Since there was a lot left of the spiritual spring in Forge the Universe, Han Fei decided to go one step further. Since he couldn't defeat the guy outside, he would absorb the corpse's spiritual spring so that he couldn't be replenished. As it happened, his spiritual heritage, which was level 4, low quality, was below the average of his team. Even Zhang Xuanyu had a level 6 spiritual heritage at this point. It was time that he improved his spiritual heritage again. Upgrade. All of a sudden, Han Fei's body seemed to have turned into a bottomless hole, and the spiritual spring flooded in. When Han Fei advanced from a level 3 spiritual heritage to a level 4 spiritual heritage, Han Fei didn't consume any spiritual energy. The lightning helped him. Now that he was voluntarily seeking a breakthrough, he needed much more than just 200,000 points of spiritual energy. At this point, every minor level would take 500,000 points of spiritual energy. After a long time, after Han Fei spent 1,000,000 points of spiritual energy to improve his spiritual heritage to level 4, high quality, the mark that suggested he could upgrade was gone. Owner: Han Fei, level 26, mid-level Grand Fishing Master, spiritual energy. 122,561, 2499, Spiritual Heritage. Level 4, High Quality Spiritual Beast. Twin Yin-Yang Spirit Swallowing Fish. Level 23, Weapon. None Main Art. Water Vein Technique, Volume 3 of Void Fishing, Spirit Level Divine Quality. Han Fei grinned in delight after reading his data. He probably couldn't upgrade his spiritual heritage anymore, but his storage of spiritual energy had increased. When Han Fei opened his eyes, more than 40 blue sea wandering dragon daggers were floating before him. Even more surprisingly, the spiritual spring that filled up Forge the Universe was now only 1 meter deep. Of course, it had to do with the expansion of Forge the Universe, which had covered 100 square meters and was still spreading, Han Fei said. Stop spreading. Han Fei was rather regretful. He thought that the spiritual spring that filled up Forge the Universe could sustain him for a while, but it had been used up after only 6 hours. Han Fei calculated the numbers. 1 million points for my spiritual heritage upgrade, 2 million to forge the spiritual weapons, 400,000 to expand Forge the Universe, and plus the spiritual energy absorbed by myself and the demon purification pot. Han Fei gasped hard. Had he just spent 5 million points of spiritual energy? Han Fei was lost for words. Everything had to stop. He didn't need to consume the spiritual spring anymore. He had to find a chance to pack the rest of the spiritual spring. However, he didn't know if the guy outside was drained yet. In order to be safe, Han Fei began to practice the million knife art. He thought that it would take him at least a year or two to gather enough resources to build an array of blades, but it was much faster than he expected. Of course, before his practice, he had to make the spiritual weapons acknowledge him as a master first. Han Fei grabbed a random dagger and cut his palm with it. Though not entirely smoothly, his skin was still easily injured, which immediately taught Han Fei a lesson. He didn't know the toughness of spiritual weapons until just now. Even though his body was quite sturdy, such weapons were still sharp enough to hurt him. Similar to the water-stirring seal, after the spiritual weapons acknowledged him as a master, he could store them in his body. Han Fei didn't know where they were stored, but he couldn't feel anything uncomfortable. Very soon, Han Fei stored all the 50 blue sea wandering dragon daggers in his body. Han Fei tried unleashing all the 50 blades, but most of them fell immediately, and only a handful of them were sent flying. Han Fei couldn't have looked more awful. Was this art not only costly, but also difficult to grasp? 4 hours later, Han Fei could control 10 daggers simultaneously. He decided to take a break as he had hit a bottleneck. He felt that his spiritual power was running out. It's time to go out. In the cave, the young man who lost his target had become middle-aged. His body was shrinking due to the separation of the spiritual spring, Shua. Han Fei appeared where he disappeared previously, and the man 3 meters away didn't take any action. Damn it! Han Fei immediately lunged at the spiritual spring. Come here. The remaining part of the spring was instantly gone. Hoo-woo! The man behind chased after him and punched him so hard that the cave was shaking. Han Fei chuckled and ran to the dragon bones that were stabbed into the wall. While drawing out the bones, he also summoned 10 blue sea wandering dragon daggers. Hew, 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 the power of the spiritual weapons was demonstrated. Although they were blown away by the man, they still froze his arms. But of course, it was nothing for him as he freed himself easily. The blue sea wandering dragon daggers flew and slashed the man crazily, but they couldn't break the man's defense even though they were spiritual weapons. While running, Han Fei shouted, "Bro, stop fighting. You're losing your wisdom in this fight. Bro, let's just each take 1 step back, all right? I'll go out and you can keep meditating in here." Chapter 194, Spectacular Show. If the man could talk, he would have burst into rage. How could I possibly meditate when you have absorbed my spiritual spring? Han Fei wasn't familiar with the million knife art. Now and then the daggers were dropping, but their coldness still affected the man, which gave Han Fei some time to look for a way out. Humph! The 9-tailed mantis shrimp was set free. Han Fei shouted, "9-tailed mantis shrimp, dig through those rocks." The 9-tailed mantis shrimp dug in the front, and Han Fei ran fast behind it. Even though the blue sea wandering dragon daggers were blocking the man still almost caught up to Han Fei several times. After half a minute later, when the 9-tailed mantis shrimp had just broken through a rock, The door was blown away from the outside with an explosion. The nine-tailed mantis shrimp was blown away and injured too. Han Fei simply retracted the nine-tailed mantis shrimp and looked at the door while he ran. Han Fei, I knew that you wouldn't die. Come here! Li Renqueng shouted with his hands raised high. His eyes were swollen. Xia Xiaochen also jumped and waved her hands. Han Fei, get out of the way. Realizing their intent, Han Fei stepped on a wall and dodged the man's attack. In the meantime, Han Fei took the blue sea wandering dragon daggers back and melted them into his body. At the door, Wenren Yu, Zhang Xunyu, and Luo Xiaobai were all relieved. Wenren Yu roared, Han Fei, get out of the way. Sword slash. As Wenren Yu roared, infinite green leaves appeared out of nowhere, but the seemingly fragile leaves cut the air apart and left countless white marks. Clang, clang, clang. In the blink of an eye, the man was cut more than 100 times. Huazero. The man punched heavily, unleashing torrents at his enemy. Wenren Yu sneered. You want to change your fate when you're already dead. Who do you think you are? Wenren Yu walked forward gracefully. Behind her and below her, thousands of leaves charged out like swords and cut the torrents into pieces before they stabbed into the man and knocked him back. The man's skin was slitted, but he didn't shed any blood. Hazero, you're too noisy. Sunset sword slash. Wenren Yu stomped, and a red leaf sword was erected before her, absorbing all the spiritual energy nearby and shaking the mountain. Hew, boom. To Han Fei's shock, the man's chest was torn apart, and his guts were chopped into smithereens. Han Fei subconsciously scratched his head after witnessing the brutal attack, which heavily wounded the man and made it impossible for him to counterattack. He was amazed by the unbelievable strength of his teacher. Glowing sword leaves. There were still sword leaves in the man's body at this point. After Wenren Yu clenched her fists, the sword leaves exploded and caused a huge hole in the man's chest. The blast forced Han Fei to take multiple steps back. Seeing that the man had been taken down by Wenren Yu, Zhang Xuanyu and the rest of them hurried to go forward. Han Fei, you were good. How did you survive? His eyes were bloodshot. Li Renqueng roared at Han Fei. Han Fei, you really think you're unparalleled? You were bold enough to kick me out? Xia Xiaochen looked at Han Fei weirdly. How did you survive? Luo Xiaobai was puzzled. The spiritual spring is gone, Han Fei said. It's a long story. I'll explain it to you later. I think this place is collapsing. Wenren Yu suddenly said, he's not dead yet. Shocked, everybody looked at the rocks and saw a hand that was struggling. Han Fei asked in shock, what is this thing? It's not dead after it exploded? Wenren Yu answered. He forged himself into an undying creature, but it didn't succeed. You go first. I'll catch up later. Luo Xiaobai held Han Fei's hand and pulled him out. Their adventure turned out to be too risky. They thought a treasure in a level 2 fishery couldn't be too terrifying, but they were almost killed by what they had met. A moment later, on the boat above the ocean. Wenren Yu sat on the boat with an awful look on her face. You're really idiots. You knew that there were dragon bones there, but you were still bold enough to walk to the end. The secret lands of such a level are beyond your abilities, did you know this? If this cave were in a level 3 fishery, you could have easily been killed by a dangerous mutated creature in it. Luo Xiaobai said in embarrassment, Master, we know we were wrong. Han Fei asked, Master, why are you here? Wenren Yu snorted. Humph, to protect you, of course. I thought you went out to catch exotic creatures, but you didn't return hours later. I looked for you but couldn't find you. If Xiaochen hadn't broken through the soil with her giant arowana, I wouldn't have found you, and you would have been dead for sure. Han Fei smiled awkwardly. Master, how strong was that man? I couldn't have survived if he had remembered more things than his instincts. Wenren Yu said casually, what could a half-dead creature do? The hardness of his body was in the level of a beginner hidden fisher. Then, Wenren Yu stared at Han Fei with obvious confusion. How did Han Fei survive the man's attack? The other people looked at Han Fei too. They couldn't even resist a dangling fisher, much less a hidden fisher. While Han Fei's body was sturdy enough to resist a dangling fisher, it was still rather miraculous that he survived attacks from a hidden fisher. Han Fei said, don't overthink it. Actually, he blew the channel out for a while. Wenren Yu, however, turned to Han Fei. Did you find the dragon head? Han Fei was going to deny it, but then he realized that he had probably been seen through. He could only nod. I was lucky enough to find the dragon head. There was also a mutated dragon eel. N.E. was Wenren Yu nodded. Okay, everybody has their own fortune. If you're unwilling to talk, just keep it to yourself. However, let me know if you're going to explore another secret land next time. Han Fei said, Of course we will. The dragon head was exposed, but Wenren Yu didn't ask further questions. Han Fei was quite relieved, as he couldn't afford any investigations. Besides, the dragon head was incomplete now after 50 blue sea wandering dragon daggers were forged out of it. He could be caught in many problems if anybody investigated it. After the adventure, Han Fei lost his pride. A great fishing master was too weak. All his trump cards were nothing compared to the man's punch, and that was only the physical strength of a hidden fisher. Wenren Yu, on the other hand, blew up a hidden fisher more than easily, and such an awesome teacher was only from a school in a town. Han Fei took a deep breath. The fourth academy must be more powerful than he thought. Wenren Yu, however, changed the topic and asked, I've learned of your study on spiritual beasts, but what's your progress on the study of the true meaning of fishing? Le Renqueng murmured, Master, I really don't understand any true meaning. Zhang Xuanyu smiled bitterly. Master, I think the true meaning of fishing is treasure hunting. Smack! Wenren Yu slapped Zhang Xuanyu's head with a fishing pole. Like the treasure hunting today? Han Fei actually had the same opinion, but seeing that Zhang Xuanyu was smacked, he immediately shut up. Xia Xiaochen blinked her eyes. Master, can you give us a clue? It's too hard for us to understand it on our own, Han Fei said. I agree with her. Luo Xiaobai didn't say anything, but she also looked at Wenren Yu hopefully. Wenren Yu heaved a long sigh and shook her head. There are infinite caves like this in the boundless ocean. You think you've found valuable treasures, but they're not. You've risked your life for some common things. You really think the bones of the blue sea wandering dragon are good. To be honest, it's more of a serpent than a dragon. Fishing, on the other hand, is the eternal theme on this boundless ocean. Do you think it's not worth it to study it? After that, Wenren Yu waved his fishing pole, and the hook darted far away. The spiritual energy on Wenren Yu's hand tied the fishing pole like a thread, and the hook seemed to have been thrown to the horizon. Wenren Yu said casually, I didn't cast the hook very far. It's only no more than 500 kilometers away. Wow! Everybody was stunned. No more than 500 kilometers was not very far. Then what about 100 meters when they were fishing? A child's game? Wenren Yu bellowed. A hook can move 100 kilometers away in all directions within one breath. You need to discover what you want during this breath and pull your pole back. Buzz! The fishing line glittered and moved back crazily, and something seemed to have been caught. Han Fei was lost for words. This is truly a spectacular show. Chapter 195 Fishing Practice. Everyone raised their heads and looked to the horizon, only to see that the fishing line in Wenren Yu's hand was moving back at an unbelievable speed. Dozens of breaths later, a black spot appeared. When it was closer, everybody saw that it was a red spider crab flying at them. Or rather, it was pulled back by a hook. Wenren Yu was as casual as before. You must use the hook as part of your body, like you use your hands and your eyes. Only by doing so can you become a qualified fisher. Sword leaves appeared before Wenren Yu, and they cut the red spider crab when it approached. Then, the spider crab was ruthlessly cut apart, and the blood-red thread in it was caught. Wenren Yu looked at Han Fei. The thread of the red spider crab is used on your fishing pole. You can repair your fishing pole with this. In everybody's admiration, Wenren Yu jumped to her own boat and looked at everyone. Your training is not complete yet. You should focus on fishing skills now. If you find any secret lands later, let the giant Arowana roar to inform me, unless you think you can defeat everything in them on your own. In the end, Wenren Yu gazed at them. Don't aim too far. Fishing is not about how far away you can cast the hook, but about your reflexes and your skills. Start with the easy part. Wenren Yu was gone. There was no telling where she was, but everybody knew that she was around. Luo Xiaobai said, Let's cast our hooks as far away as possible first. While other people cast their hooks, Han Fei fixed his fishing line absent-mindedly. He believed that he was capable of Wenren Yu's fishing skill. Catching something during movement was exactly what his hook kiss or flash hook could do. What Wenren Yu did was similar to the winding snake technique, but not even as good as that. As to catch prey without alarming them, he could use the water vein technique. When the hook was melted into water, It could catch prey escaping their attention. The only thing that really amazed Han Fei was Wenren Yu's speed, which was too high. How could she have cast a hook so far away within a breath? Was it a mysterious technique? Suddenly, Han Fei's eyes glittered. Was it a fishing skill brought by the 4th level of void fishing? Han Fei was not sure, but he thought it was possible that he would be better and better at fishing as void fishing was upgraded. Out of the blue, Han Fei heard a voice. Li Renqueng secretly spoke to him. "You scared me just now. I would have felt guilty if you had died." Han Fei whispered back, "You almost sound like you want me to be dead. Rest assured, I'll still be alive when you're dead." Then, Zia Ziochen asked, "Where's the spiritual energy inside?" "I didn't see it after our teacher broke the door." Han Fei replied, "It was absorbed by that corpse. Didn't you see that he grew from a handsome teenager into a middle-aged man?" Zia Ziochen was stunned. Was that really possible? But where could such a pool of spiritual energy have gone to? Did Han Fei take it? Unlikely. He couldn't have packed it away even if all his sea-swallowing seashells were full. Zhang Xunyu also asked, "Han Fei, have you picked up the million knife art? I just saw your performance, which seemed rather lousy, but it still limited that man. What blades did you use?" Han Fei was lost for words. "Can you ask something else? They were just regular daggers." Zhang Xunyu was obviously not convinced. Luo Xiaobai was the only one who didn't talk to Han Fei. The rest bombarded Han Fei with questions until Han Fei simply replied with silence. Looking at everybody gloomily, Han Fei declared openly, "Let's start fishing and stop whispering to each other. Don't talk to me until you've become a fisher as excellent as me." Zia Ziochen asked, "How excellent are you?" Zhang Xunyu said, "I have the same question too. Why don't you catch a spider crab and show it to us?" Li Renqueng joined them. "You're really not bragging, just get us one." Han Fei examined his fixed fishing line and snorted. "Watch and learn. I'll show you how to cast 1,000 meters away within a single breath." Han Fei's face was slightly red, as he was not as good as his teacher, and 1,000 meters was his maximal range. Hugh, the hook was cast out and sank into the water under everybody's eyes, and Han Fei was shaking the fishing pole confidently. Zhang Xuanyu asked, "Han Fei, are you sure you can do this? It doesn't seem as powerful as our teacher's demonstration." Han Fei scoffed. "Just keep quiet." Han Fei could clearly sense the creatures within 5 meters from his hook in the water, but he couldn't see anything further away. Suddenly, Han Fei laughed. "I'll catch a treasure-digging fish for you," Li Renqueng said. "I'm 100% sure that you're bragging." Han Fei said, "Bragging? I'm most certainly not." Observe, in the water, the hook and the fishing line seemed to have melted. Instantly, Han Fei activated Flash Hook and caught a treasure-digging fish. "Come here," Han Fei pulled the line back. Within 2 breaths, the hook broke out of the water with a treasure-digging fish on it. Hiss! Everybody, including Luo Xiaobai, was dumbfounded. Was it luck, or was Han Fei really so good? Zia Ziochen's eyes widened. "How did you do that?" Li Renqueng was suspicious. "That's just a coincidence. Why don't you catch another one?" Han Fei became gloomy. "You think I can just create fish? I only caught the treasure-digging fish because it happened to be down there." Li Renqueng pursued further. "How did you know that it was a treasure-digging fish? Do you have second vision like Zhang Xunyu does?" Han Fei said. "Concentrate your spiritual power on the fishing pole and sense the picture within several meters from the hook. It's very easy." Zhang Xunyu asked in shock, "So, it's still second vision? Wait, I can't have second vision without attaching myself to a fish, and you're telling me that you can be attached to a hook?" Luo Xiaobai asked. "How can you concentrate your spiritual power on the fishing pole?" Luo Xiaobai personally trusted Han Fei. After all, however strong Wenren Yu was, she couldn't have predicted what she was catching unless she could see the things in the water. Wenren Yu herself was quite surprised too. She couldn't believe that Han Fei picked it up so quickly. Her reaction was similar to Li Renqueng's. It took her more than almost a year to pick up such senses at the beginning, but Han Fei had succeeded after the first attempt. Zia Ziochen asked, "Like this?" Zia Ziochen seemed to be deep in thought. She cast the hook in a completely different method from Han Fei's, but the fishing line was slipping away just as fast. A moment later, a yellow-bone fish was caught. The moment the fish appeared, it spewed its gold aura at Zia Ziochen, only to be slashed into pieces by her easily. Zia Ziochen complained, "It didn't work." I could only see a foot in the water. It was not as expansive as several meters at all. Wenren Yu nearly tripped herself over. Are these two people monsters? Spiritual vision is completely different from vision with eyes, but both of them succeeded after their first attempt. Of course, the other three people except Han Fei and Xia Ziochen were all stunned. Le Renqueng asked, "Well, isn't the spiritual power in your head? How can you release it to the hook?" Xia Ziochen said, "You just focus your attention and unleash it like spiritual energy." Zhang Xuanyu said, "So simple. Let me have a try." A moment later, Zhang Xuanyu shook the fishing pole in confusion. "It doesn't feel right. I can separate my spiritual power from myself, but why can't I see anything?" Luo Xiaobai was also trying. "I can't see anything either." Le Renqueng, on the other hand, had been too baffled by the mysterious spiritual power at this point to utilize it, much less passing it to his hook. Han Fei simply said, "Just try a few more times." Like Xia Ziochen said, "Throw it out like you use your spiritual energy." Chapter 196, Moonwatching Eel. While fishing, Han Fei's team sailed the boat back into the range of the Level 2 fishery. The Level 2 fishery was quite huge and included many weird places. It took Han Fei's team 7 days to sail throughout the Level 2 fishery and record the places that other people were unwilling to visit. Zhang Xunyu wrote on his notebook made of fish skin and said, "This place is a coral reef. The water here is 98 meters deep on average. It's said that a special fish named the moon-watching eel lives here. Because of the shallow water, the moon-watching eels are able to absorb the essence of the moon, but such eels are said to be highly poisonous." Han Fei was reminded of something. According to a complete collection of spiritual plants in the infinite ocean, the moon-watching eel gathered the essence of the moon and transformed it into poison. So moon spirit fruits often grew in their nests. These fruits were not venomous but could resolve poisons. They were often used to make antidote pills. Such fruits were not as effective if taken orally, but they could still increase the body's resistance to poison. Xia Ziochen asked curiously, "Is there any treasure here?" Zhang Xunyu read his notebook carefully and said, "I don't know, but the moon-watching eels are not really a threat to us, although they're highly aggressive and territorial." Han Fei said, "There are moon spirit fruits in their nests. Such fruits can resist the venom of little white." Xia Ziochen's eyes glittered. "We should catch the fish. I don't like the feeling of being paralyzed." Xia Ziochen remembered how she was poisoned in the Blue Sea arena. At that time, her face was hideously blue. Luo Xiaobai frowned. "Moon spirit fruit? Where did you learn that?" Han Fei said, "You people don't farm, so of course you don't know. You'll find it in the Encyclopedia of Spiritual Plants." Le Renqueng immediately shouted, "I saw the book before. There's just too much information in the book for me to read. You've read all of it?" Han Fei said to himself gloatingly, "I don't mean to brag, but I learned the whole book by heart after only a day." Zhang Xuanyu, however, asked unenthusiastically, "It doesn't sound very appealing. We can buy fruits that can increase our immunity to poison also." Xia Ziochen glared at him. "I don't have so much money," Luo Xiaobai said. "Let's try catching them up first." Everybody cast their hooks. After 7 days, besides Han Fei and Xia Ziochen, Zhang Xunyu was the only one who was getting the hang of the trick, and Luo Xiaobai and Le Renqueng still hadn't picked it up yet. They were only fishing randomly. Only Han Fei could see clearly what was around his hook. As he retracted his fishing line, an abalone the size of a basin was pulled to the boat by him. Xia Ziochen and Luo Xiaobai hurried to step back in displeasure. Le Renqueng said, "Huh, a sea ear? That's quite rare, but they're not very valuable although they're rare. Also, I'm told that even other fish don't feed on them because they're too ugly." Xia Ziochen said in disdain, "It's hideous. I thought you got a moon-watching eel." Han Fei laughed at them. "What do you know, this fish is very precious. I've never encountered it before. Now that I've got one, I'll cook an abalone meal for you today." Zhang Xunyu asked in confusion, "What meal?" Han Fei said, "Abalone meal. Nothing is as delicious as that." Le Renqueng immediately leaned close. "More delicious than barbecue?" Han Fei smiled mysteriously. "That will depend on my culinary skills." Le Renqueng rubbed his hands delightedly. "I believe in you." "Ha, I've never had a sea ear before. I'll find out how it tastes today." Xia Ziochen said with a sour face, "I won't eat it, it's too ugly." Luo Xiaobai nodded. I'll pass too, Zhang Xunyu said. You're all distracted when you're supposed to be training. I'm not like you. I'll definitely be able to see with my mind in 10 days. An hour passed. The boat was filled with the fragrance from the marinated abalone in the pot, and Han Fei and Renqueng were enjoying the meat before the pot. Han Fei asked, "Are you really not going to try it?" Xia Zaiachen, Zhang Xuanyu, and Luo Xiaobai were all swallowing. How could something so hideous be so delicious? Xia Zaiachen even wiped her drool. Renqueng said without any hesitation, "I'll eat it for them." The fatty picked up a piece of abalone meat and sent it into his mouth. His cheeks were shivering as he chewed the hot, newly cooked abalone. He seemed so content that other people might have thought that he was high. "Yummy!" Renqueng shouted with glowing eyes and greasy lips. The rest of them were all drooping. Zhang Xunyu put his fishing pole down and said solemnly, "I don't think we should spend all of our time fishing. I'll try this meat too." Xia Zaiachen, on the other hand, simply sat down before the pot. The fish didn't look as ugly anymore after it was cooked. Besides, it was too delicious for her to refuse. Luo Xiaobai struggled for a moment and decided to join the crowd. Only one moment later, Xia Zaiachen said with a huge smile, "It's delicious, Han Fei. We'll have more of this tonight." Zhang Xuanyu agreed with her. "I despise those who prioritize training over a good life." Renqueng said quickly, "Hey, don't steal it. It's mine." Luo Xiaobai's eyes were flashing as she gazed at Han Fei. Where did this guy learn his culinary skills? Can he turn everything into delicious food? After they were full, they continued wandering in the area of the coral reefs, not to really catch moon-watching eels, but to practice fishing skills. The fishing skills that came with Han Fei's void fishing were far better than other people's techniques. The only shortcoming was that Han Fei could not cast his hook beyond 1,000 meters. Xia Zaiachen, on the other hand, was quite surprising. It was not unusual for someone to pick up spiritual vision after one attempt. But was there such an art in the heavenly water village? Han Fei didn't think so. Besides, he had never seen anyone else with double spiritual beasts. So, Xia Zaiachen's background must be sophisticated. Zhang Xuanyu was also from another village. His art was obviously not the common, true spirit fishing art either. Besides, he could separate his mind from his body, which was something that even Han Fei couldn't do. As for Luo Xiaobai, she had always been mysterious. Renqueng might seem to be a gourmet, but he had an unusual madness spiritual heritage. In conclusion, Han Fei found that all of his teammates seemed complicated. Was it a coincidence that he ran into them, or was it luck? At the sunset on the 7th day, the sky was enshrouded by the afterglow. On the boat, all the 5 of them were fishing carefully. Suddenly, Zhang Xuanyu roared, "Gotcha!" Then, Zhang Xuanyu shook his hand and soon picked up a singing conch. Everybody looked at him, and Zhang Xuanyu was grinning hard. "I saw it. I knew that I could make it in 10 days. Xia Zaiachen asked curiously, "How far can you see?" "Well, about half a foot." Xia Zaiachen was relieved. "Then keep trying. I can see half a meter now." Zhang Xuanyu, Luo Xiaobai, and Renqueng grew anxious and ran to Han Fei. "Help, why can't I see anything? I've been trying so hard." Han Fei extended his hand and pinched Renqueng's belly, and Renqueng hurried to step back. "Why did you pinch me?" Han Fei said. "You sensed pain when I pinched you because of neural reflex, or in other words, sense of the spirit. If you don't have spiritual power, it's possible that you couldn't have felt the pain. Just regard the hook as part of your flesh and try again." Renqueng was dumbfounded. Regard the hook as my flesh? Han Fei didn't really know whether what he said was correct, but at least he believed so himself. When you focus your mind on something, you will definitely receive responses. Han Fei taught his friend a mysterious lesson. But right after that, Xia Zaiachen said in his head, "Actually, you don't understand what's going on either, do you?" Han Fei replied, "You can only learn the trick on your own. What I said was only a piece of friendly advice that might be helpful." Scratching his head, Renqueng returned and started thinking. Luo Xiaobai was also trying, deep in thought. 3 moons were in the sky at night, but ever since he learned the water vein technique, Han Fei was no longer worried that other fish would disturb him. Suddenly, Han Fei's eyes glowed. A moon-watching eel. Chapter 197, Departure. It was a pleasant surprise. They had fished among the coral reefs for a week but met no moon-watching eels until just now. The eel was quite huge. Its head was more than a meter long, and its body was thicker than Lerenqueng's thigh. When it inhaled water, the water rippled, and a wave dashed into the moon-watching eel's mouth in the next second. "Up," Hanfei shouted. "Xiaobai, help me tie it up." Before anybody realized what was going on, a gigantic fish almost 7 meters long had been pulled to the surface by Hanfei. Zhang Xuanyu said in shock, "A moon-watching eel?" Dozens of vines dashed to the moon-watching eel and they tied it up, but in the next second, all the vines were withering. Luo Xiaobai was not scared. When the first batch of vines was broken, a second batch replaced it. In the meantime, paralyzing poison leaked from the vines too, turning the moon-watching eel into a source of poisons. Zhang Xuanyu shouted, "Cut its head. We'll ignore its meat, but there's an invaluable pearl in its head that can help with the practice of pupil spells." Hanfei was not interested in this pearl, but in the spiritual fruit because he was intimidated by poison, which could hurt him despite his body's sturdiness, like how Xia Xiaochen was paralyzed by Su Yebai earlier. However, Hanfei still listened to Zhang Xuanyu as he lashed out with his 2 daggers, one at its neck and the other at its head. In the blink of an eye, the moon-watching eel was executed, and the yellow pearl that dropped was picked up and delivered back by the vines. Splash, the body of the moon-watching eel sank into the ocean. Hanfei said, "I'll go down and pick the moon's spirit fruit." Hanfei leaped into the ocean, and dozens of daggers appeared around him, mincing the fish that surrounded him. Hanfei's destination was the cave of the moon-watching eel. Such creatures did not live in groups, and there wouldn't be other things in their cave. "Little Black, get the fruit out for me." A few minutes later, Hanfei broke out of the water, with a bright yellow fruit the size of a fist in his hand. Xia Xiaochen asked, "There's only one?" Hanfei was amused. "Maybe every moon-watching eel only has one fruit." Hanfei waved his blade quickly and cut the fruit into 5 pieces. "Let's split it evenly. It's not the best stuff, but it can help you resist the experts who are good with poisons." Everybody simply accepted their part of the fruit and ate it. Luo Xiaobai gave the pearl from the eel to Hanfei, but it was not of any use to Hanfei. He asked casually, "Do any of you need to practice pupil spells? I don't need this." Lerenqueng asked, "Huh. Don't spirit gatherers all practice pupil spells?" Hanfei said, "I've already grasped it. Also, I don't fight with my eyes. This is useless for me." Everybody else shook their heads too. Nobody here practiced pupil spells. Luo Xiaobai suggested, "You can sell it in the Linglong Tower or exchange it for something you need. Just keep it." It was not a treasure for them, but for those in need, especially for those who needed to practice pupil spells, the pearl was extremely valuable. For Hanfei, it was just a minor treasure. While he was fishing, he also looked for unusual creatures along the way. There were already 3 big shots in the demon purification pot, and he intended to find out, hoping that he could melt them into something that was even more powerful than the 9-tailed mantis shrimp. Another half-month passed quickly. Hanfei did encounter some unusual creatures, and he asked everybody else to capture them with him, but all of them escaped by digging holes. During the half-month, they fished exploring almost every part of the Level 2 fishery. Hanfei fed almost all of the rare fish that he caught to Little Black and the 9-tailed mantis shrimp. They came across many people in the fishery. Some of the strangers knew them, and some intended to rob them, but after discovering that there were 5 people on the boat, the robbers dropped the idea. There was a 3-person group who did try to rob Hanfei's team, seeing how young they were. However, before Hanfei took action, the rest of the team had crushed the robbers in the blink of an eye with their contractual spiritual beasts. If Luo Xiaobai hadn't stopped her teammates, the robbers would have ended up in their fish's stomach. It had been almost a month since Hanfei's team came to the Level 2 fishery, but Lerenqueng and Luo Xiaobai still hadn't grasped spiritual vision. It seemed that not everybody was talented with such an ability. There was no telling why Xia Xiaochen succeeded, but Zhang Xuanyu learned the ability because of his magnificent spiritual power and bloodthirsty shark that he awakened. Zhang Xuanyu asked, "Well, I've got a basic understanding of the Level 2 fishery in the Blue Sea Town. I've marked 38 dangerous places in the past month, and 21 of them have been explored. The other 17 are slightly more dangerous. Are we going to explore them or not?" Le Renqueng said. Let's go. I don't want to fish anymore, not without bait. I can only slightly shake my hook with my spiritual power at this moment, and I can't see anything. Han Fei said, no objection here. However, can we narrow down our vision? 17 places would take a lot of time. Zhang Xunyu said with a smile, I knew you would say that. Of those 17 places, 13 are less dangerous, but all the people who explored the other 4 places are dead. Zia Ziochen asked, what are these places? Looking at his notebook, Zhang Xunyu introduced them. The piercing electricity zone, famous for the piercing electricity jellyfish there. The stone forest, which is said to be occupied by stone spirit crabs, which live in stones and store spiritual energy in their nests. So, the stones there are perfect weapon materials, but few people have ever really excavated them. Browsing through his notebook, Zhang Xunyu continued, the other 2 places are more famous. One of them is the deep-sea jungle, which is covered by trees that can tie you up while you're diving. It's said that nobody ever survived them. The other place is the fiery mountain. According to the records, no great fishing masters have ever returned from there alive. Han Fei was shocked. Fiery mountain, Luo Xiaob said, it's a congregation of fiery corals. They're very weird. Han Fei was greatly relieved to know that it was corals. He was wondering why there was a mountain in the ocean. Zia Ziochen asked, so, which of the 4 places is the least dangerous? Zhang Xunyu closed his notebook. The piercing electricity zone, our odds of survival are highest there. Le Renqueng said, don't mistake us for great fishing masters. Do you think we're really capable of that? If not, I think we can just go to the 13 less dangerous places. Zhang Xunyu said, I think we can try the piercing electricity zone. Han Fei agreed with him. Let's go to the piercing electricity zone. Only dangerous places have treasures. The places frequented by other people have nothing but leftovers. We must go to places that other people dare not go to. Zia Ziochen chuckled and said, Han Fei, you've forgotten your fair share of pain, haven't you? Le Renqueng rolled his eyes quickly. I still think we should go to the other 13 places. Zhang Xunyu snorted. Those places are boring. They've been visited by other people. Although there might be spiritual fruits left, those fruits won't be very effective for us now. Luo Xiaobai shook her head. Spiritual fruits are still important. If we have a spiritual fruit when we make a breakthrough, the odds of success will be increased by at least 20%. Han Fei thought of a solution. Show of hands. Whoever thinks we should explore the piercing electricity zone, raise your hand. Shua, Shua, Shua. Everybody except Luo Xiaobai and Le Renqueng raised their hand. Han Fei said with a smile, 3-2. The motion is passed. We should gladly face challenges on our path of cultivation. If we're intimidated by a level 2 fishery, wouldn't we be too scared to move in a level 3 fishery? Han Fei and Zhang Xunyu had a high five, and Le Renqueng rolled his eyes at them, wondering if they had forgotten what happened in the fire cloud cave. Zia Ziochen declared proudly, even ordinary fishers go out on the ocean fearlessly every day. Why should we be scared? Let's go. Zhang Xunyu's face lit up. Let's go, Han Fei nodded. Let's go. Chapter 198, The Piercing Electricity Zone. Piercing electricity jellyfish were not rare in the level 2 fishery, but because of the massive population of jellyfish, some of them had mutated and gained unusual abilities. In ancient times, there were even legendary piercing electricity jellyfish. In the ocean, jellyfish were like umbrellas and mushrooms. As could be told from their name, piercing electricity jellyfish could unleash electricity. However, some people argued that piercing electricity jellyfish were cute and playful. When Han Fei reached the piercing electricity zone, he saw several dead piercing electricity jellyfish in the ocean. Their blue hats were beautiful even if they were dead. Le Renqueng swallowed hard. Are we going to dive down? Zhang Xunyu shook his head. Don't be hasty, this is just the edge. We'll dive when we reach the center. Le Renqueng was lost for words. I'm told that the jellyfish are all in groups of thousands or even more. Zhang Xunyu said unconcernedly, what are you scared of? Your 1,000-blade tortoise can mince them easily. Xiaobai can protect us with her vines too. Zia Ziochen can escape. Han Fei and I are the ones that should be worried here, all right? Han Fei clicked his tongue and said, don't worry about me. I can control water. Zhang Xunyu, everybody discussed for a moment before diving into the water. They sensed something wrong the moment they dived. They had seen fish every time they dove into water, but here, there were few fish. After descending more than 10 meters, they saw nothing except a bony spur fish swimming past them unhurriedly and passively. Staring at the fish as if it were an idiot, the 5 of them watched the fish pass them and leave. Luo Xiaobai whispered to them, "Everybody, be careful. We're in a dangerous place. Let's descend prudently." Everybody nodded and descended for another 50 meters before they finally saw piercing electricity jellyfish, which had blue hats and white stripes, floating in the water. There were only a handful of them nearby, so they were not really scary. Han Fei and his team approached them as they had never seen the piercing electricity jellyfish in a level 2 fishery before. Data flashed in Han Fei's eyes. Name: piercing electricity jellyfish level. 25 quality. Regular, spiritual energy, 250 points. Effect: it can increase one's resistance to electricity if it's eaten over a long period of time. Collectible: non-absorbable. Han Fei showed no response, and Zhang Xunyu moved to get a closer look at the creature. However, the piercing electricity jellyfish floated at him after spotting the stranger. The long tail behind it was quite beautiful. In everybody's eyes, the piercing electricity jellyfish swam slowly and passively and even tried to rub Zhang Xunyu with its head. Xia Xiaochen said, "It's so cute. Can I touch it?" Luo Xiaobai warned, "Don't." Before Luo Xiaobai finished, Xia Xiaochen had been electrified when she laid her hand on the piercing electricity jellyfish. She immediately shivered under the shock. Xia Xiaochen hurried to step back, but the piercing electricity jellyfish rubbed where she was with its cute little head, and, sensing nobody there, it chased after Xia Xiaochen after its eyes flashed. Xia Xiaochen was shocked. "Go away, you monster." Xia Xiaochen ran, and the piercing electricity jellyfish chased her. Now and then, electric currents were popping up from it, as if it were playing hide and seek with her. Han Fei was deep in thought. Jellyfish had eyes, not real eyes but primitive optical organs that were similar to the complex eyes of insects. Such eyes did not have a focus, but could sense the change of light. However, this piercing electricity jellyfish was different from the jellyfish that Han Fei saw in the level 1 fishery, that it had developed 4 eyes in its evolution. Han Fei whispered, "Be careful. The piercing electricity jellyfish has eyes and can locate us with their eyes. Xiaochen, kill it." Xia Xiaochen was briefly stunned. "Really? It's very cute even though it shocks people." Han Fei asked, "Do you want thousands of cute piercing electricity jellyfish to play with you?" Xia Xiaochen trembled. She would probably be electrocuted to death if thousands of jellyfish shocked her simultaneously. Xia Xiaochen waved her dagger, and the piercing electricity jellyfish was cut into multiple parts before it sank slowly. Lu Renqueng asked in confusion, "Huh, I don't think they're really aggressive, are they?" Luo Xiaobai whispered, "Yes, they are. But the piercing electricity jellyfish are too slow, so it seems that it was only playing a game with Xiaochen." Xia Xiaochen was stunned. "Is that so? I thought that it was really playing a game with me." They kept diving. When they were 80 meters deep, they saw hundreds of piercing electricity jellyfish, and the deeper they went, the more piercing electricity jellyfish they saw. Soon, their eyes were blocked by the long tails of the jellyfish. The piercing electricity jellyfish had tails that were almost 30 meters long. Those tails floated in the water, making it impossible for Han's team to see through. They tried to swim through the shoal of piercing electricity jellyfish, but they sensed something wrong the moment they got in. Luo Xiaobai's face changed greatly. "Dodge now. All the jellyfish are coming to us." Zhang Xunyu said ruthlessly, "Dive down. If we go back, our trip would be for nothing." While the jellyfish surrounded them, everybody kept descending, but they were more and more scared because there were still more piercing electricity jellyfish down below. They saw that there were so many jellyfish that their tails were almost entangled. They couldn't help but wonder what would happen if all the jellyfish discharged at the same time. Crack! Exactly when that thought occurred to them, the whole area within 100 meters was plagued by electricity. Luo Xiaobai was fast enough to cover everybody with her vines, but how could vines block electricity in the water? In a moment, everybody was trembling because of the electric shock. Ugh! Zhang Xunyu rolled his eyes beyond his control under the shock while he tried to fight back. Same as Zhang Xunyu, Renqueng unleashed the 1,000-blade tortoise while he was being shocked. As the blades swept out, a tremendous number of piercing electricity jellyfish were cut apart, but the whole area had been electrified, and the electric current was still there even though the piercing electricity jellyfish were dead. Everybody trembled for a long time. Finally, Zhang Xunyu coughed out blood and foam, and Luo Xiaobai followed him. Renqueng threw up so hard that his eyes were nothing but white. Han Fei and Xia Xiaochen were fine. Han Fei had been used to electrification. Having experienced the 9th heaven thunder and the electricity of the dragon eel, he found that the discharge of all the piercing electricity jellyfish combined was not as threatening as the one shock from the dragon eel. As for Xia Xiaochen, she had been hit by the lightning with Han Fei on the mountaintop earlier. Although Han Fei took most of the lightning, Xia Xiaochen managed to take the rest without being hurt, which suggested that her body was unusual. At this point, everybody finally understood why no great fishing masters ever returned from this place. They must have been stunned by electricity here, just like Renqueng, who was foaming and almost passing out. While shivering, Han Fei performed the divine healing technique, but because of his shivering, he couldn't really cast it. All his friends looked at him gloomily. Han Fei whispered, "It's not my fault, it's hard to control my spiritual energy." Outside, the 1,000-blade tortoise was half dizzy because of the electrification, and its attack was not as aggressive as before. Everybody wasn't back to themselves until 1 minute later. Han Fei immediately cast the divine healing technique on everybody and shouted, "Let's go, what are you waiting for? Fatty, take your 1,000-blade tortoise back and use your own armor, or your 1,000-blade tortoise might be killed." Renqueng suggested, "Why don't we go back?" Everybody raised their head, only to see that the piercing electricity jellyfish were all above them, and it was impossible for them to return. Xia Xiaochen roared, "Run!" Chapter 199, Blue Hat Jellyfish. Everybody ran as fast as possible. Without any hesitation, they dove down crazily. Renqueng's torrents of knives and swords even raised turbulence in the water. He unleashed all the weapons in his box, leaving nothing but pieces of the piercing electricity jellyfish on his way. After only 1 moment, the whole area was enshrouded by broken pieces of the jellyfish. Transparent meat that looked like jelly was everywhere. Like a monster of tentacles, Luo Xiaobai swung infinite vines to clear the pieces on the way, and the piercing electricity jellyfish that luckily survived the turbulences. The water was deep here. They went all the way down to 300 meters, but they still couldn't see the bottom. 300 meters was not a big thing even for fishing masters, and certainly not for great fishing masters. However, it should be below the water level in which the piercing electricity jellyfish could live. At this moment, everybody had passed the jellyfish's territory. Han Fei said, "Stop. Fatty, stop churning. The piercing electricity jellyfish are gone." Hearing that, Renqueng recalled his weapons, and Luo Xiaobai's vines were gone too. Then, everybody saw an amazing scene. Infinite jellyfish that looked like yachts were floating above and around them. The moment he saw those jellyfish, Han Fei remembered a jellyfish that he had seen before, the Portuguese man-o-war. Except that the Portuguese man-o-war floated on the surface of the ocean, and this jellyfish lived at the bottom of it. The Portuguese man-o-war was terrifying. There were infinite stings on their tentacles, and those stings carried venom, powerful venom. More importantly, those tentacles were so tensile that ordinary people couldn't break free if they were tied up. The jellyfish that Han Fei was seeing were even more unbelievable than the Portuguese man-o-war. They had infinitely long tentacles that were full of hooks. Data popped up again in Han Fei's eyes. Name: Blue Hat Jellyfish Introduction. The Blue Hat Jellyfish carried airbags that contained poisonous gas. When the airbags explode, the gas will be resolved in the water. Cannot be killed easily. Level: 27 quality. Rare, spiritual energy. 640 points. Effect: inedible collectible. Beard of the blue hat jellyfish, which can be used to weave low-level fishing nets. Absorbable. Han Fei raised his eyebrow at the abundant information. Explosion, rare. Fishing net? Han Fei looked around and saw 100 blue hat jellyfish and still more further away. He had never seen so many rare creatures at once. Didn't all rare creatures live independently? However, Han Fei didn't have the time to think. He simply said, Ziobai, don't let their tentacles reach us. Fatty, don't mince them. Their airbags are weird. We'd better keep descending and avoid them. Zia Zioachin said, they're extending their tentacles to us. Luo Ziob hurried to block the tentacles with her vines, stopping the tentacles from approaching them. Suddenly, Luo Ziobai exclaimed in shock, their tentacles are poisonous. Zia Zioachin cut the tentacles with her shadowless blade. Everybody heard cracks. Though the tentacles were cut apart, they were still shocked at the tentacles' hardness. Not good. Suddenly, Lerenqueng pointed down. Look over there. Everybody looked down, only to see a web made of countless tentacles. They were of different layers, but woven together like infrared rays. Luo Ziobai said solemnly, this must be the real danger. The electric current of the piercing electricity jellyfish can kill a common great fishing master, but those blue hat jellyfish can tie anyone up easily until they die. Lerenqueng asked, should I try to cut the tentacles apart? Zhang Xunyu said, you can have a try. Han Fei hurried to stop him. Wait. Everybody looked at Han Fei, but Han Fei darted out a blue sea wandering dragon dagger through the hat of a blue hat jellyfish. Bam! After an explosion, airwaves spread out at the bottom of the ocean, but to everyone's surprise, the gas in the airbags disappeared after only ascending for several meters. Luo Xiaobai's face changed greatly. The gas can dissolve in water. We can't kill the jellyfish. Zia Xiaochan asked, then do we just watch them surround us? Lerenqueng said, let's kill them. We just had the moon spirit fruit. Luo Xiaobai said, don't forget that we each only had 1/5 of a moon spirit fruit. Han Fei considered for a moment and took out a few fruits. You can each have one of these exotic poisonous fruits, but I don't know if they can resist the poison of the blue hat jellyfish. Zia Xiaochan asked in surprise, is this the spiritual fruit that detoxified me last time? Han Fei nodded. They're exotic poisonous fruits. They can resist mortal-level poisons. I don't know how strong the blue hat jellyfish are, but let's be careful. If the area is enshrouded by their poison and we can't resist the poison, we'll be screwed. Suddenly, Luo Xiaobai whispered to everyone, let me do it. Han Fei, give me spiritual energy. Deep blue vine explosion. Out of nowhere, an enormous flower appeared below Luo Xiaobai, and thousands of vines spread out into the gaps of the net of tentacles down below. Han Fei simply poured his spiritual energy into Luo Xiaobai's body. A moment later, the whole area was almost occupied by vines. Han Fei could barely see anything. Huala, all the vines blossomed from down to top like flowers that were opening their petals, creating a channel that was in the shape of an upside-down piton. Luo Xiaobai said palely, let's go down now. Zia Xiaochan grabbed Luo Xiaobai and descended with everybody else. On their way, they saw countless tentacles of the blue hat jellyfish that had been torn off. The vines that surrounded them were also turning deep blue quickly. Luo Xiaobai said, I can't sustain them long. Hurry up. Bam, bam, bam. Everybody heard explosions from outside of the vines. They were shocked that the jellyfish just detonated themselves after failing to catch their enemy. The explosions gradually declined. Everybody took a breath in relief. But when they thought that everything was fine, Luo Xiaobai's vines were shredded. Everybody felt that the channel was illuminated. They all ran crazily in the next second. Lerenqueng shouted while he ran, Zhang Xunyu, didn't you say that this is the least dangerous place? What was that? Zhang Xunyu was running even faster than Lerenqueng, but it's still a dangerous place. It's only safe compared to other dangerous places. Luo Xiaobai said, wait, there's more than one of them. Yes, everybody had seen a super huge jellyfish that was probably almost 20 meters long. More importantly, they could see 3 such jellyfish within their sight. Han Fei glanced at them, only to be dumbfounded. Name, Soul-Attracting Jellyfish Introduction. This is a creature that is talented in soul attacks and can be reborn. The soul resistance pearls in them make them ignore regular soul attacks. Level, 31 quality, exotic spiritual energy, 1936 effect, inedible, collectible, soul resistance pearls absorbable. On the other side, before Han Fei said anything, Zhang Xunyu had declared, let's find a lone one. This will be my second contractual spiritual beast. Luo Xiaobai said, we can't dodge the soul attacks from the soul-attracting jellyfish, but can only take their attacks the hard way. We have to get out of here first. Zia Xiaochen replied, I'm in stealth, you can run now. Le Renqueng was almost weeping. Why are there so many soul-attracting jellyfish? My spiritual power is not very high. Han Fei asked, do you all know that they're soul-attracting jellyfish? Zhang Xuanyu said, of course. My teacher said during class that soul-attracting jellyfish are legends that are closest to reality. Many have seen them, but none have ever captured them. Le Renqueng was speechless. How can you capture them? You will turn into a retard if they attack you and wreck your mind. Zhang Xuanyu said, I'm not scared of them. I can't resist all three of them, but I can defeat one of them. Help me capture one, please. After it becomes my second contractual spiritual beast, I can help you get the soul resistance pearls.